Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 7 of What If Naruto Refused to Give Up Despite It All. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Naruto's paw of Courtyard of Iron Arena. There was tense silence in the arena as the crowd was blown away by the opening move. For most of it, Gaara's massive sand wave was one of the most impressive attacks seen in the exam. As remarkable as Sasuke or Fu had been, they had yet to produce an attack entirely on this level. Yet it had been matched and wholly overpowered by Naruto's attack. It made one thing inherently clear to the crowd. This battle would be on another level that was well beyond what could be expected from mere genin. There was a tense moment between Naruto and Gaara as they stared. Naruto could feel the bloodlust exuding from Gaara. It was clear Gaara was not intimidated or overly impressed. He seemed to have expected Naruto to be able to do what he had done. Gaara smirked as the sand around him and leftovers from his attacks rose into pillars of moving, thriving sand. "I'm thankful humanity has not dragged you down to their pathetic level," Gaara remarked with a smirk. "Had that technique stalled you for a single second, I would have been disappointed. You wouldn't want that." Naruto frowned at this. "Why does it matter if I'm strong? Shouldn't I be inherently worth it as a Jinchuriki? You're always talking about how superior we are." Truly, Naruto could understand why Gaara would hate humans, but why did he seem so focused on strength? Why, if he wanted to unite them, why did he seem so prepared to strike him down if he was disappointing? "Don't be naive now, brother," Gaara replied with a frown as if he was dealing with a rebellious younger sibling who needed chastising. "You know more than anyone what the inherent need for power is. Jinchuriki was created for that sole purpose. Power is our birthright, our reason. Without it, we can never escape this cycle of pain created by our forefathers nor rise to our true glory. To be Jinchuriki means power. What these villages use to scare off each other. We can change the world, a world where the powerful rule over the weak. A weak Jinchuriki is a paradox, unnatural, and oh so disappointing. And I'll warn you." Naruto flinched as he ducked and dived to his right. This narrowly allowed him to avoid several sharpened strands of sand sent to run him through. He jumped into the air to prevent a small wave that crashed where he had landed. Naruto looked into Gaara's smiling face as he watched the ground around Gaara writhe as his sand whipped itself into a frenzy. Naruto prepared to unleash a counter, but his and Gaara's focus was broken as a loud and dismal roar sounded from the audience. Naruto and Gaara both whipped their heads and lowered focus as nearly all of the civilian audience let their voices be heard. Though each said something different, the message was clear. Finally, these monsters are fighting each other. It's unfair to have poor humans fighting those beasts. Kill each other, scum. Kill them both. Death to Jinchuriki. Naruto landed with a grim frown. He had been confident his impressive performance would have won some of them over. While the shinobi were more neutral, the crowd only saw it as harmful. He supposed a strong monster was worse than a normal one. "Do you see, brother?" Gaara roared happily. Naruto whipped back to Gaara and used Riptide to block several small globs of sand fired at absurd speeds. The power of which made Naruto slide back. Naruto growled as he charged toward Gaara, who merely cackled in response as he sent several streams of sand barreling toward the blonde. "They hate us. Wish us nothing but suffering. Yet you wish to coexist." Naruto did not flinch as he met the streams of sand head on. He leapt forward as he channeled chakra and readied Riptide. Uzumaki style. Seafoam slashes. While flying through the air, Naruto slashed the sand streams into fragments. However, before Naruto could draw close enough to attack, he was suddenly stopped in midair. "Your naivety is almost admirable," Gaara stated as Naruto realized his predicament. Even dispersed and in midair, the sand could be controlled, and he managed to snag each of his limbs. Holding him up in the air. "You intend to hold back? Do you intend to side with those who hate you? You, Naruto Uzumaki, may just be a fool. I will say this only once. Show me everything, and you may yet live. Though if you refuse," a large river of sand burst from the ground in front of Gaara. It raced forward towards the held-up Naruto. "You may enjoy death." The sand trampled the held Naruto. Before it could fully settle, it was suddenly condensed into an orb with a crunching of bone and a poof of smoke. Naruto suddenly burst from the ground below, channeling chakra into Riptide as he attempted a surprise attack from behind Gaara. However, impressively quickly, a wall of sand rose, shifting as it attempted to block the slash. His chakra made a grating sound as he tried to use chakra surge to cut through it. He had been moving at the highest speed he could in base, and yet Gaara had reacted with ease. "A mere misdirect. Shadow clones and slashes from a toothpick. Is this all you have to offer? Perhaps Fu would be a better ally." Gaara remarked. "I know you can do better. Stop making me wait. One thing I can't stand. Cocky bastards, who think they're better than people." Naruto growled. Luckily, this mere misdirect worked. "Oh?" Gaara asked with a smile. "Something to show me?" "Yeah, I can use two kinds of clones, ya know." Boom. Naruto suddenly exploded, kicking up sand and dust into the air and shaking the arena. Gaara's wall had become somewhat melted into dirty glass, but with last-minute reinforcing from more sand, it had managed to hold out. Gaara chuckled playfully as he stared at Naruto. Impressive technique, but that won't be enough. Smashing of the waves. Smashing of the waves. Suddenly, two Narutos appeared, both disguised as stones left on the ground. Both with glowing riptides raced forward and slashed in unison from both sides of Gaara. The blades boomed as they managed to cave in the walls slightly. The walls seemed to bubble before they erupted into sand spikes, destroying both clones. Pathati. Gaara stopped and looked back to Naruto. During the instant he had defended himself from the last attack, Naruto had been busy. Where one Naruto had stood now, there was an army. You said we're playing for keeps, right? Naruto wall of steel. The clones taunted before they all suddenly launched kunai. A literal wall of metal raced toward Gaara as he laughed. Better but still pathetic. Gaara called a massive wall and caught each kunai with ease. Learn a new trick, brother. He taunted as the wall became an enormous fort between Gaara and the army of blondes. It was revealed each kunai had an active exploding tag. Gaara laughed as they were about to ignite. Just as Naruto hoped, his clones did not hesitate as they raced forward, their chakra flowing through Riptide. Each stopped as they stabbed Riptide into the ground before Gaara's defenses. Hey, brother. They sounded off. Tricked you again. Uzumaki style. Piercing geyser. The ground surface began to crack in thin lines that flowed towards Gaara's position. Bring it on, Uzumaki. Quantity is not quality. You can't hope to beat my defenses. Gaara rebuked as his fortress continued to grow. That's why I gotta get unpredictable. Naruto roared. As he finished, the ground beneath Gaara began to glow blue, swell up, and crack. Suddenly, sand burst from the ground, raising Gaara into the air. This was a massive plain of condensed sand seemingly hidden beneath. The clones of Naruto all froze as their combined attack was unable to drill through the previously submerged sand. There simply was much too much sand for the attack to do so. It seemed Gaara had hidden sand beneath him, unfortunately allowing him to block the surprise attack with ease. You cling to your humanity. Convincing yourself with morality is worth the suffering we go through. Blindly, you try to convince yourself we can achieve peace and understanding with humans. But you don't realize how deep their hatred is. The only way they will ever treat us fairly is once we crush them beneath our feet. We must use the power and relationships we have been given to improve this world. We must crush them. Only then can we, Jinchuriki, ever find peace. If you believe my way is wrong, don't give me a passionate speech. Show me it. Prove me wrong, Naruto Uzumaki. Show me the power of humanity. Gaara ranted as he hovered over Naruto on his massive floating platform of sand. Fine, Naruto said as he fell toward Gaara. Gaara flinched as he turned and noticed Naruto so close, Riptide shining brilliantly mere moments from Naruto using it. Have it your way, Uzumaki style. Slash of the Riptide. A horizontal line of chakra fired towards Gaara. Sand formed a dome around him just before the attack closed, causing a small explosion that created a smokescreen at the source of the impact. Naruto fell toward the ground, all the while summoning several clones to use as steps to slow his descent. He stared up at the smoke, wondering if that one had stuck. It had nearly been enough before. Surely, now that he was stronger, it had hurt H. Cute, Gaara said as the smoke cleared. His skin appeared to have a thin cut on it. Clearly, Naruto's attack had almost managed to pierce the haste defenses. But Naruto knew it was merely his armor on which he had landed a glancing blow. You assumed that attack was strong enough to pierce my defenses. That is a fair assumption, but make no mistake. That first time we met, you only came close due to me being so excited. Perhaps you need to die after all. Is that what it will take to make you see the truth? Naruto growled at that furiously. He needed to take it up a level. Ross's paw of cage box of iron arena, land of iron. Well, my son seems well in control, Rossa said. Yet there was no hiding the smug tone of voice he chose. He knew it to be petty and something he should be above. But the sand rarely dominated the exams as they did today. Even rarer than the Cage lineage had done so directly. When Rossa participated, he was outshined by the litany of powerful fighters of the war-torn ages. Rossa had managed to grow since then, but his son would likely surpass him. Furthermore, and rather amusingly, it would establish the sand as an equal to their competitors. Rossa was more than happy today. Not to shame the Uzumaki, he has performed admirably and seems more than ready for the Chunin post. But it would take more than a mere Chunin to stand up to my son. Seems early to me, I responded gruffly. Rossa had seen him keenly paying attention to the match. And it seemed both the leaf and sand holding more promising shinobi shortly had made him unhappy. It was admirable he attempted to hide such. We have a couple of Jinchuriki ourselves. Their battles tend to be destructive and drawn out. We likely have just begun. It is rather impressive from both parties. We do not use chakra like you do, so we rarely run out of it. Our method of combat is more efficient. Mifune chimed in. I thought using such powerful and large-scale techniques in the sequence was supposed to be draining. I forgot it has been years since you fought us, Shinobi, Onoki remarked with a reminiscent smile. Even when you did, I don't think we were foolish enough to risk a Jinchuriki against you. Mifune sighed at this. My land considers the idea of living sacrifices shameful. Both for the parties creating such and the souls damned from such. This means that meetings between samurai and Jinchuriki are rare and violent. Even for these exams, there was nearly an incident. My people feel intense hatred for them, sadly. You consider us shameful, Yugura replied with a raised brow. I suppose we somewhat are, myself excluded, of course. Allow me to fill you in. Jinchuriki has several traits that make them unique from humans like yourselves. First, their chakra levels are often high and, in some cases, absurdly boosted by tailed beast chakra. Secondly, their physicality in every way is boosted to absurd degrees. Strength, speed, durability, and stamina all boosted to levels much higher than the host could achieve. Thirdly, they are known for their regenerative properties. If ever a Jinchuriki is attempted to be killed, it is a drawn-out and difficult process regardless of the strength of the host. Finally and most troublesome, they often have a unique ability based on their beast. What is the point of such power being placed into mere humans? Mifune asked with a raised brow. Surely the risk outscales any potential award. It was used as a deterrent by my forefather. Hiruzen intercepted. He hoped that if each village was gifted, it would limit conflict. They are quite destructive, and he figured they would deter war. But it was short-sighted. Onoki snidely commented. It merely gave us new and powerful weapons to use. The fool should have known they would be used. An unused weapon is often considered a waste. Idiot didn't consider it fully. Agreed. Hiruzen sighed at such. Rasa chuckled. It matters little. This fight will continue as long as my son entertains such a thing. He prefers to play with his food, torturing them mentally and physically before finishing them off. Often with ease that betrays his own age. I have made him into an incredible weapon. There was a tense silence in the room at those words. Yugura and A seemed intrigued. While Onoki, Hiruzen, and Mifune seemed alarmed. Oh, you all seem confused. It's no misunderstanding nor metaphor. Rasa assured the group calmly. I am entrusted with leading my men, protecting my village, and ensuring its legacy. It became clear to me eventually that even with my own efficient leadership, the unique resources we have access to, and even with the unending spirit of my men, one day, my home may need something or someone to protect us and crush our enemies. They needed someone monstrously strong, without fear or mercy, who could be utterly controlled. I decided to use my final child for such, the only way to ensure they'd be competent. I'm dreading hearing any more, Hiruzen said with the agreeing nod of Mifune. A father is meant to protect their child, not risk them. Let him finish, Onoki countered. If he wishes to give us information for free, let him. My interest has piqued as well. Agreed. Let him continue. It seems like he has a plan. Rasa chuckled as he continued. I decided with my third child to ensure he had the necessary power. I would raise him loyally and usefully, and to ensure he would be worth my effort, I gave him what I thought was a gift. For years, we had kept the one-tailed beast unsealed. With my power, such was viable. But it was time to use it as intended. I had it sealed into my son before he was born. My scientist thought such would lead to a stronger Jinchuriki, more naturally attuned with their beast, having adapted to it since birth. This didn't work. In hindsight, it was obviously foolish, but the consequences were much more dire than I had thought. It cost me my wife, and for years, Gaara was sickly. His young body cannot deal with the strain of being a Jinchuriki. I resent him, which motivated me to do what was needed. I hired various assassins from within my forces and even criminally, all tasked with killing my son. I expected they may just succeed but hoped my son may prove to have some unseen strength. As I had hoped, my son had something of a mental breakdown. The stress allowed him to use his powers. This allowed my son to kill them all, and he began to distrust those around him. My next step was to ensure his siblings were somewhat distant. It worked. Gaara became powerful and violent, and his hatred of others and my power ensured he did what was necessary for me and, by proxy, Suna as a whole. The birth of a hero. Yugura mused to himself. Heroes can only be made in tragedy. How utterly decisive of you, Rasa. I roared in surprise and approval. I forgot how cutthroat you are. Cutthroat and decisive certainly, though I would have chosen inhumane or unnecessarily cruel. Hiruzen chastised. It is your own blood. Have you no shame? Morality is not some simple line to be crossed, old friend. By being cruel and inhumane, I have assured the safety of my people. I claim no objective correctness, merely to have fulfilled a need for my home. Besides, we all routinely sign off on the deaths of hundreds. Let's not pretend our careers are morally right, merely scarcely legal. Perhaps, though I feel as powerful, knowledgeable, and influential leaders, we must limit the damages as it were. Besides, as a father myself, I find it reprehensible to subject your spawn to this. Hiruzen reasoned somewhat angrily. While I have no care towards Hiruzen's more sentimental concerns, I have my own, Onoki interjected. In creating such a son, did you ever consider the future? He will only get stronger and stronger as time goes on. When you finally weaken, won't you fear your death and shortly after overthrowing? My daughter is a fool, but even I know to treat her somewhat kindly. Your children are your legacy. A fair point, Rasa admitted with a shrug. But it matters little. I have dedicated my life to ensuring my homeland will prosper during and after my death. If my spawn becomes worthy enough to replace me, my death will be a small price. For Naruto Uzumaki, despite his skill, there is no true chance against my son. I know his type. Proud, brave, and foolish. He will gain some notoriety before meeting a grim death. This led to a momentary silence in the room as the tension slightly increased. Rasa paid attention to Hiruzen and his group. Allies, they might be. Rasa enjoyed taking them down a peg. Rasa saw as Hiruzen felt Tsunade suddenly tense. He even felt her killing intent and observed a microscopic shift as if to physically interject. But as expected, she seemed to hold her temper in. Jiraiya seemed unbothered, even keeping a hand on Tsunade's shoulder in case she lost her temper. But Rasa recognized the stiffness in the usually relaxed man's stature. Knowing his men well, Hiruzen seemed to sigh and interjected less, and they did so less gracefully. Naruto Uzumaki has shown to be an adaptive and impressive young man today. Doubtless, this will be an intense fight. I still would find it foolish to count him out of it. After all, he is a Jinchuriki as well. Hiruzen pointed out, his two guards relaxing with him and contesting Rasa's jab. This will be interesting. Despite being one myself, it's been years since I've heard of two Jinchuriki fighting. It is a rarity even in war. I expect an inspiring battle, Yagura said with a smile. That I can guarantee, Rasa said with a giant smirk. Gaara, Naruto's POV Courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Gaara could not remember the last time he'd been so excited. He had been fearful that Naruto would have been overwhelmed. It would not be the first time someone had been determined to fight Gaara, only to lose once they realized his superiority. When Naruto had begun without his little wind technique, Gaara feared Naruto was either too scared to try his most brutal or too arrogant to feel such was necessary. But Gaara cared little. Even if it was some plot, it would matter little. Naruto was impressive and one of his own. But no mere genin could hope to resist Gaara, and soon enough, not anyone. So you think I truly stand no chance against you? Naruto asked with a raised brow. He had shifted into the stance he had shown whenever he got serious, lowering his center of balance and crossing his arms with his tanto pointing toward Gaara. Is that truly even a question? Gaara asked. He had intended to be polite with his brother. But his delight got the best of him, and a small chuckle escaped. You are not as pathetic as these humans, and you seem more capable than our ditzy sister. You still have a long way to go, you are not a true Jinchuriki. I never really cared what people called me, ya know. Naruto said casually. I know what I am and what I'm not. So even when it hurts, I don't let it keep me down. But it is annoying. Everyone assumes I'm not good enough, stupid, or naive. They love to call me weak. I realize that I can't tolerate such a thing to achieve my goals and earn respect for others. I have to prove them wrong. So let me show you, Gaara, just what a human can do. Personal atmosphere. Dance of the Nine. The wind howled as it twirled around the blonde. The howl increased to absurd levels as 9 clones poofed into existence. Each of them was ready and glaring at Gaara intently. Gaara could not help but cackle from his platform of floating sand. Even as he did so, the sand started to break into clumps, slowly becoming 2-foot-long spikes of condensed sand. Finally, you're going to make this interesting. Show your elder brother what you can do. XX. Naruto's POV. Naruto frowned as he heard Gaara's cry. I was gonna kick your ass anyway, but now I'm gonna enjoy it, older brother, my ass. His clones and he took off with a boom of air, all the clones shooting off from the ground. The force of which cracked the ground beneath them. Each clone zoomed through the air at high speeds. Each posed with a chakra-flooded riptide prepared to unleash powerful strikes once they came close. Gaara peered down at them, smiling feral as they drew close. Racing towards death. Gaara mocked. Let me meet you halfway. Piercing sand avalanche. The spikes of sand set off booms as they raced toward the clone. Easily dozens of them sailing forward with the single intent to kill Naruto. The blonde's group did not hesitate as they met the rain of death. Each pointed riptide forward as if to ward off the sand. The giant spikes of sand mere inches from the first clone suddenly flattened out and dispersed around the clones like they had hit a curved and invisible wall. Naruto smirked when he saw Gaara's shock. Personal atmosphere. Directional surge. With a raising of one hand, half of his platform suddenly spread out and filled the sky, blocking all pathways to Gaara and moving to subdue him with the massive amount of sand. It slowly became a gigantic net of sand that began to wrap around the clones. The net of sand was huge, with the gaps between strands closing as smaller strands worked to leave no gaps. Impressive, but you're caught. Sand net. Naruto felt a shit-eating smile fill his face as his clones and he sliced through the sand with ease. Each turns to face Gaara from above. Now that was pathetic. Try this out for size. Uzumaki style. Slicing wave. They called in sync as each clone/riptide sent several curved chakra lines converging toward Gaara. Gaara's smile became so broad it threatened to split his face. With a snap, most of the remaining platform beneath him converged around him, forming a dome. The chakra slices cut into such with an explosion of power. Yet again, Gaara was unharmed as his dome collapsed, much of it melting from the onslaught of chakra. No, that was pathetic. No, Naruto countered as he and all his clones pointed their riptides at Gaara, and they called out again. Personal atmosphere. Directional surge. Naruto watched as Gaara flinched and sent a boulder-sized glob of sand flying so suddenly. With such speed, it missed Naruto but hit 3 of the clones. Flying through the air above them, its momentum carried it past them. However, it did nothing for Gaara as the sudden and powerful burst of wind sent Gaara careening through his sand. Sending Gaara careening to the ground and smashing into it with a bone-crushing thud. Naruto flinched but lowered himself slowly with the remainder of his clones. Before he gasped, he realized there was no injured Gaara but merely a pile of sand. Suddenly, it shot off, managing to destroy another clone. The others and Naruto himself were utterly caught off guard as the massive pile of sand from earlier slammed into them and indented them from the force. A sand clone, Gaara informed the downed Naruto, who crawled from the sand and slowly receded back to Gaara. I could have ended this there, but I wanted to clarify. I guess I won't crush you yet. Naruto crawled to his feet, somewhat bruised and dazed from the sand landing on him. You should have done this while you had the chance. Now, I finally have the chance to finish this. Personal atmosphere. Directional surge. Gaara's sand wrapped around him to protect him but was unsuccessful. The ground burst open, revealing the remaining 6 active clones beneath Gaara. The force of the gust shot Gaara through his sand and high into the air. Naruto smiled happily at this before he nodded to his clones. Each aimed their hands at Naruto. Naruto sniper. They called as the real Naruto shot off after Gaara. Naruto shot forward head first. The wind whipped at his face, and the speed made his spine feel as if it was bending, but he smiled all the same. For a mere instant later, his skull smashed into the ribs of the airborne and stunned Gaara. The redhead cried in pain as the impact carried them further into the sky. I figured out your weakness. He taunted as he grabbed Gaara's top. You think so? Gaara countered. My sand never leaves me. Naruto glanced back to see a massive amount of sand a short distance away and gaining. I do because you can't defend yourself without your sand. And it's much too slow. Naruto laughed. Personal atmosphere. Jetstream. Suddenly, the two shot off at absurd speeds, racing even higher into the air. The clouds in the sky were now closer, and the air was becoming thinner and colder. The arena looked smaller in the distance, and the sand was much too far to be of help. XX. Gaara's POV. Gaara had grown used to life being somewhat predictable. Harsh training pushed by his harsher father. Being shunned as equally as he was feared. Killing those who failed to understand reality. Plotting and biding time until he could engage in his dream. A dull and repetitive life, but one Gaara had grown accustomed to all the same. Yet, as of late, it has been changing. The change was something Gaara could say in earnest he was a fan of. He intended to restructure society, which would surely lead to a fair bit of it. But it was somewhat startling to experience. The lynch point of such was one Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara hadn't been entirely convinced at first. Their first meeting had been interesting, and he had been excited about the potential. Yet when Naruto attacked, Gaara couldn't help but worry. Was Naruto not able to meet the standard he had hoped for? Was this the limit to him? To wield the strongest of the beasts was something Gaara felt was the greatest gift one could hope for. Yet Naruto seemed like them. His attack had been powerful, but Gaara could tell Naruto had held back, merely attempting to end the fight quickly and without much trouble. Naruto against Gaara had struck without intent, and it had shown as well. Gaara was certain Naruto had thought himself quite capable by that showing, it had been merely luck. Naruto acted like a mere human, contrary to their morals and ideals, which were directly opposed to his. He was happy to serve his masters despite the cruel treatment he received. Then, it was exposed. Naruto Uzumaki had not even known, not even the people around him had, a Jinchuriki who received all the benefits and none of the drawbacks. He, similar to Gaara, had been blessed but had not earned it. Gaara was considerate. He had forgiven such a thing. Ignorance was not a crime, after all, merely a bit of an irritation. Gaara would slay him if he was a human, but his brethren could be forgiven. It had been straightforward to Gaara then. He would test Naruto to ensure he was worthy and valuable for his vision. If he failed, then Naruto would have to pay dearly. But if he passed, Gaara would spare him. The bold ones always snapped with just a little pressure. It would be okay. Gaara knew Naruto would survive it. He had, after all. Suddenly, Gaara had purpose again, and his dream didn't seem so distant. Gaara's father couldn't have known his order would serve his eventual fall. All Gaara had to do was win Naruto over, preferably Fu, as well. However, Naruto was the main target, and he had the most potential. It would prove easy, indeed. But once again, Naruto had changed things. He was worthy. Perhaps even more so than Gaara had ever hoped. Gaara could not remember the last time he felt truly helpless. Only his father could achieve such, which was a rare occurrence. Gaara had avoided it for years. Yet now, as Naruto flew headfirst into his midsection, the feeling returned. A rare sensation filled Gaara's nerves as the air was forcefully from his lungs. White-hot pain flowed throughout as he gasped aimlessly. But Gaara was not afraid. He could feel his sand racing towards them. Soon, it would defend as reliably as ever, and he would congratulate Naruto on his decent attempt. Yet again, that changed all with the utterance of the blonde. Personal atmosphere. Jetstream. Gaara felt the pain increase as his vision blurred, and he could feel them zip higher into the sky. His sand grew increasingly distant, unable to catch up to them. Gaara was truly deaf. Naruto interrupted his thoughts. I'll admit it, Sasuke's fight inspired this idea. But I think you'll find I have my original twist to it, he said with a smile as if it were a joke. This was a fight of life and death. How dare H. Gaara did not see the strike that hit him in the face. He barely felt it, merely heard ringing from the impact and nauseousness. Gaara was actually being overwhelmed. Yes, this fight was what he needed. His body flew even higher, but Gaara felt a pull draw him close before it could escape the range of Naruto's reach. Another powerful blow rocked his ribs, and he heard a crack, not of bone but of his sand armor. Was Naruto managing to break such with his bare hands? Gaara had chosen well. Had enough? Naruto asked while Gaara flew back. Gaara now understood why Naruto had held back in the beginning. He had assumed arrogance or ignorance, but now he saw the truth. Gaara underestimated Naruto and hadn't thought he would be such a plotter. His early, paltry, yet amusing attempts had been nothing more than him testing Gaara, seeing how his sand reacted, how strong it was, and its speed, all just to ensure Gaara would be defeated. It was thrilling. Was there a chance he wouldn't win today? No. Gaara spat with a smile. Give me more Uzumaki. Have it your way. Time for some brotherly tough love. Naruto cried as, with a gesture, he willed Gaara back to him. Gaara smiled all the same. Let Uzumaki try his damnedest to breach his defenses. He could feel his sand draw closer. He best takes this shot. Gaara felt so alive. XX. Naruto's POV. Have it your way. Time for some brotherly tough love. Naruto cried as passionately as infuriated. Why did Gaara insist on this? Naruto could feel his killing intent all around them. It was suffocating. This wasn't a fight he could enjoy. It was a fight he needed to win to communicate his point. Naruto had known this was something he couldn't avoid. He felt obligated to help Gaara, and this seemed to be the only way to do so. It was good Jiraiya had helped him develop this combo. One designed to finish an opponent, even one with absurd durability like Gaara. Naruto would thank him for such, but he had hesitated to use it. He didn't want to kill Gaara after all, just kick his ass a bit. But Jiraiya had offered him a stern warning, a tip for fighting top-tier opponents. Listen, kid, Jiraiya had started after a tough day of training and drinking. It always seemed to make the man more sentimental and advising. In an infuriating way, of course. Dude, I'm literally a legal adult, Naruto replied dryly. A young adult, Jiraiya corrected. Get on with it, old man. Anyway, I want to talk to you about how to approach fights with the top-level fighters you will encounter. There always is one in the exams, a dead ringer, someone who obviously doesn't need to even take them. I remember nearly getting kicked by some Junin disguised as a genin. So there's something to keep in mind when facing them. This isn't some lame joke, right? Naruto asked. I mean, I'll take advice, but you spent the day kicking my ass, so no jokes. Shut it. With our training, I'm certain you'll be able to hold your own. But you need to make sure to take the shot given to you. In a fight with a good shinobi, if you can finish it, you finish it. You may not get another chance. As such, you need to form a decisive combination, a cool name for it, and use it as soon as possible. As the cool name essential. Naruto hadn't been sure of it, but he knew it would be foolish not to heed it to some degree. This combination he had formed at Jiraiya's behest was one he was proud of. Hopefully, it will show Gaara the truth. Naruto style. Uzumaki barrage. He called as Naruto zipped back towards him. Naruto pulled himself to Gaara and started the technique with a crushing flying kick to the ribs. With a burst of wind chakra and at his highest speed, he unleashed a follow-up backhand. He smirked as he saw Gaara's skin start to crack and fall off. But in another instant, Naruto followed this up with an overhand to his head, an uppercut to the chin, a powerful leg kick that made Gaara spiral in the air, a body hook that stopped the rotation, and a body kick that hit him higher in the air. Sand seemed to rain off the redhead as Naruto continued his high-speed barrage. Naruto unleashed another uppercut to Gaara's face and wrapped his hands around Gaara's head. Sand seemed to be collapsing off Gaara, nearly half his armor broken off, and a look of joy on his face. Naruto paid no heed, however, as he smashed his knee into the smile, knowing Gaara could take it. Naruto ruthlessly followed this up with a series of the same powerful knee strikes repeatedly. The last of which sent Gaara flying back, or would have if not for Naruto grabbing onto his top to stop him. I'm not done. Yes, you are. Gaara cried as the tiny remaining bit of sand armor wrapped around Naruto's hand and started to constrict. Seemingly, the redhead was determined to stop him. It would fail. No, I'm not. With inhuman strength and wind control, Naruto cried and whipped Gaara around like a ragdoll, violently flinging him back toward the ground. The force freed his hand and sent Gaara back toward his sand and the ground at a great speed. Personal atmosphere. Jetstream. He cried and flew toward Gaara, quickly closing in and guaranteed to reach him before the sand. Perfect. Fool. Gaara taunted confidently even as he fell. His sand armor being gone revealed another layer, this gold but partially cracked from the onslaught. It'll take more than mere punches and kicks to hurt me. You could barely breach my sand armor. My gold is much stronger. You can't hope to overcome it, acting like a human. As he finished, more gold flew from his clothes, forming the same orb that had nearly killed Hinata. In fact, I'll smack you out of the sky. Golden dust manipulation seeking orb. The orb sounded off with a boom as it raced toward Naruto, who grimly glared at it as he flew toward it. We'll see about that. Time to show you what a human helped me create. Naruto screamed as he pulled out a scroll, releasing a small metal cup. Time for the finishing blow to the Uzumaki barrage, its dual technique. First Uzumaki style. Full-powered raging wave. Riptide began to shine a brilliant blue that Naruto's eyes seemed to almost match. As the golden orb closed in, Naruto impressively reacted and sliced the orb in two with a nearly lazy slash of Riptide. He twirled as he did such in the next instant, being more inches away from Gaara. Gaara cackled as his golden armor shined. Naruto could see his sand closing in. It would be too late. Time to show the technique I learned just for you. Naruto screamed as he closed in the wind and swirled around his hand as he thrust his cup toward him. Here's the other part. Wind style. Implosive rejection. Naruto called. There was a growing sound of a whistle from the cup. The wind howled as it appeared a twister of wind was somehow coming from and somehow seeming to suck in a twister. There was a sound of suction as it came close, and Naruto smiled as Gaara was pulled in rapidly. A mere wind technique. My sister is practically a master. Do you think such a thing can breach my armor? Gaara taunted as he flew in. Even helpless, the monster seemed fearless. Like I said, Naruto said grimly as Gaara collided with the cup. There was an awful sound as the cup seemed determined to somehow suck Gaara in. I designed this for you, but it isn't the kind of technique that can be blocked. As Naruto said this, his other arm prepared Riptide for a slash. Suddenly, the cup warbled under pressure and, with a boom, shattered into shards. That seemed minor compared to the calamity of booming wind it unleashed. The mere force ripped trees from below from the ground. Much of the audience shrieked in fear or fell from their seats. The storm above shook the entire arena with an audible rumble. Gaara screamed in pain as his armor shattered, and he was battered by the wild wind. In every direction, more wind was battering him even further, leaving Gaara frozen in the air and blowing his sand even further below. Naruto did not hesitate as he twirled, preparing to finish the combo. Riptide shined as Naruto slashed 10 feet before the airborne redhead. Chakra flooded from the blade and unleashed a massive amount of chakra, which engulfed Gaara. It boomed as it exploded in midair. Naruto watched grimly as Gaara fell from the cloud to the ground below. His sand proved the man was alive, or Naruto thought anyway, as it gathered below to catch Gaara, engulfing him into a protective orb and then crashing into the ground with an echoing thud. Naruto slowly floated to the ground as the orb of sand shifted downwards. Naruto hoped it was over, even Gaara couldn't walk that off. As the sand flattened, it exposed a battered and burned Gaara glaring at Naruto. He managed to stand, but it was shaky. In contrast with his beaten and exhausted appearance, he smiled wildly. Covered in gold, dust, sand, and blood, Gaara looked as if a demon had clawed its way from the very earth. Even more frightening was what Naruto noticed. Gaara seemed to be standing straighter as the second went by. His burns seemed to shrink and fade, and the blood or grime didn't go away, but somehow, Naruto could see his minor cuts and large bruises slowly disappear. Are you surprised? Gaara asked with a brow. Thought you were the only one gifted. He wondered again merely. It's become clear you're worthy. Now to establish who's in charge here. I don't take orders from creeps. Naruto countered hotly. Also, I won't be joining you. I have my own dreams and goals to pursue. Being a Jinchuriki doesn't define me. Oh Naruto, Gaara said with a wild chuckle. It's the only thing about you that matters. Temari's POV audience section of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Dear Kami, he's actually losing. Konkuro asked, absolutely shocked. Temari sighed at this. As good as a shinobi as her brother was, he had always been a bit thick-headed. I've never seen anyone land so much as a hit on Gaara, let alone hurt him to such a degree. I've seen him kill Junin with little trouble, you don't think he'll? No. No. Both Temari and Baki answered sternly and dismissively of Konkuro's concerns. Konkuro growled angrily as he glared at the other two. I get that you may not care for him, Baki, but Temari, he's our brother. I hate the little creep sometimes, too, but that doesn't mean I want to watch him get torn apart, Konkuro said with a growl. Baki merely ignored him, not interested in an unimportant discussion. He had never been much of a social man. Yes, I would be worried too. Unlike you, however, I don't try to threaten our younger brother, Temari replied sarcastically. Furthermore, I'm much more informed than you. This fight has just started. It's been a while and a hell of a fight. Naruto and Gaara are surely heading towards the final stretch. Konkuro remarked with a raised brow. No, this was likely Naruto attempting to end the fight quickly. Unfortunately, he underestimated Gaara. He should have never stopped hitting him. Maybe if he had kept up the assault, it would have stuck. But now he'll see how strong our brother has become, Temari countered confidently. That's stew. Silence, fool, Baki interjected. Your sister speaks with wisdom you do not have. Gaara has not shown nearly his full capabilities. Likely, neither has Uzumaki. Okay, Gaara is strong, there's a reason Temari and I fear our own brother. Konkuro agreed. But come on, even he's just a genin. You've never seen your father fight Gaara, have you? Temari remarked. You usually leave whenever Gaara gets like that. Father always wins, Konkuro countered. Yet it is never easy, Baki added. You also were absent the day our team dynamic changed. Changed. Gaara defeated Baki-sensei, Temari chimed in. It was an absurdly close fight, but he managed it. Bullshit, Konkuro interjected. Even Gaara couldn't beat our strongest Junin. Yet he did, Temari replied. We haven't seen anything yet. Our brother has become something different. Naruto's Gaara's POV courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Oh Naruto, Gaara said with a wild chuckle. It's the only thing about you that matters. Naruto frowned at this and went to answer, but Gaara loudly continued. His odd tone made Naruto listen in morbid curiosity. Truthfully, do you think you're special? Gaara asked as he merrily walked a loose circle around Naruto. Despite the blonde having the edge to this point, he seemed confident and at ease. Seemingly unconcerned with the possibility of Naruto attacking. You certainly have the potential, a Jinchuriki of the strongest beast, a survivor of a clan famed for their ability to host such and the means to contain it, born into a strong village, the pieces are certainly there. By human and Jinchuriki standards, you should be extraordinary. You are to be frank, but not nearly as much as you should be. As Gaara finished, he seemed saddened, as if his perceived summarization of Naruto pained him. Good enough to be winning this fight, creep, Naruto replied frostily. Gaara seemed to have forgotten Naruto was much too fast and crafty now for him to keep up. Besides, isn't talk cheap. Naruto boomed as his personal atmosphere allowed him to shoot himself through the air at an absurd speed. But as he closed in, another golden orb rushed forward, matching his speed and attempting to snipe him out of the air. Naruto stopped his momentum, simultaneously flooding chakra into Riptide, and slashed away the orb. The force sent him back and sent painful vibrations tingling down his arm. Very true, Uzumaki, but I believe you should be frugal. You'll find action at this point to be rather costly. Gaara warned as several more orbs of gold formed. Naruto shifted into a stance, summoning 2 more clones to strengthen his defenses and joining them with 2 more surviving ones from earlier. You hesitate, Gaara taunted, perhaps attempting to understand my new ability. No need to strain your mind, I need not take advantage of you being caught off guard. My sand control is linked to Shukaku. It allows me to easily control massive amounts of it, as well as defending me automatically. But my golden dust is different. Naruto flashed forward again, reinforced by his clones, as they attempted another sudden assault. Don't care. The gold orb shot off 7, intercepting the clones and sending them flying back from the impact. Each orb boomed as it clashed with the clones, instantly countering the sudden assault. You should, Uzumaki. At this point, I'm being sporting. You're more than strong enough to join, and I recognize I must shatter someone as strong-minded as you to ensure it. But I hope you prove even more power than I had ever hoped. As such, learn about my golden dust. Naruto spat out some blood one of the orbs had, impacting his ribs and nearly breaking them. Stalling would ensue once he was healed. If Gaara wanted to monologue like a movie villain, Naruto would be foolish to stop him. Let him brag. Naruto would find the chink in his armor. My golden dust was born from a Kekkei Genkai relative to our family line for years. It is a bloodline unique to the sand and rare even in our family. It is commonly referred to as magnet style. It allows us to either attract or repel various metals. It has many uses, though my father and I use it with gold. Using it masterfully, we can manipulate gold in various ways, though I use it much differently. Gold is much heavier than sand, meaning moving and using it as I do sand would be incredibly costly to chakra reserves. My father has the chakra efficiency and reserves to use it heedless of such, but even as a Jinchuriki, I would struggle to do the same. Besides, gold is rather fragile. It makes for a poor defense by itself. Even my golden armor is heavily reinforced with chakra to make it effective. So I decided to use it differently. I form it into simple shapes and repel and attract it all at once with great force. This leads to fast and powerful strikes, but often predictable and easy to counter. By themselves, it would be a decent trick but easy enough to bypass. So why bother creep? Naruto asked with a taunting smile. Like to accessorize or something? Gaara chuckled ruefully at such. Of course not, brother. It's just that you struggled to deal with sand. Now, you must deal with both. Sand suddenly burst from the ground below Naruto and quickly formed into a net. Time to break you. Naruto flinched before he lashed out with Riptide. As expected, it slashed through the sand with ease, but Naruto flinched as the sand parted around the blade, encompassing it and then anchoring it to the ground. Naruto planted both feet and attempted a tug to free Riptide. The ground cracked from the force, yet the blade did not emerge from the sand pillar. Naruto watched as his two remaining clones raced forward and, with a dance of Riptide and Wind Chakra, repelled the several golden orbs attempting to hammer the original blonde. Naruto grits his teeth and pulls the blade free again but has to let go as two spikes shoot out from the pillar, attempting to pierce the blonde. Naruto jumped into the air with a curse but smiled as one clone tanked the orbs, poofing from the mighty blows. The other slashed Riptide free and tossed it to the original as the orbs smashed him into oblivion. Naruto floated above Gaara, who smiled up at him as sand whipped around him in circled golden orbs, also whirling around him almost lazily. You don't cease to entertain, Uzumaki. Gaara complimented him with a predatory smile. You have proven your worth, yet I understand you will not join me. Tell me why not. I have things to do in my village, and I also don't hate humanity. They might hate us, but it's from a place of ignorance. Hating them back won't improve anything. It just makes you a hateful loser. Instead, I'll prove them wrong and earn their admiration regardless of how hard it may be, Naruto explained passionately. And you think that is a worthy cause? That is why you fight and risk your life for humans. You crave mere acceptance. Gaara asks incredulously. I fight for myself. Naruto responded furiously. I fight because I value the people around me and want them to do the same. I don't care if I'm human or Jinchuriki or even some monster. I am Naruto Uzumaki, not the mere parts that make me. Yet you speak from a place of moral superiority. Because you work for your own tormentors, and I lash out. So much potential, and yet I cannot lie to you, Uzumaki. You disappoint me. I'll crush and remold you to meet the potential within. I find your foolishness slowly infuriating. I work to change the world that subjects us to such cruelness. To correct a mistake in the food chain, to make a world better for those cursed to live the life we led. You merely wish to fit in. Oh, of course, the social recluse would have a problem trying to fit in. Naruto sniped back angrily. Gaara had barely spoken as much as he had now. His words seemed to reverb through Naruto's head. But he had never been the type to take disrespect lying down. Have you ever considered that perhaps the world isn't wrong, or flawed, but maybe you were unlucky? Hell, you seem pretty dislikable to me so far, ya know. Perhaps it started out undeserved, but it's deserved for someone as monstrous as you, Gaara. Deserved. Gaara laughed manically. I am the beast they created. I could have been born a regular child, but they needed to sacrifice yet another life for power. Then, they resented their own creation. I resent their ignorance. Can they not see we are not cursed but blessed? We have such unique power and access to such unique creatures. How dare they not see us for our greatness? Instead, they demonize and isolate us, slowly driving us insane, then blaming us for their own doing. Just because we experience terrible things doesn't excuse our actions. Naruto replied hotly. Just because we're treated poorly doesn't give us the right to kill and maim as we please. It doesn't matter what we are. Don't you see we're all the same? You damn fool, we are anything but. You could be so much more if you only realized such. Gaara roared. We can survive wounds they could never hope to suffer. We have the power they can scarcely comprehend locked within, and we live years and years longer. We are objectively superior beings. One the humans have made clear is that they consider lesser and not the same. Naruto tensed but stopped as he realized there were now more golden orbs. Sometime during their argument, Gaara had spawned more and had them surround him. It infuriates me, ya know. Gaara mocked Naruto as the blonde tensed and got ready to defend himself. You should be the strongest of us. You could be more than any human or Jinchuriki could hope to be. Yet you cling to your humanity. Even convince yourself it gives you strength. You naive fool. Golden dust manipulation. Golden weasel hunt. Gaara spoke. Suddenly, Naruto ducked an orb that sped through the space his head had occupied. He barely managed to raise Riptide to block another from his left. Though the force of the speeding orb made the blonde's feet skid against the ground, the force nearly overwhelmed him. Naruto was left wide open. However, he slammed into his unprotected back for another orb. Naruto coughed up blood immediately after the blow, allowing the other orb to power through Riptide and smash into Naruto's chest. The two orbs forced the blonde from his feet and to spiral through the air. The orbs, including the ones that had been orbiting Gaara, pursued the blonde, surrounding him the entire time. Naruto recovered in the air and, with a point of Riptide, repelled the orbs with a burst of wind. He flinched, however, when they immediately shot back towards him. That won't work, Gaara said as if he was sorry for the inconvenience. He looked as relaxed as earlier, calmly slowly circling the blonde and orbs as they continued their desperate dance. Naruto was defending well, considering the absurd speed and power of the projectiles. He uses his blade and wind chakra to repel and dodge impressively. But it simply was impossible for Naruto to do such a thing perfectly. Several found holes in his defenses, crashing into his body and likely slowly breaking him down and killing him. His favorite technique was the one he had developed to defeat Baki-sensei. Golden dust manipulation. Golden weasel hunt is a cruel technique, Gaara explained. Using my magnet style, I can magnetize you to the gold. I can attract or repel the gold to and from you by adjusting your polarity. This allows for a low-cost continuous technique. Until I die or they are destroyed, they will pursue me. Either slowly battering you until you surrender or allowing my sand to capture you. Gaara explained. Naruto would have loved to respond. But as he deflected an orb with one hand while jumping another and willing his personal atmosphere to deflect two more, found himself struggling to stay in the game. How did this happen? Mere seconds ago, he had been faster than Gaara and faster than his sand. Now he struggled to keep up his gold, the heavy orb speed through the air little more than blurs. So far, he had managed to avoid a direct blow, but even blocking them shot pain and numbness down his limbs. Riptide seemed to be holding up, but the blonde knew the sword wasn't meant to take such powerful attacks in succession. Naruto had to repel this attack. It was going to overwhelm him. Naruto felt a jarring and mind-breaking pain as his left leg was clipped by a golden orb. The force sent Naruto's body flying through the air. Even in his uncontrolled flight, the blonde managed to deflect several more orbs with Riptide, but another found a hole in his defense, smashing into his ribs and robbing him of breath. This sent him skidding along the ground. Naruto rolled with momentum and managed to stop his flight. And with a yell of effort, sheathed and unsheathed Riptide, Uzumaki style, deflecting draw. The slash managed to send 3 golden orbs flying up into the air. Unfortunately, he left himself open to another 3, which smashed into his body, sending him careening through the field and crashing into the forest, the impact of the blonde smashing through a smaller tree. The orbs circled for a moment before shooting off towards the forest as well. The momentum had changed in the battle. Neji's POV audience section of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Jealousy. It was a feeling every side branch eventually felt. It was only natural. After all, they were forced to serve their own family merely based on their parents. Jealousy gave way to despair, and for some, including Neji himself, it gave way to resentment. With the man's aid, he watched the battle below. He had escaped such a cycle. Perhaps not entirely. Neji still resented Hiashi and the elders, but now he recognized wrath, and avoiding it would not be the solution. Instead, he must work towards improving it from within, finding comfort in the knowledge that one day he will not live enviously. Yet again, the ugly feeling settled into his gut as he watched Naruto battle. Neji knew and thought he had accepted the possibility of losing to Sasuke, even more so that Naruto would likely go further, even defeat Neji if it came to that. But he had assumed the gap was a small one, perhaps furthered by Naruto's unique physiology. Neji had even accepted he was unlikely to be able to match Gaara. His mere presence had managed to shake Neji once or twice after all. But never had Neji imagined the gap was as large as it was. It filled his gut with shame and disgust. When had Naruto so thoroughly surpassed him? Ino had always been slightly behind them, but Neji had always imagined himself the rival to Naruto. But he wasn't. No. Neji would not allow that darker side of personality to rear its ugly head again. He had grown from the hateful young man he had been at the creation of Team 7. He had grown to enjoy his team, know his friends and count on them. He was confident the fault lay within and would work hard to close the gap. Neji wasn't entirely sure the ugly feeling would dissipate so quickly. That is Naruto? Ino asked, utterly stunned. Neji wasn't surprised. His other blonde teammate had seen most of his fights. But this one was much different than his performance before. It had been clear Naruto was holding back a considerable amount in his previous showings. But this match made it clear just how powerful he had become. Kami, it's like he's a whole different person. How the hell did he get that strong? I'm not sure. Neji answered plainly, masking his own shock and amazement at the developments. But it seems he might be the strongest genin here, other than his opponent potentially. Course he is. He beat me after all. Kuretsuchi chimed in from the left of Ino. That being said, I could take either of them. Quite the statement, considering he seemed to have held back a significant amount against you. Samui chimed in as she sat as well. She was covered in several bandages but looked otherwise fine. That being said, I hope he has more to show. His effort so far is cool, but I feel there's much more to come. Of course there is. Fu chimed in grimly. It was only the second time Neji had noticed her lose her normal happy-go-lucky attitude. It's a battle of Jinchuriki. It never is a quick or easy thing, especially when two clash. Don't tell me that. Ino cried out dramatically. I was just closing the distance, and now the finish line seems incredibly far away. Surely, I'm not that useless. You said it, not me. Kuretsuchi mocked with a shrug. But it is possible to put them down. Neji countered. Sasuke managed to defeat Fu after all, and he is no Jinchuriki. It was more of a match-up thing. Sasuke had an advantage in speed that Naruto seems to lack. Not to mention, he tricked me into eating his hardest hit. Even then, had I been prepared for such, it likely wouldn't have worked. Fu countered. I wouldn't look into it too much. Who's winning now? I would be more concerned with who is winning 10 minutes from now. Ino seemed to growl at this. She glared at Fu and the others. Neji nearly flinched from the intense gaze of his teammate. Naruto isn't done yet. Gaara is the one that has to be careful. Naruto is only starting. Of course. Fu agreed with a cheeky shout. Naruto is awesome. Besides, I think he might be just as lucky as I am. I don't know, Kuretsuchi added with a grin just measured too dark to be well intended. Perhaps the blonde bit off more than he can chew. Pale, short, and sandy over there, it seems he's well in control of the match. I can barely keep track of Naruto yet alone the orbs. I think our favorite knucklehead is about to lose this one. Weren't you mere seconds ago confessing your belief in him? Neji asked, confused. What was this woman's game? Yeah, Kuretsuchi admitted with a shrug. It's hard to be decisive in a win-win scenario. Either he wins, validating my own loss, or he gets beat, and I get secondhand revenge. I might like Blondie, but he ruined my shot. It won't hurt me to see him get beaten around. You basic bitch. Ino snapped as she stood and marched towards the Iwa Kunoichi. With a smile just short of ecstatic, Kuretsuchi rose as well. Neji and Samui rose and held both back. Neji, his infuriated teammate, and Samui, the amused Kuretsuchi. Basic. Kuretsuchi asked, her smile thinning a bit as her anger grew. Sorry, forgot the blonde friend zoning you as a no-go. Rich coming from the hag he beat. Didn't you mouth off about being better only to be proven wrong? Ino countered as she reached for the woman. Guess it stung to be shown as the unremarkable bitch you are. He got lucky. Kuretsuchi hotly countered. Unfortunately, that luck is done. Guys, Fu attempted to interrupt the tensions. Naruto may be in danger, but it would be unwise to count him out. Neji chimed in, his support calming Ino somewhat. Kuretsuchi, seeing the energy leaving Ino, stopped as well, rudely snorting at what Neji had said. TCH. You all are soft. Wanna believe your friend can somehow stand up to that monster. But news flash, he's just another Jinchuriki that just met a better one. You can be biased all you like, but that idiot is fucked. Kuretsuchi snarled. Guys, Fu tried again. Unko. Samui was interrupted when Kuretsuchi rudely shrugged her away. Don't care. Gonna find some real shinobi to watch this with. Kuretsuchi spat. Might wanna look at the field. Fu tried a third time. Go on then. Ino yelled after her. They wouldn't want a fake like you around anyway. Guys. Fu screamed, cutting through the tension for a moment. She looked around as if to ensure the group was looking at her. Satisfied with their attention, she smiled widely and pointed at the field. Things are heating up down there tilde. Fu sang happily. The group of various shinobi all stood and leaned over the railing. The tension between them was momentarily forgotten as they watched the two strongest genin clash. Naruto's paw of Courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Naruto's body ached as he flew through the forest. The orbs were frankly bullshit. They were faster than hell and nearly broke his bones with each impact. He barely managed to twirl around a tree. With only an instant to react, he managed to reflect another, but the force sent him smashing through the tree. Knowing better than to remain still, Naruto shot wind against the ground, forcing him into the air and narrowly avoiding 3 more golden orbs that sought to finish him off. 4 more shot off into the sky with him. Naruto groaned as he deflected 2 spun around one another. The last hit a glancing blow on his shoulder, making him spin through the air. Naruto, through instinct alone, continued his upward path. Seeking refuge in the sky, he suddenly stopped before he could get much higher. Feeling something coarse and dry wrap around his ankle. With a shocked glance down, he saw a long strand of sand emerging from the middle of the forest and connecting to his leg. He can control the sand and the gold at once. Naruto thought, Shocked. The blonde had little time to consider much else before his vision exploded with darkness. He blinked and regained vision, seeing an orb covered with blood shoot away from him. It must have hit him in the back of the head. Once again, he was suddenly interrupted as the strand of sand reeled him in with speed and force. Naruto was initially surprised, but regaining his cool, he attempted to slash with Riptide and free himself. But suddenly, two more orbs smashed into him at once. Naruto cried out in pain before he was fully pulled into the forest. He crashed into the ground, shattering the rock below and bouncing from the force. Naruto hit the ground again bodily. It took him several seconds to get to his feet as he blearily glanced around the surrounding forest. Fully in the middle of it, he could not see the crowd or even Gaara. He grunted as he lowered himself into a defensive stance. Naruto was confident he would not have to go looking for Gaara. You seem so determined to live your own way. Gaara's voice echoed throughout the forest, making it nearly impossible for Naruto to determine where it was coming from. Determined to live as if you are not what you so plainly are. How foolish of you, Gaara taunted. As if you're any better. You're nothing more than a sick brother. Years of abuse and hatred have made you blind. All you are is just some murderous little bitch. At least I fight for something I actually believe in. You claim to want to change the world, but in truth you just want revenge. You want power to make people treat you better. That's something you earn. Naruto roared. As soon as he finished the sentence, another orb nearly removed his head. Another came low, and he jumped over. Without missing a beat, Naruto called out, Uzumaki style, slicing wave. A slash of chakra raced forward, cutting down a tree. However, there was no reaction, and for leaving his guard open, another orb slammed into him. Naruto stumbled back painfully. Another attempted to follow up, but in a show of inhuman reaction and raw strength, Naruto caught it and whipped it towards another. The two smash into pieces, and neither survives the clash. Sick. Is that your way of accusing me of being insane? Gaara continues, seemingly unbothered by Naruto's attempt to strike back. I am quite sane, brother. Sane enough to recognize that humans and Jinchuriki will never see eye to eye. They believe us to be monsters, ignorant but not entirely untrue. See, insanity is their reaction. Creating creatures such as us and using us as mere weapons. No, our creation wasn't a mistake. The use of us was. We were never meant to be mindless monsters. That suggests we are lesser. Oh, sure, we can be. A good example would be yourself. I thought we were done talking. Come prove how superior you are already. Naruto yelled out, furious with Gaara treating the interaction like some sort of game. Let's not be too quick, brother. Gaara chided calmly. Talking is preferable to what comes next. But I suppose I can do most of it while you handle the next step in my plan. Which is, Naruto said while glancing around his surroundings. Break you, of course. Gaara replied blandly. Suddenly, Naruto flinched and barely managed to duck an orb. But another nearly took out his legs. He caught this one before the remaining 7 smashed into him at once. Naruto spat out blood and stumbled before the golden orbs seemed to vibrate. Naruto managed to stomp a foot down and regain his sense and balance as the orbs froze. Time to show you what this technique truly looks like. Gaara spat. Naruto growled as he willed his personal atmosphere to repel as many orbs as possible. The orb now doubled in speed, them constantly flying in and out, and they began a cruel barrage of strikes. Naruto did not flinch as focus smothered panic and pain. Riptide became a mere streak through the air as it smacked aside orbs and attempted to split them. The wind howled as, in some cases, it managed to repel the balls. But mostly, it barely managed to slow them. As I was saying earlier, Gaara said as he floated within the vision of Naruto. He was standing on a platform of sand, mere feet away from Naruto. Yet, as he continued desperately to survive the seemingly endless assault, he was helpless to attempt to attack Gaara. Jinchuriki can be rather unimpressive beasts, some simply too wild and others like you. Too weak. Naruto's eyes widened in fury, and his speed seemed to increase with such. He managed a better defense but was still slowly smashed by orbs over time. He had to counter this. But how could he? An orb snaked through his guard and nearly knocked him from his feet. But with grit, Naruto managed to stand his ground and continue his desperate stand. Oh, you certainly are powerful, by human standards anyway. But you are weak. You refuse to embrace a gift given to you. You are a fool through and through, Gaara mocked. I rather. Naruto blasted 5 orbs away, deflected a 6th, and tanked the 7th. Be a fool. 3 smashed into him at once. Naruto kept his stance up and defended follow-up attacks as the force made him slide across the ground. But at least I'm not a monster. But what are you? Gaara asked earnestly. You refuse to embrace what it means to be a Jinchuriki. The humans don't want you. What is there left to be? Naruto Uzumaki shithead. Naruto roared angrily. With this, he pushed Riptide and his palm out, using the full power of personal atmosphere to blow away all the orbs. With this, he used it to shoot forward, attempting to blitz Gaara. He got within inches before sand once again snared him. It shot him out like a cannon towards the ground. Naruto forced the wind to right himself, but two more orbs suddenly took out his legs and, by proxy, his focus. Grounding Naruto again, the orbs continued their assault. Naruto quickly and desperately rises to defend himself. Gaara chuckles all the while. But who is that? Why is he so special to be different from Fu and me, who live lives defined by their gift? Gaara interrogates, and Naruto struggles against the orbs. Is it your determination? I mean, surely not even a child can manage such. Perhaps your bravery. No, it strikes me more as ignorance and arrogance enabling your foolish behavior. Maybe then it's your tough can-do attitude. Admittedly amusing, but to be frank, brother, you are nothing close to what you could be. But fret not. Naruto slowly was being hit more and more. The absurdly fast and powerful golden orbs beat him into submission over time. For I have a plan, not only for myself or you but all our brothers and sisters. A way to end the pain we feel and to ensure that future generations live lives worthy of our kind. First, I had to ensure you hadn't been weakened or tainted by the humans you've clung so desperately to. Second is where we are now. I'll shatter you and, with the pieces, reform you to see the world as I do. To recognize this curse they gave us is actually a gift. The power we wield can force this world to change. To force it to be better. Once you give in, we shall do this with each Jinchuriki. Forcing their loyalty or sparing them a life of pain by slaying them. Once we gather all 9 Jinchuriki, we'll use our combined power to reforge this world. As Gaara finished, Naruto was sent flying by all 7 remaining balls, hitting him at once and sending him flying out towards the center of the courtyard. Gaara followed Naruto, his golden orbs orbiting him as they paused their assault. After 30 seconds, Naruto crawled to his feet, holding a cup in hand and glaring at Gaara. You think you can force the world to change? Can we make people do whatever we like because we're a little stronger? Don't make me laugh. They would fight us till the bitter end. They would probably win, too, ya know. All because one entitled, antisocial, murderous little brat refuses to learn some social skills. Naruto taunted with a bloody smile. Gaara frowned but did not answer, merely shoving all 7 orbs. Slowly, several strands of sand, in comparison to the gold and Naruto anyway, followed. It seemed Gaara did not like his jab back. Naruto's shit talk always seemed to lead to violence, didn't it? Naruto merely smiled, glad to finally have a chance. The gold was so fast and dangerous that the sand kept him from gaining distance or attacking Gaara. He had been struggling to gain any ground back. But Gaara's technique had made one thing clear. Personal atmosphere level 1 wasn't going to be enough. But first, to create an opening. As the orbs closed in, Naruto allowed the chakra to flood the cup again, thrusting it toward the approaching golden orbs and sand. Crying out proudly as he called out his counter. Wind style. Implosive rejection. The wind howled again, and the cup seemed to warble and warp as the storm formed inside. The air could be visibly seen sucking into and out of the cup at the same time. Gaara's eyes widened as he realized Naruto had goaded him. Gaara raised both hands as his sand submerged him into a growing orb. The redhead recognized the technique and its power. Won't matter. Naruto assures as the power of the storm within the cup begins to suck in violently, somehow managing to suck several orbs and some sand inside as the cup continues to grow and warp. With a boom, the contained calamity was freed. Gold, sand, and air boomed as it was spat out. A destructive wave of wind and debris smashed into Gaara's last-minute fortress. Naruto's entire arm holding the cup suddenly burst with blood as the sleeve of his jacket was shredded off, revealing the arm covered in a multitude of cups. Naruto wasted no time, however, as his will forced him through the pain. Naruto lowered his stance and flexed his chakra as his eyes scanned the wrecked forest. Gold, sand, trees, and debris were all that was left of the forest. His scarf seemed to flow as if alive. Before, with a poof, a small raccoon was visible on his neck. Unlike most raccoons, it had a golden coat and an intelligent gleam in its eye. You ready, Murray? Naruto yells as he raises his hands in a hand sign, chakra flooding the area around him. The raccoon chuckles wildly as he does, seemingly amused by the powerful winds that blow around them. It's about time, bossman. Murray yelled out happily. I was worried you'd lose before we'd get to try. Time for the Okama clan to make their grand return. Oh, shut it. I got the chakra and wind nature chakra. It's time for level 2. Naruto yelled as the turbulent area around them grew even wilder. As you say, bossman. Murray answered cheerfully, just excited to finally fight with our newest summoner. The two cried out in tandem as the sand parted, revealing a mostly healed Gaara. As he marched toward the two, they finally activated their jutsu. Collaboration Jutsu. Personal Atmosphere Level 2. Collaboration Jutsu. Personal Atmosphere Level 2. Jiraiya's paw of Cage Box of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Jiraiya subtly eyed his longtime teammate, friend, and one-sided love interest. As busy as the man was, he had always kept an eye on his ever-burning flame. Partly out of a desire to keep her close but also at the behest of Hiruzen to ensure her loyalty. The situation had been confusing and alarming as most ended up between the two of them. The point was Jiraiya knew Tsunade better than anyone. He understood her reactions, impulses, and limits. She knew she was hurting. The loss of Dan and Kawaki and even their treacherous third Orochimaru Tsunade had been suffering. Her previous proclivity for gambling grew into a full-blown addiction. Her fiery temper, often reined in by her intense intelligence, grew uncontrolled and usually displayed. Jiraiya had watched as Tsunade distanced herself from their home, took over a local mob and made them into her lackeys. It had been straightforward to Jiraiya that Tsunade had given up, living merely for her coping mechanism instead of any happiness or drive. Tsunade had become a shell of herself. Until recently. Jiraiya, having grown accustomed to keeping an eye on his often troublesome teammate, realized she had yet to visit the local red light district, which held a rather considerable casino. There had been relatively few cases of Tsunade causing property damage or assaulting people, the few instances present all being almost universally involved with Jiraiya himself. The old habit of teasing his teammate had never left Jiraiya. Tsunade seemed, for all intents and purposes, to be making an unknowing recovery. Jiraiya, being both the spymaster and caring teammate he was, had investigated such and had made an exciting discovery. Tsunade's recent improved behavior coincided with the meeting of one Naruto Uzumaki. The odds seemed abysmal and unlikely, and random Jiraiya had initially dismissed it. But as he pondered the idea, it seemed increasingly likely. Tsunade had moved to defend Leaf's interest, something she had likely done merely because she knew such was expected. It was not the first time such had happened, yet her reaction was peculiar. Jiraiya had seen her save others in similar circumstances. Usually, she'd crush or drive the opposition away, heal the allies so they were safe, and leave as soon as possible. Yet Tsunade had personally escorted them and even allowed Hiruzen to keep her there. Oh, Jiraiya knew Hiruzen had intended it to be in order. But Tsunade was never one to take such lightly. If ever given one she found disagreeable, Tsunade was the type to voice such. And if need be, she would debate it at length, settling when fed up or convinced. Yet she had agreed readily, even making her little crew the new police force. A decent choice considering the relatively low workload, but a peculiar one. At least until Jiraiya looked into it further. The police force had recently taken on a civil and shinobi dispute case, even calling for a controversial council meeting. All of which was focused on one Naruto Uzumaki. As if to further this idea, the ones who had headed such besides Kakashi himself had been Dez and Shizune. Tsunade had returned to the Leaf upon meeting him, involved herself in affairs to his benefit, and now had confirmed it. Tsunade had almost intervened in the conversation among Kage. Unthinkable for most bodyguards. Even the two of them, as Sannin, were expected to respect and act politely toward Kage. As little as the opinionated Tsunade would care for such, she wouldn't stir up a situation that could be dangerous lightly. Yet an insult to Naruto Uzumaki, if only for a moment, made her consider such. A shame this wasn't one of Jiraiya's works of art. If Tsunade was younger, or perhaps Naruto was older, this would have made for quite a great setup. An older, scorned woman who had lost faith in love, inspired by a courageous young man who awakens that old flame in her. Perhaps Jiraiya should write that down. Later. Besides, this wasn't the case. Tsunade had sworn off such, and it seemed almost more maternal. Jiraiya refocused on Tsunade. The woman must have seen him daydreaming and lowered her own guard, openly watching the battle with rapt attention. It was clear now that Naruto Uzumaki had gained her attention, perhaps even impressed her to some degree. It wouldn't surprise Jiraiya, given that, in a few years, Naruto would be quite the man. And if Jiraiya was honest, he was sure Naruto was familiar to Tsunade. He figured being noisy could be forgiven. Besides, if Naruto had managed to bring Tsunade back to life, it would only have been suitable for Jiraiya to nurture it. Enjoying the fight, Jiraiya asked nonchalantly. Intentionally, he lowered his gaze into the valleys of Tsunade. Who caught such and merely sighed, annoyed. I can't say I am. Are you? The bastard is your student, Tsunade answered hotly. Jiraiya didn't mind. However, he had learned by now, irritation made Tsunade more honest and loose-tongued. Figured it would bother you to see him get thrashed like this. And they call me heartless. The two were whispering so as not to interrupt the others. Doubtless, Hiruzen could hear them, but he would not give them up. They had earned the right to speak freely as long as they were not interruptive. Of course it does, but because he's my student, I know this isn't over yet. Jiraiya countered with a shrug. Besides, I learned with Minato that you have to let them learn in whatever way they choose to. Kakashi won't let him die, and I have confidence Naruto will find his way out of this. Though I admit I am infuriated, he hid so much of his abilities from me, though it makes me feel more confident in his chances. Chances. The brat is lucky to be alive down there. In mere minutes, he'll probably pass out. Tsunade snidely responded. Seconds later, he might die. See, Naruto is odd, though, Jiraiya responded. We spared often, and now I see he held much of what he can do from me. But that cements my confidence in him. See, we had this one spar. I pushed him harder than I ever pushed a student. Even Minato likely would have struggled to power through it. Naruto did, too, the first time I ever saw him close to giving up. But he steeled himself and came at me one last time. Another can't give up type, huh? Tsunade asked with a raised brow, obviously unimpressed. Sounds like every foolish shinobi or kunoichi ever. That's not what impressed me. If you're unskilled and uninformed, never giving up simply isn't enough. Jiraiya said grimly. Guts are important, but there needs to be substance to it. In that final push, I saw a side to Naruto that I never would have guessed existed. Naruto became a machine, eyes unblinking and focused, movements precise and efficient. Enough to where, for a mere moment, I took him seriously. And I think it's happening again. Jiraiya pointed down to the arena below. Kushina's Ross's paw of courtyard, cage box of iron arena, land of iron. Kushina was shocked as she watched her son face down the monster below. Naruto had spoken to her about Gaara, but seeing him fight made it clear just how massive the task was. Gaara was no mere genin, even Chunin would have fallen to this beast. Kushina was sure that even if she did as all mothers wished to do and fought her so, she would struggle with this beast. Yet Kushina had helped Naruto train, allowed Jiraiya to aid as well, and allowed Kakashi to enter them in the first place. Was this what Minato had given his life for? For Kushina to allow their son to face death again and again? Indeed, he was ashamed of her performance thus far as a mother. Despite the shame, it was drowned out by a feeling of pride as she watched her son. Kushina had whooped at each victory, cried out at each close call, and been blown away by how far her son had come. Naruto had shown his strengths on occasions during her visits to him in the Forest of Death. But never had she realized Naruto had grown into a powerful young shinobi, one that she wouldn't have to coddle or worry over incessantly. Somehow, even now, in the fight, Gaara was playing with Naruto. Kushina felt a certainty that kept her from losing her cool and saving her baby herself. Naruto had not shown any great fear, effort, frustration, or even momentarily panic, but never fear. Kushina's son clearly thought this was somehow still within his control. Kushina would be a good mother and would believe in such a thing. Ross's Pav. When was the last time Rossa felt such unrestrained joy? It must have been when the third was slain all those years ago. It cemented his rise and weakened the political opposition of those who had sided with them. Yet this felt much greater, much more intense. Perhaps it was because it was his own spawn doing it for him. Yes, it felt good to watch his son battle his own fight. Sowing a bright future for Suna with his own blood pleased Rossa. Furthermore, it couldn't have happened in a more satisfying way. It was a poorly kept secret among the 5 great villages that the Leaf had access to the strongest of the tailed beast. The 9 tails had wreaked the most havoc by far of the beast before the first Hokage had captured them. Ironically, their closest allies, Suna, had received the weakest. And now, Hihi and Hiruzen had forged an alliance, yet there was still a grim thrill. Something about watching the Leaf, often heralded as the strongest of the 5 great villages, lose his sand, often heralded as the weakest. But that would change after these exams. Rossa would make certain of such. He would take advantage of the boon of Mission's request for Gaara, leverage for his homeland as he did everything else. Yes, the sand would grow more vital than ever. Their stable economy and soon Mission boon would ensure a smooth period for Suna. To think Rossa had been foolish enough to attempt to have Gaara killed. It had built him into a killer, but now that it was clear he would be useful, Rossa feared it made him a flight risk or potential future overthrower, a meager price to pay to ensure the future of his homeland. Rossa would have to work to change such a situation. Gaara would be needed for the future. Rossa would have to ensure his son became fully loyal. This monster needed a leash. Rossa focused his attention outward once again toward the cage. And Yagura both seemed deeply troubled by the information. He imagined a worried about a powerful Jinchuriki residing anyway but the cloud. Yagura was more a toss-up. Rossa found it shocking the man even became a cage. For all intents and purposes he seemed insane. Rossa wasted no time trying to guess what went on in the sick man's head. Besides, it was time to leverage things as he planned. Hiruzen and Onoki glanced at each other. Onoki nodded toward the Hokage, making it clear he intended to watch how it went for him. Logical considering Rossa was feeling particularly creative at the moment. Rossa. Hiruzen spoke politely. Knowing better than to hastily trade words with either men, Rossa merely nodded to show he was listening. I'd like to request to send an official political envoy to the sand after the exams. With our new alliance such seems wise. Rossa barely stopped himself from smirking. Hiruzen was a sly fox of a politician. Mentioning their alliance in such a scene strengthened the Leaf even with the sand making such a showing. It made it seem they were on the same side, which while more or less true, was a manipulation all the same. The envoy was also a wise ask. Instead of asking from something from him, he offered. making the leaf seem strong even as they strengthened their bond. Rasa admittedly wanted to reject such, it was always enjoyable to disappoint Hiruzen. But it would be needless. His offer was mutually beneficial. That only would make sense, old friend, would you like for me to choose one as well? Rasa offered with his most accurate impression of a kind smile. This also kept the sand from looking weak, besides they both were likely sending envoys, who would just so happen to keep an eye on things. Better to play along, especially with the promise of leaf support. There was a tense silence in the room for a moment. Rasa knew such would be the case. With 5 large nations present and always ready for war, it could be mere friendliness to another nation that launched it off. From the look of him seemed primed to make an issue of it. But with Onoki seeming interested in talking business next, and Yugura seemingly out of it, it would be more risky to do so than it was worth. And if I ever would inquire for Gaara's services in the future? Onoki chimed in, sensing Rasa was feeling amicable. Old fool. I would refuse. Rasa answered plainly with a more honest smile. Onoki's offer seemed good but was simply too risky. Onoki would have a lot to gain from ensuring Gaara never made it back but too little to lose for such. Even war would be unlikely due to the other villages. Onoki was no idiot and likely had considered such. But perhaps thought Rasa was merely too merry to catch on. Unlikely. Gaara's Naruto's paw of Courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Collaboration Jutsu. Personal Atmosphere Level 2. Collaboration Jutsu. Personal Atmosphere Level 2. Gaara couldn't help the wide smile that broke out as he saw Naruto reveal his summon and unleash his chakra. The blonde's wind technique had been troublesome before, but he would be even more formidable now. Was it possible Naruto Uzumaki was not only worthy but even more? Gaara was nothing short of ecstatic to find out. Besides, now he could start to cut loose. With a flex of his chakra, gold sand whirled through the air around him, taking moments to form into large golden spikes. Unlike before, however, Gaara allowed his sand to move in tandem. 2 growing spires spiraled through the air. It forms into 2 large dust devil-looking funnels. Golden dust manipulation. Headstone golden volley, sand devils. Gaara said with a smirk as he glared at Naruto and his newest ally, the small raccoon. So this red-headed human is the one you told me of. Gaara was it? Murray asked as he held up his palms, aiding Naruto in maintaining the technique. Focused even as he began chatting with his summoner. It's the one. Remember how we do this technique, right, Murray? Naruto asks as he starts to lightly stretch and test out his new technique and the power it seems to fill him with. Of course, the Okami clan takes our duty seriously, you know. There's little time to waste anyway, Naruto. You need to remember the limit. Murray answered dutifully. Don't need the mockery, Gaara interrupted. You forget who you face, the arrogance. I will humble you, brother. With a chop of his hand, Gaara commanded the sand devils to spin even faster, the trunk-sized golden spikes cycling them quicker and faster. Gaara smirked as he released his volley. Gaara was surprised, however, as Naruto merely walked to meet the speeding projectiles. For one, he could tell the blonde was tracking their movements easily, whereas, as before, he had struggled. To walk towards it so confidently suggested a defense, a counter, but it would matter little. This attack would make Golden Weasel Hunt look tame. The piercing golden attacks would not be deflected or blasted away. They could not be tanked as Naruto had the orbs. Naruto seemed to disagree with Gaara, however. The wind seemed to move independently as the attacks drew close, similar to Gaara's defenses. Somehow, a wall was seemingly formed that each spike collided with and was destroyed. Somehow, the mere wind repelled one of his stronger attacks. No matter. Gaara had planned for him to survive anyway. Let's see you deal with this foolish brother. Gaara mocked as the living storm that was Naruto Uzumaki continued his march. Gaara whipped the sand devils towards Naruto, who stopped his march and raised both hands. Similarly to the spikes, the sand twisters met the invisible wall. Unlike them, however, it was not repelled or destroyed. Instead, it attempted to grind through the wall. All the while whipping small bits of zone and debris into it. Gaara smiled at the standstill and, with a hand sign, willed the golden dust into it. There was a shrill sound, sand and gold ground against condensed wind and chakra. So much power wasted on why, Gaara was shocked into silence as Naruto slowly sheathed Riptide and crossed his arms. He seemed to grip the air as even more chakra filled the courtyard. Naruto ripped his hands back to their original sides with a silent grunt as if tearing something in two. Gaara felt confused until the 2 sand devils suddenly split in 2. The sand and gold flowed back to Gaara as Naruto completely negated them. It's not wise to use a twister against a powerful wind nature user, Naruto mocked with a smile as he crouched, prepared to leap. You are nothing to me. Gaara roared. Never before had anyone dared to not fear him or crumble before him. His joy was slowly being replaced with rage. Prove it, Naruto answered simply as they suddenly released a hand chop. Gaara rose a brow before suddenly flying back, his face aching as if there had been an impact. Had he been at another painful blow hit his legs, making Gaara's head point to the ground and his legs the sky. Overcoming the sudden pain, Gaara buried himself in a massive amount of sand. Gold forms into several smaller spikes before shooting off to kill Uzumaki. Gold-seeking slivers, living sand pyramid. Naruto knew not what he was doing. Gaara would have to try to remember his plan. Naruto's POV. Naruto frowned as a massive form of sand completely buried Gaara, which formed a giant pyramid that filled half the field. Get your head in the game, lazy bastard. Murray complained. He handled the defensive part of the personal atmosphere and constantly repelled the hastily formed golden blades that badgered Naruto as he observed the large, smooth pyramid of sand. Hey, seriously, this isn't nearly as easy as it looks. Sorry, Murray, Naruto apologized, rubbing his head. I hadn't expected him to retreat like that, especially considering my track record of punching through his defenses, you know. Suddenly, the pyramid writhed as dozens of massive tentacles of sand formed and surged towards them. Their massive size and number cast a shadow over both Murray and Naruto. I'll help out here. Are you ready for a boost? Naruto did not wait for an answer as he drew Riptide, which shined with chakra before a tornado seemed to form around the blade. All the while, Murray worked tirelessly to deflect the constant barrage of gold from all angles. Naruto then began slashing slowly and with power. Each slash unleashed a massive howling line of wind, slicing through each tentacle of sand easily. Naruto marched forward, calling out the technique and preparing the final blow. Personal atmosphere. Slicing wind currents. Naruto called as he finished with a two-handed slash. This ended with a massive, thick line of twirling wind that slashed through each tentacle and collided with the pyramid. There was an enormous screech and boom as the two powerful techniques matched. So much sand was thrown up, and it momentarily blocked the sight of all present. An instant later, Naruto's wind cleared Rev, leaving Naruto holding another iron cup, and he flew towards the pyramid. Now revealed there was a massive groove in it, nearly reaching the center where Gaara was sure to be hiding. Naruto aimed for the groove even as it slowly sealed itself. Once again, the familiar sound of wind and iron slowly shattering filled the arena, and Naruto trusted his uninjured arm to use that powerful and destructive technique. Wind style. Implosive rejection. Naruto called as the cup was once again overwhelmed by the captured wind and shattered, unleashing the storm upon the pyramid. Luckily, due to the weakened structure due to his previous attack, it drills through with ease. Gaara's screams could be heard as the wind tore down the pyramid from within. The redhead eventually shot out of the remnants of the pyramid, covered in cuts, bruises, and blood as he smashed into the ground. The force embedded him slightly into it. Naruto, focused and unwilling to take chances, zoomed toward where Gaara landed. Feeling Murray enhancing his speed with wind making him even faster than before. He appears before Gaara with a raised foot prepared for a kick. Gaara had just managed to crawl out of the hole Naruto had left him. A small amount of sand and gold attempted to shield him. But Naruto empowered his blows with chakra and wind manipulation, and Naruto quickly smashed through them. Hearing a painful crack as his foot impacted Gaara's face, Gaara went flying up into the air. More sand and gold desperately attempting to catch up to aid him. Naruto watched as it did before he lowered himself to jump. He did so and, with Murray's aid and his own physical strength, shot off like a cannon. His speed was so great he surpassed the sand and gold with ease. Smashing his fist into Gaara's ribs and watched as the redhead spat out spit and blood in equal measure. Naruto knows better than to lower the pressure now. Gripped his arms around the waist of Gaara. I always wanted to pull this off in a fight, Naruto said cheekily as personal atmosphere forced him and Gaara to spin through the air as they fell back to the courtyard. The spin increased the force of the hold, making the blonde smile as he prepared to finally break through to Gaara. Here comes the tough love, brother. Naruto powerbomb. What in the universe is a powerbomb? Murray asked as Gaara screamed out. Watch and learn, Naruto yelled as the two impacted into the ground. Naruto was on top, using the spin and fall to land a massive slam, driving Gaara's upper body into the ground. The impact of such shook the entire arena. Even Naruto, from his relatively safe position up top, felt each of his bones vibrate with pain from the effects. Naruto had never done this to someone before, it was mostly just a daydream he often had. Naruto had never met anyone he was sure could survive, and he seemed cruel. Against Gaara, however, it would be the perfect non-lethal finisher. Naruto eyed Gaara suspiciously. The redhead's eyes were seemingly empty. His skin was covered in bruises and cuts, and unlike before, it didn't seem to be healing. Even his sand seemed still. That's a powerbomb. What a barbaric technique. Never pull that again, you bastard. Murray commented exasperatedly. Couldn't you have just slashed or punched him? Oh, come on, it wouldn't have worked. Naruto complained. Besides, tell me that didn't look badass. I suppose it was rather novel. Murray said with a shake of his head. And he is breathing. Well done, Sue. To be fair, that didn't work either, Gaara interrupted the two. Gaara's stance was weak and loose, his eyes bleary and unfocused. Yet his smile was sharp and broad, as if he had no reason to be fearful. Naruto Uzumaki, you more than I ever could have hoped. I was wrong about you, but before accepting such a request, I must insist on one more battle. A more honest one. I'm pretty sure this is over. You look half dead, Yano. Naruto said cautiously. He was confident the fight was over but knew better than to lower his guard. Like I said, let's begin in earnest, Gaara continued. Let's fight as we truly are. Consider it a favor from you, brother. Suddenly, chakra exploded from Gaara in an insane amount, the pure force of which cracked the ground and threw dust and small stones. Naruto flinched but faced Gaara down grimly, determined to end this here. Gaara started to laugh as his incredibly killing intent grew even more robust. Naruto could see those of weaker constitution in the crowd faint from it alone. Before, it felt as if Gaara may kill anyone who bothered him and enjoy it. Now, it felt like he would kill anyone and would be thrilled. It's time, Uzumaki. Gaara bellowed. Time to show them our glory and battle with the gifts we were blessed with. No way, brother. Naruto replied with ease. I intend to beat you with my own strength. You won't have a choice, my dear brother, it begins now. Gaara's laugh turned pained as a startling transformation began to take place. His skin became coarse and dry, looking like patches of sand in constant motions. Lines of blue shined and hummed with pure chakra. The new skin seemed to even grow over his face and clothes. The whites of his eyes darkened as his irises became golden, and his gaze became even more crazed. Shukaku, now the time has come. Gaara cried, his voice shrill and wild. The calm facade he had maintained was discarded in his elevated state. With a powerful pulse of chakra, a pale yellow barrier wrapped itself around the courtyard, seemingly cutting off everyone, even Kakashi, who had been standing outside of it to avoid debris. The final test begins now, brother. Ross's narrator's POV cage box of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. A large pale tan translucent barrier shimmered formed around the courtyard. The dome had capped off the arena, slicing through anything between it and the match. Kakashi nearly was cut in twain as it formed, slicing off the courtyard with a quiet hiss. The barrier was see-through, only adding a slight tan tinge to the sights within. It shimmered every now and then, pulsating with chakra as it did. The entire thing had a presence, filling the surrounding air with a thick foul chakra. Perhaps sensing something was amiss, Kakashi jumped to the rim, cutting off the audience from the courtyard. He stared at it incredulously before firing off several kunai and shuriken at speed most couldn't see. Each bounded off it harmlessly, not doing any noticeable damage. Kakashi nodded before he reached into one of his many pouches and removed a kunai with a tag tied to it. Like the others, he threw it, clearly showing it was a Fuijutsu tag. But like the other, the kunai bounced off the barrier, the tag not reacting in any way. Clearly, the man was frustrated, as he lowered his stance and braced his arm with his other. Chakra and lightning surged around his hand as he powered up the technique. Kakashi wasted no time. He blurred forward and slammed his creation into the dome. It fizzled out the instant it came into contact, having no effect whatsoever. Kakashi jumped back narrowly, avoiding coming into contact with the barrier. What on earth is that? I asked incredulously. What purpose could this serve? Perhaps a setup for an attack. Onoki mused calmly. No. Rasa interrupted their musing stand at his feet, and with a flex of chakra, grains of gold shimmered off him and condensed into a thick strand that flowed around him. Despite his calm facade, he felt a naked panic fill him. This may very well ruin everything. Pakura, he roared. Pakura appeared suddenly, her green and orange hair bouncing at the speed. Her head bowed respectfully as she dutifully waited for her cage order. Rasa felt dread grow throughout his body. But perhaps he worried for no reason. If it didn't, it'd make it clear how much trouble this was to the others. Save Rasa some time that would possibly save this situation. Gaara had always been a wild card, but one Rasa had believed he had it entirely in hand. He would ensure he tightened the leash after this incident. Assuming Gaara hadn't doomed them and started the next great ninja war. Pierce that barrier, Rasa ordered. Pakura merely nodded. Hiruzen and Mifune both rose from his left. Mifune had reason to ensure things went peacefully. His intervention had been expected. Hiruzen, as well, had his own soldier down there. But Rasa felt some panic when arose as well. Surely A sensed the potential for violence, and never being one to avoid such was likely exciting. Now, he hurried Pakura along. The loyal woman nodded again grimly as she set her hands into a sign, ready to do his bidding. The cage, up and moving, was suddenly blocked off by two massive walls of gold. Rasa flinched when a smash to fist through, even more so when Hiruzen's staff and Mifune's blade did as well. But his stall tactic worked. Pakura barked out her jutsu triumphantly. The woman was likely beyond pleased to be of use to him. Rasa watched with a smirk as her jutsu activated, ensuring his attempt was successful. Scorch style. Twin propulsive blast. Pakura called out desperately. Two orbs appeared under her foot, carrying her from the ground below them and starting to lift her up from the ground. An instant later, the orbs pulsated, and a small explosion sounded off. The entire arena shook as the two booms went off at this explosion. But Rasa paid no heed to it, watching as the twin explosions shot Pakura off like a rocket. Rapidly propelling Pakura toward the dome, she smiled as she drew close and began making more hand signs. Scorch style. Great steaming explosive blast. Pakura roared. As she did, several orbs formed around her, merging into one giant that writhed with energy that seemed to heat the air around it. Steam snaked off of it and gave its surroundings an orange glow. My cage has ordered this barrier down, Gaara. You forget your place, Pakura lectured. With that, she shoved her hands toward the barrier, sending the giant orb spiraling toward the barrier. Several shinobi and samurai alike cried out in surprise and fury. But none of them could move to intercept it or stop it meaningfully. But it was clear such an action was seen as criminal. Rasa would usually brace for such a powerful attack, but his suspicions were confirmed when the orb collided. Instead of the powerful, fiery, and sudden explosion it traditionally produced, it merely hissed as it seemed to fade into the barrier. Slowly but surely, it disappeared entirely into the barrier, even the heat and steam fading into it. Explain yourself. Mifune roared as he marched in front of Rasa. His usually relaxed but stern face was not stretched and contorted by rage. He had not bothered to sheath his katana. In fact, he had the point of the blade thrust squarely in Rasa's face. The gall to interfere with this match, as a cage no less. You may not simply act as you please because your blood battles below. To disrespect the rules so brazenly is a mark on our very honor. You'll find we extract quite the toll for such insolence. He likely would have continued his endless rabble, likely giving Rasa a headache. But luckily, he trained his men well. Pakura burst into the box, facing down Hiruzen and with a determined scowl. Mifune glanced over at such, allowing Baki to also dive into the box. Zooming through the air with a blade of wind in hand, he slashed at Mifune. The samurai readily reacted and blocked the strike, though the force made him slide back. Rasa glanced around the room at the tense atmosphere, mainly to ensure no further attacks happen. But the room was still as some of the brightest minds in the world debated what this moment meant. It was fortunate. Despite his strength and the considerable talents of Pakura and Baki, they could not hope to survive a full-blown fight. Even the older samurai was someone to be wary of. He had never seen someone deflect Baki's wind blade, yet alone so casually. If you offer me a moment to explain myself instead of killing me, you may find I have answers that suit your questions. Rasa offered to the room calmly. Such likely seemed absurd to them, but he had learned confidence had a way of ensuring people listened. There is nothing to discuss. Mifune roared as he lowered his stance, appearing to be readying himself to charge the group. You have broken the rules of this establishment and the trust given to you. This is a grave offense in the land of iron. He warned. I always wanted to see that samurai go all out. Besides, the cage here did act out of line. A remarked merrily. Conflict that did not involve him or his forces was always welcomed. It served to weaken his enemies. Rasa kept in mind the man seemed keen on such. Now, Hiruzen objected with forced calmness, standing between Mifune, Rasa, and his guards. It cost us nothing to hear him out. The man turned and offered a harsh glare, filling the room with killing intent. That being said, it had better be a good explanation for this nonsense of my own men being risked. Ah, such conflict reminds me of home. Yugura chimed in whimsically. A hero survives off of conflict. Rasa sighed as he marched forward to stare at the barrier surrounding his son and his son's foe. His mind whirled to earlier days as he started his explanation. Rasa hoped to explain that this may offer him insight or, more honestly, time. As I'm sure many of you are aware, Jinchuriki are human weapons made by sealing a tailed beast into a human. Though we create them in many ways, their inner workings and mechanics are mysterious. Not to mention things like long-term physiology, the psychology of Jinchuriki, and even the limits to their power. Through war and testing, we'd all like to pretend it didn't happen, but it allowed us to make various discoveries regarding them. One that was most recently discovered was that each Jinchuriki seems to have unique abilities. It is different for each beast and notably is only present in Jinchuriki form. The tailed beast never shows use of it, suggesting it is the bond between human and beast that produces this. It was the Cloud who discovered such. Rasa started. We discovered it late into the life of one of my own Jinchuriki. Agreed. The ability was something else. Indeed. Yugura said with a smile. I, too, have access to such an ability. Though I question what this has to do with any. Oh, how interesting, he finished with a smile. Rasa frowned but continued on anyway, recognizing he was in a delicate spot and needed to get out of it before anything else. Well, I actually made the discovery myself years ago. See, on the night of my son's birth, I had arranged for the best care possible. Nurses, doctors, guards, Anbu, truly the best of the best. It was necessary. I had given Gaara his beast before his birth. meaning it was due to be a difficult and life-threatening process. But all was going well. My wife was strong-willed. And despite the great pain and stress she was in, as well as the complications from my meddling, she was doing well. Gara was nearly delivered flawlessly until a hiccup was had. Birth from a perspective of a child is a traumatic and stressful situation. Some infants even suffer some of the effects of trauma from such. Gara must have been similarly spooked. Suddenly, the barrier we saw before us was erected around my wife and son. The nurse holding onto my wife lost an arm as the barrier cut through it. Even more, unfortunately, it had managed to wound my wife. This barrier was the same dome you see before you now. I, enraged and fearful for both my wife and son, attempted to bypass the barrier using all my might. It was unsuccessful, and I was forced to watch helplessly. Giving birth and bleeding profusely, without the aid of help or medicine, my wife delivered my son. But in the process, she lost her own life. I was enraged by such, and once I stopped weeping, I sought to avenge her. I hired assassins and killers alike to take care of Gara. I couldn't do it myself, even I don't wish to kill my own spawn. However, he lived, and despite using it that night to kill my wife, Gara never displayed the ability again. I assumed he did not even know he had it. Surely, the beast did, but that was no concern. Or so I had thought. It seems either he learned to wield it or Shikaku informed him. So he used it just now. I don't see how that is worth risking the life of my genin. Hiruzen complained, marching closer. His gaze had not softened. Think about it, old friend. My son has hidden this ability and revealed it in a match he seems quite keen on, Rasa egged on. Hiruzen shook his head in disbelief. He's using it to trap him. For what purpose? It hardly hinders Naruto in any true way. He asked. He intends to use the power of his beast, potentially unleashing him. It wasn't to keep Naruto in. It's to keep us out. He intends to kill or more than likely torture the Uzumaki and does not wish to be interrupted. Rasa explained. To stop an international incident due to my son's impulsiveness, I hoped Pakura's powerful bloodline would free them. But it seems it will take more. I still fail to see the issue. I chimed in. Why does it matter that it is within the rules of the exam? The exams no longer matter, Rasa said bluntly. My son wouldn't have sealed them off unless he believed we'd interfere. Even Kakashi's interference wouldn't have inspired such a harsh measure. I suspect he'll use the full power of his beast if need be, however. Despite the rules, I believe the blood of a Jinchuriki by another may create some turmoil. I hold no true hatred for Jinchuriki. Mifune said with a frown. I hold them in pity, wretched beings they are. But to allow any creature to unreasonably die on my watch would shame me and my men. The price we extract for such would be costly. He warned. No need for your price. Jiraiya roared as he and Tsunade joined the group facing Rasa. Should my student be killed because you're maniac of a son, I'll kill the both of you. He's a perfect Jinchuriki, Yagura asked with a smile. It served Rasa well, however, as it momentarily shut down the tension in the room. If ever leaked to any cage, such news would be valuable enough to spill blood for. Not truly, but due to his declined mental state, he is better attuned with his beast than most Jinchuriki, Rasa answered honestly. The information being told was valuable, and usually, he'd never give such away with the ease he did. But such was unavoidable with the situation Gara had created. Best to seek their aid and avoid further complications. Regardless, it would be best if we solved the issue first. Waiting may be costly. With this, Rasa snapped his thumbs. Pakura and Baki jumped toward Rasa, landing on a golden disc and hovering in the air. Rasa mounted his own. As I said earlier, I am not sure this barrier can be breached. It would be best if we combined our efforts. The exams are not worth the trouble this could spell for the elemental nations. Rasa said quickly. The three shot off before anyone could question them, shooting into the air above the center of the dome barrier. Jiraiya, come on. Tsunade roared as she leapt from the box and raced toward the barrier. She hadn't needed Jiraiya right behind her as they faced the west side of the barrier. Jiraiya yelled out to the group. It's best if we attack it from all sides. A series of simultaneous and widespread powerful attacks may be able to overwhelm it. As they did so, Mifune followed, leaping out in a streak of silver as they leapt to the east side of the barrier. He dropped into an absurdly low draw stance as he sized up the obstacle. As if I would allow one of mine to suffer on their own, Hiruzen remarked as he raced to face the north side. A growled at the happening as he faced the south side of the barrier, furious. His men had been utterly shown up, and now a mere genin had attempted to seal him off. No such insolence could stand. The violent and now terrifying fight below shocked the crowd into silence. Gasping loudly, shocked to see so many infamous and powerful shinobi suddenly on the move. Each moved with such speed most shinobi and civilians alike could barely process their movements. Instead, they appear to be surrounding the dome. There was a nervous chatter as this carried on before the shocked silence returned as Onoki floated above the orb and loudly coughed. His voice was deep and loud, making the arena shake, obviously from using some jutsu. This damned jutsu. I can never tell when it. Onoki muttered to himself, seemingly unaware of his jutsu working. Before he flinched, subtly smirking as he saw the audience seem to relax slightly, the humorous mistake allowed them to calm down. Anywho, Onoki continued heedless of the humor as if ashamed and bashful. We need to stop this exam. We will dispel this barrier post-haste and deal with these troublemakers. There is no need to fear or panic. The 5 Kage are here and guarantee your safety. Onoki explained. The crowd was silent as such. Even to the native Iron people, the word of a Kage or world leader was nothing to take lightly. But most could not help the anxiety slowly pooling. Everyone had heard tales of the power of Jinchuriki. None wished to see it firsthand. However, if the 5 Kage were to keep them safe. The crowd roared in approval. Rasa watched this all as he and his 2 most trusted men prepared their attempt to stop his son's plot. Seeing the barrier reminded him of the night his wife had died. The same pale glowing orb that had stopped him that night again sought to thwart his plans. It would not. Naruto's paw of Courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Naruto stared warily at Gaara, unsure of his new form or the barrier surrounding them. Dome of Forced Isolation. Gaara cheered madly. It was as if he was overjoyed. He held his face as his roars turned into cackles. So, is there a point to this barrier? Naruto asked as he eyed it curiously. Some kinda ultra-secret technique? Naruto asked with a raised brow. Jiraiya had spent much of their training ironing out Naruto's strategic mind. Including how to use manipulation to farm information from his foes. Hopefully, Gaara whoa. Probing for information already, brother. Gaara howled, his voice deepening as it did. The transformation was complete, and Naruto's ploy had been detected. But why not indulge you? We have plenty of time. This beautiful dome is a gift from Shikaku, unique to any normal jutsu you may encounter. Greater truly. With this technique, I have assured you there will be no interruptions, no more noisy interlopers denying me what is mine. Naruto was utterly perplexed by Gaara's behavior. He hadn't lowered his guard even now, he was certain Gaara had somehow become even more fearsome in this form. And what is yours exactly? You. EXCU. Naruto started but had to duck as suddenly Gaara closed in and attempted to slap Naruto with a massive sand hand. He was slowly growing in size as the sand seemed to aid his strength. He's strong. Murray's voice sounded off in Naruto's head. It appeared he had switched to mental communication. Faster, too, I saw you attempted to repel him. He resisted it with raw strength. This really is the final stretch. Naruto thought as he spun around in the air with absurd speed, a whoosh sounding off from the motion and wind working to empower the blow further, and kicked Gaara square in the face. But to his shock and Gaara's joy, the sandy monstrosity did not budge an inch. Nor did the sand seem to even indent from the power of the blow. However, Naruto had no time to be shocked, as Gaara grabbed Naruto's leg quickly and yanked. Naruto was no stranger to physical might, yet was shocked by the ease with which Gaara whipped him from his feet. The entire time, Murray desperately attempts to blow Gaara away. Naruto. Be amazed later. I will not be a tanuki pancake. Naruto focused back as he willed his chakra and will to double the power of the wind. But Gaara merely chuckled as they held on with ease. Naruto growled as, with a thought, Riptide flew back into his hand. Naruto growled as he filled it with chakra and managed to hack off the giant arm of Gaara's. Naruto and Murray worked in tandem to float above Gaara and stare down at the monster. Be careful not to touch the barrier. Barrier ninjutsu was something the academy had briefly taught them, warning of their effectiveness and counter-defensive measures. Thank Kami, Uzumaki. For a second, I was worried physically and mentally crushing you would be boring. Gaara roared. It would have been a shame if this was boring. It is the start of your new life. I won't be changing Gaara, but you will be, Naruto promised readily. He then started to slash Riptide rapidly, each strike transforming the air around him into blades as they rested above Gaara. Starting now, Naruto screamed as he hurled the storm of powerful blades toward Gaara. Naruto had seen these blades cleanly split massive boulders in two. This would slow him down, surely. Gaara squatted down before he launched himself into the air. Each blade hit its mark, but each dispersed around his tough new skin. Gold shined within it, showing the golden dust had been used to harden part of the hide even further. Naruto could only widen his eyes before Gaara roared triumphantly as his now massive hand wrapped around Naruto. He had finished growing but was quickly 3 times as large as before. With a cruel chuckle, he whipped Naruto to the ground. Shit, 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 shit. Naruto and Murray called out in tandem as they spiked toward the ground at a speed that both appeared to be nothing but a blur. With a wind boom, they both managed to stop their fall before suddenly Gaara flew in from above. Body fully outstretched, he tapped his hands to his knees before re-extending and calling out with glee. Frog splash. The massive Gaara smashed both Murray and Naruto into the ground. All three's enormous impact and weight smashed them through the ground's surface. Fully burning Naruto and Murray, Gaara chuckled as he climbed out of the hole. Get you. It was Gaara's turn to be silent as Naruto burst from the ground, kicking the massive Gaara into the air. He was bloodied and furious. Even poor Murray was covered in dirt, his fur unkempt from the impromptu burial. Naruto and Murray raised both of their left hands and slapped Gaara as if he were mere inches from him. The effect was immediate as Gaara was violently slapped to the ground. The redhead is now buried. Naruto offered no respite to Gaara, and he and Murray punched at Gaara. Another massive and focused gust of wind smashed Gaara even more violently into the ground. Buried even deeper than Naruto and Murray had been. Gaara, though, seemed more annoyed than harmed, leaping out of the hole as if he were unharmed. Naruto and Murray narrowed their eyes and, this time, chopped their hand. The blow instantly cut a shallow line into Gaara's sand skin. However, the force managed to send him back to the ground. Murray, let's keep this bastard down. Naruto roared as he and Murray continued their chops. Each unleashed a speedy, sharp line of wind slowly cutting through Gaara's armor. The force of each made him slowly stumble backward. I can't keep this up. Murray complained. Set him up for the finish already. Murray suddenly was ripped from Naruto's shoulder by a strand of sand. This ended the personal atmosphere level 2, leaving Naruto off guard and falling toward Gaara. He paid no heed to such, instead watching in horror as Murray was being dragged to his sure death. To lose Murray was to lose personal atmosphere level 2, which was the only thing keeping him in it. Surely Naruto should instead attack Gaara while he still could. But Naruto couldn't risk it, and with a small amount of hesitation, he activated the jutsu to dismiss Murray. Just as he had fallen into Gaara's massive hand, the redhead had attempted to crush him. Naruto managed to stop his descent but was still at level 1. Landing on the ground a short distance from Gaara, who was laughing even more uncontrollably. But as he stared at the monstrous Gaara, he knew this battle had become one-sided. So that was the secret, brother, Gaara laughed richly. A summon would be the only way for you to catch up to my level so quickly, at least for a Jinchuriki as untrained in our power as you. But it matters little now. I have removed your little summon. This fight is over. Now, we can begin with the true purpose of our clash today. Which is? Naruto asked fearlessly. Well, first, I'll beat you senseless as I tear into your insecurities. It will surely be a long and debilitating process, but it is necessary to make you into what you should be. Fret not, Uzumaki, for soon you shall not be alone. Gaara ranted. I'm not alone, you damn see. Naruto was silenced as Gaara's massive foot smashed into his entire body. Skidding across the sand beneath, he stopped his painful flight. Silence, brother. I'm working. Scream or fight back if you wish. I will have to break you to make you see the light, Gaara whispered as he stomped after the blonde. Naruto screamed out as he activated Directional Surge, attempting to gain some distance. Gaara reached out with his left hand as if to grab him, and with his unique sand body, Gaara did just that, his limbs stretching absurdly as it jetted out and grabbed Naruto by his left ankle. Naruto reflexively attempted to slice the hand off with a stroke of Riptide. But a crushing left blow to Naruto's back stopped such. As Gaara grabbed his other ankle and raised the blonde above his head, Naruto was stunned. Gaara smashed Naruto into the ground with a cruel laugh, which splintered and collapsed from the force. This left Naruto partially embedded in it as Gaara laughed at Naruto. I was a fool, Uzumaki. I thought I was wrong and might find proof of my cynicism. But here you are, Naruto. So close to being what I need but just unwilling to do so. Use it, fool. Gaara ranted anxiously as if impatient to continue their battle. Naruto faked a groan as he slowly allowed chakra to flow into Riptide. As soon as Gaara looked to grab him, Naruto lanced out, slicing Gaara's face. The redhead howled and stumbled back. Even with his enhanced hide, the combination of the powerful chakra and the sharp and durable Riptide had found its mark. A small amount of blood dripped from the tip. Gaara had grown absurdly strong. Naruto had expected Gaara to use the beast. Jiraiya had assured him of such and offered some advice. Well, at first, they practiced the use of the Kyuubi. But Naruto had heartedly rejected such. It would have been hypocritical of him to use the beast chakra, not his own. Fuijutsu was his next suggestion, but upon seeing the blonde's handwriting, it would take too long to use it safely. So Jiraiya had offered what little advice he honestly could. Hit them hard enough to take them out all at once, unlikely with Gaara's famed defense, or repeatedly hit them hard and fast until they faltered. Jiraiya had warned Naruto this would change the scope of the fight, but it was ridiculous. Gaara growled savagely as he faced the blonde, a cut flowing with blood even through his sand. It had narrowly missed his left eye, leaving a slightly deep line, making the redhead look even more fearsome. Cut. Naruto did not waste time as he attempted to summon clones, but was knocked into the air suddenly. The blonde nearly passed out from the sudden and decisive blow to the chin. But through willpower, he stayed conscious, only to cry out in pain as his ribs are kicked violently by Gaara. Naruto spat blood as he flew away, only to stop suddenly in his flight. Gaara had kept his grip, allowing his arm to stretch. Once he also noticed Naruto had, he reeled him in with a chuckle. Naruto willed his personal atmosphere to free himself. But Gaara's raw strength repelled such with ease. As he pulled in Naruto, he wrapped both arms around his head. Dropping his weight, suddenly Gaara slams Naruto's head violently into the ground. Naruto sees darkness again for a moment, but another painful blow rocks him from such. Gaara had stomped on his chest. He couldn't breathe. Gaara laughed cruelly at such, but Naruto managed to keep his focus and launched Gaara back with a sudden burst of chakra. I'll hit him with everything. Naruto thought as Riptide suddenly beamed in chakra. He had been subtly doing this the entire fight, looking for an opening to unleash it. With a cry of directional surge, Naruto flew forward, closing the distance with Gaara. Arrogant or confident, Gaara launched his limb forward, unconcerned with his uncontrolled flight. Naruto roared with frustration and triumph as Riptide quickly cut through it, leaving the limb falling off. Naruto closed the distance and began a series of fast and precise slashes. Each cut through Gaara's hide and made him roar in pain. Suddenly, Gaara caught Riptide with a sand-globbed hand, simultaneously kicking Naruto back. Naruto allowed himself to do so as he summoned several clones. He flinched, however, and Gaara locked eyes with him and prepared to launch himself. The second he did, he boomed over in an instant. Any clone brave or foolish enough to be in the way dispelled from the collision but slowed Gaara down enough for Naruto to narrowly dodge it. However, his sleeve was caught by Gaara's regrown limb. Instead of pulling it, he shoved it, slamming Naruto through some of the few remaining trees. Naruto skids across the ground from the shove, now beaten and bloody. Gaara appeared above him, confident and relaxed now that Naruto seemed to be slowing down. It's frustrating, isn't it? Gaara asked simply. Being so helpless, feeling targeted, it must be frustrating. But we have the ability not to be such. We are not mere humans. Naruto crawled to his feet slowly. What is a human? He asked numbly. Brother. Gaara asked, confused. What makes a human a human? Is it looks, intelligence, or blood? When does a human stop being a human? You don't know, do ya? Naruto continued, his voice growing in spirit and volume. What is your point? Gaara asked with a raised sandy brow. You can call yourself whatever you want. Be whatever, but we're all human. Naruto countered determinedly. It's not something we choose to be or something that is amazing. But it's you, brother. Despite his haggard and beaten up appearance, he seemed sharp and ready to tango still. You intend to fight until you die. You cannot win. Perhaps he'll have mercy if you surrender and agree to his terms. A deep voice sounded from within Naruto. It was the Kyuubi. Would you ever surrender? Surely a monster like you can understand what it means to accept defeat. Naruto mentally snapped back. His anger made his hesitation disappear. Two clones who had survived Gaara's earlier attack appeared behind Gaara, each thrusting Riptide towards his back. Naruto raced from the front as they did. Before they could land their surprise attack, electricity burst from the back of Gaara. The two bolts arced through the air before stabbing into the clones. Seeing the electricity, Naruto attempted to stop, sliding as he drew closer. Gaara chuckled merrily as more electricity burst from his body and surged into Naruto, who screamed out in pain, stumbling back as he did. Unknowingly, the blonde dropped Riptide. But I had little time to consider things such as Gaara rammed into Naruto bodily, sending him bodily rolling across the ground. You thought I was a mere brute, relying on the strength of my beast. A one-trick pony. Brother, you are as foolish as you are stubborn. Gaara explained as he marched toward the slowly rising Naruto. I discovered my element and mastered it years ago. Then, I came up with a technique for it, one that requires some setup. All this gold in the air and ground acts as a conductor of electricity, a superior one. In fact, these conductors act like lightning rods, attracting my lightning nature chakra. It leaves me to blast a powerful burst of electricity that race it into the surrounding area. It leaves the victim helpless, as it were. Gaara blasted him again as he drew closer, but with a scream of pain, Naruto dived forward and unleashed a powerful haymaker at Gaara. Further boosted by a simultaneous blast of wind, Gaara did not react as he kicked Naruto down and blasted him again. Naruto needed to fight back. To rally somehow. This one agrees that this one would not surrender in this situation. But I am practically immortal and powerful beyond comprehension. You are a slightly remarkable Jinchuriki. I have to win. Naruto mentally bellowed back, though his voice screamed in pain as Gaara played with him. Switching from battering to shocking the blonde on a whim. This one has been called prideful, yet this one is more than you humans. If this one were to lose, it would never be slain. Pain and mortal injury are mere inconveniences to this one. For you, it is more than you can bear. This one believes winning these exams is not worth the peril and torture you are going through. Your damned point. Naruto thought back in between screams. Why? I don't care that much about winning these exams. I want to try my best, but, this is more than that. Gaara is just like me. I could have ended up like him. I can see it so plainly. What does it matter what could be? Reality is much crueler than such. But if I was him, I'd be desperate to be saved, to be proven wrong, for someone to stand against and make me see the truth. You act as though acting selflessly is something to be commended. This one has always acted in its own interest. Such is the nature of life, all creatures do it to some extent. Acting like you do is what humans call self-destructive, what makes your way, right? It isn't. But if we strive to better ourselves over time, things will improve. Even if they don't, we need to be better. Surely, with all this power and abilities we've been given, we can be more than weapons or freaks. Naruto heard nothing from the Kyuubi. For a while, Gaara kicked him around. It took all of his willpower to stay conscious. Touch your fist to Gaara's paw. Kyuubi commanded simply. Naruto was delirious from pain and exhaustion, but he was determined to listen. He would not give up. Ino's paw of audience section of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. We need to help him. Ino cried desperately. She attempted to race forward but was stopped by Neji. Ino nearly tore his head from his shoulders, but the intense look and aura around Neji gave her pause. Neji was as upset as her yet maintained his calm. Thank you. Neji started through gritted teeth. We saw that the woman's impressive attack failed to breach it. Though we know the basics of barrier ninjutsu, we know not how to breach it. We're useless. Fu was being held back like Ino. It takes both Samui and Tenten to hold back the powerhouse. This is bad, Sai said simply. The fake smile he normally wore was gone, and his face locked into a scowl. The sand has failed to keep their beast in check. We can't afford to lose Naruto. If only. Shut it. Tenten chimed in as she struggled to keep Sai in check. God damn it, how strong is she? It would be cool if you listened, Fu, Samui stated as she barely managed to hang on. Screw that. Naruto needs help, Fu cried. There is no helping him. He either finds a way to survive or perishes. Sai replied dryly. The entire group of onlookers seemed to tense at the sentence. Some are furious, and others fear its accuracy. Use your damn heads. A voice snapped, silencing the turbulent group. To the surprise of the collected genin, the lazy Shikamaru objectified. The ordinarily relaxed and droning voice had been replaced with a sharp loudness that pierced through their disagreements. His face, which was typically locked into a bored stare, was sharp and creased as he watched his best friend be beaten. Sai is partially correct. We, as in us inexperienced and unremarkable genin, can't help him. He continued as he marched to the railing and clutched it hard enough for the metal to creak. The odd sight of the intelligent and calm Shikamaru having an emotional outbreak kept objections from sounding out. But he's not helpless. We have all 5 Kage here, at least some will be motivated to interfere. So hopefully, they can save him, but if I'm being honest. I think we've had enough of your honesty. Ino snapped. Truthfully, she saw truth in his words but was beyond the point of reason. Seeing Naruto being victimized and unable to rush to his defense seemed to hurt her as much as the blonde did. Maybe you should shut your fucking mouth. Ino felt shame at her burning anger, but it did little to calm her. Shikamaru had been her friend before the formation of Team 7. Their families were close. She thought she. If I'm being honest, Shikamaru snapped again. You all need to have more faith in Naruto Uzumaki. Faith? Sai asked incredulously. I recognize emotions have their place, but surely you recognize. I recognize that Naruto was in the remedial exams mere months ago. I recognize he has repeatedly managed to prove those who look down on him wrong. I recognize Naruto Uzumaki has coasted his way through these exams. Kuretsuchi started, but a hand over her mouth from Samui silenced her. I recognize Naruto Uzumaki doesn't understand how to quit or go against his word. He won't die today, nor will he fail. Naruto Uzumaki will show us all again the kind of shinobi he is. The kind I'm proud to call my friend. Shikamaru concluded. Ino's and everyone else's stunned silence was enough to answer how effective Shikamaru's words were. Rasa's, Hiruzen's, Tsunade's, Mifune's, A's, narrator Pav, surrounding courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Rasa hovered over the barrier with a determined scowl. This ginormous dome was like someone had erected a monolith to his failures. A giant, unsightly reminder of a night he would give anything to change. Baki and Pakura hovered near him, both floating upon platforms of gold. Both had been present as guards the night of Gaara's birth. As such, they were wisely silent, preparing themselves for their individual most potent techniques for what was next. Rasa had studied barrier ninjutsu after that night. It would have been foolish not to after his wife's untimely demise. As such, he knew it was theoretically possible to penetrate them with brute force. There were noted accounts in the olden, more bloody days of the past that showed such examples. However, they needed more specifics. Perhaps he should have sought counsel with one of the old goats. Can you hear me? A male smooth voice sounded from within his head. Nerves snapped for an instant, but as a hesitant ally of the leaf, he was familiar with this. Yes, Rasa answered back simply. Good work, Inoichi. I had planned to ask you to set this up, but excellent work without my input, Hiruzen answered as well. Ah, I've heard tale of this. Mifune was apparently part of this as well. This is the unique jutsu of the Yamanaka, correct? Indeed. Inoichi sounded off. However, the reason I started the "Hey, can you hear me as well? Been years since I've been subjected to this. I sounded off as well. Why was I even included?" Rasa sighed mentally but was annoyed when such was somehow mentally audible. "We merely figured a man of your stature would be insulted by the insulation that this mere barrier could bar your path." Hiruzen saved them from a pointless argument with his blatant attempt at manipulation. "Ha, I see you as slippery as ever, you old fool." A roared happily from within their heads. "Fine, I will aid you pathetic lot just this once. Jiraiya and I will as well." Tsunade chimed in. "Was gonna do a call entrance, but sure ruin it." Jiraiya complained. "The point of this." Rasa cut to the chase. He could never stand how eccentric and powerful a shinobi tended to be. It was distasteful, to say the least. "Right," Hiruzen started. "I have studied barrier ninjutsu for years. Inoichi runs my barrier department. My point is that I have the knowledge to give us the best chance to actually manage this. Cowardly leafs showing their true colors as always." I taunted. "My attack will breach this barrier with ease. We shall see if your strike pierces true." Mifune moved along with a quick line. "Continue, Hiruzen. If we all strike the barrier with various powerful jutsu simultaneously from our current position, we may just overwhelm the jutsu's chakra limit. Doing such should lead to the barrier collapsing, allowing us to end this farce," Hiruzen explained. "Wouldn't that risk the civilians?" Tsunade asked. "Nah," Jiraiya answered. "That sexy explosive lady's attack was proof it absorbs chakra or at least energy. It's meant to keep it from being whittled away, but if we overwhelm it, it should keep the reactions to a minimum." "As good of a plan as any." Rasa agreed. "I shall give count." "Understood." Mifune signed off. "Will do, old bastard." Tsunade agreed. "We need to move quickly." Jiraiya said his anxiety over his pupil being beaten was palpable from voice alone. "I suppose I'll play along." I hesitantly agreed. "Excellent. On your mark, Rasa." Hiruzen agreed. Rasa's eyes had closed as he focused on the mental discussion. They now snapped open with intent. "Pakura and Baki, prepare to strike in tandem with me. Your best defensive bypassing attacks. Preferably ranged, as we do not know what contact with the barrier will entail. Likely a painful demise." "Sir." Baki answered simply, as with a series of snaps, he wielded several blades of wind, each rotating around him. "As you wish, Kazekage-san." Pakura agreed. She began the same series of hand signs for the techniques she wielded earlier. Rasa nodded as gold pooled above his head. It separated into large golden orbs, each floating in place as they started to swirl from within. 1, 2, 3, now. Rasa mentally screamed as he began to bellow his next technique. Now was the time to redeem his past failure. Wind style. Blades of wind revolving wheel. Baki called as he hurled the spinning blades of wind. Each buzzed as they zipped through the air. Scorch style. Great steaming explosive blast. Pakura called a massive glowing orb of chakra, shooting off toward the barrier again. Golden dust manipulation. Golden geyser volley. Rasa yelled in rage as each of his orbs shot their mass out in a beam of solid gold. The combined blast of techniques rockets toward the dome. The audience gasps at the powerful techniques racing toward the center of the arena. Rasa watches as civilians scramble to escape. Informed samurai and shinobi rush to calm and contain them. But they will only settle once they are confident they will not be torn asunder. Hiruzen's POV. Hiruzen, in many ways, felt as if he had failed Naruto Uzumaki. The boy's father had been Hiruzen's pride and assurance in many ways. Hiruzen retired quickly, knowing that such a capable and passionate young man would take his place. He certainly had been old enough for it. Yet the man had fallen in combat as every Hokage had before him, leaving a son and wife behind. Hiruzen had also lost people that day, and being forced back into his abounded post had been weary and unfocused. Kushina had always been independent and private. As such, Hiruzen had not worried much for Naruto Uzumaki. He had figured the boy would become someone he would treasure, but trusted it to happen without his interference. The exams showed that despite the coldness of the decision, it worked out primarily for the best. Naruto was a mix of his mother and father and seemed to Hiruzen to be the following legend of the leaf. But his decision was clearly flawed. Naruto was now fighting a perfect Jinchuriki. Hiruzen had battled the beast, and even Jinchuriki ordered many to combat them. Usually an experienced Anbu squad, preferably, one with few Ijutsu knowledge. But this mere genin was battling something that awfully resembled. Hiruzen had made the mistake of allowing an asset to be risked. Now, he has rectified this mistake. He allowed his chakra to flow in earnest. His power made the very ground creak. His mind, a weathered but efficient machine, whirled as it considered the best attack. Barriers were tricky. Some were weaker to physical attacks, some more energy-based. Perhaps a mix. He was called the Professor of Shinobi for a reason. It was time to do his duty and show these younger shinobi how the veterans do it. 1, 2, 3, now. Rasa roared in his mind. Self-collaboration technique. Hiruzen bellowed as he began his hand sign sequence. He was the only ninja capable, well alive and known anyway, able to use 2 different elemental jutsu at once. It was useful. Fire style. Great dragon flame and earth style. Mud dragon's roar. 2 giant dragons burst to live behind Hiruzen. One was made of liquid, moving earth. It lazily moved as it gazed upon the barrier. The other was surging fire. It roared before it glared at the barrier. Both spat their terrible breath, one a mix of stone and mud, the other pure flames. The streams combined, creating a slurry of flaming mud and stone that raced toward the barrier. Tsunade's POV. It was surreal standing in an arena like this. It had been a different one when she had been trying for Chunin. In fact, she was sure it hadn't even looked like this, certainly hadn't gone like this, yet it reminded her of the past all the same. Perhaps that was why she felt so motivated. Naruto was a complicated pain for her. Tsunade was loath to admit it, but Naruto was a remarkable young man. He had proved to be much more of a shinobi than she would have ever believed. But that was not what caught her attention. Naruto was proud and determined like Naoki had been. Naive to a lesser extent but with a will that made her sure they would persist regardless of the difficulty. Tsunade had always found this admirable and something she had once sworn to protect. It made Tsunade both yearn to speak to the blonde and want to avoid him, a conundrum. Yet Tsunade could not be bothered by merely that. Somehow, the blonde also reminded her of Dan. His high sense of morality, the open passion he had moved with, and the caring that made it so endearing, even his odd and, at times, masochistic sense of honor. It was nice to remember him, but like Dan and Naoki, it seemed Naruto had bitten off more than he could chew. Tsunade flinched as Naruto coughed up blood. As Gaara drew closer, he snapped up and managed to pick up and slam Gaara through a tree in an impressive show of strength. Though based on the laughter, it had merely bought him time. Perhaps she was simply feeling her actual age. But Tsunade did not intend to let history repeat itself. I knew it. Jiraiya cheered. You like the brat too. What of it? Tsunade asked haughtily. He's familiar. Jiraiya frowned at such. I figured he might be. Jiraiya had always been respectful of Dan despite the fact he had won the woman he loved. It was one of the few reasons Tsunade put up with the man. We gotta help him, princess. Use your Odama Rasengan, Tsunade ordered. Jiraiya, used to working with his temperamental teammate, did as she asked, raising it above his head. I thought he said ranged attacks. He did, and it will be, for me. Tsunade roared, barely able to contain the excitement in her voice. What does that? Tsunade didn't bother listening to the rest. Instead, she bent low, distracting Jiraiya from his dog-like tendencies. Leaving him defenseless as Tsunade suddenly grabbed an ankle and ripped Jiraiya from his feet as if uprooting a weed. Jiraiya screamed and barely managed to stop the Odama Rasengan from contacting them and killing them both. He was reliable like that. Tsunade threw the man savagely at the barrier. Whoever said violence never solved anything obviously hadn't tried throwing them harder. Mifune's POV. It had been a rough few days for the old samurai. Truthfully, Mifune felt each of his years as if they were weights tied to his back. The heaviest of which was undoubtedly the unavenged murder of Reizo. But the most recent 2 were just as shameful, leaving Mifune nearly shaking from rage. The first several Leaf Genin disappeared during the exams. All of which were on the grounds of the Iron Arena. As all hosts do, Mifune had ensured, within reason, the safety of his colleagues' men while on his land. Yet several had disappeared, all of which seemed to violently do so. It weighed heavily on Mifune to disappoint Hiruzen. Of the 5 Kage, he always seemed the most reasonable. He is selfish for his land and manipulative as any politician. But the man acted with honor and had always been true to his word. Mifune could respect such and worked tirelessly to find his genin. Only for Hiruzen's arguably most valuable genin to now be in peril and, despite their efforts, may perish. If Naruto Uzumaki were to die now, it would shame not only Mifune but the land of iron as a whole. Mifune could not allow such. Gaara had seen fit to erect a barrier in the path of a samurai. While Mifune and samurai were intelligent creatures, they had never taken well to limits or been shamed. As Mifune lowered himself to the ground, he allowed his chakra to flow like it hadn't in years. His sheath vibrated with energy as he prepared his slash. He would hold nothing back. A samurai did not allow obstacles to stand in his path unaddled. Let my blade strike true. Severe execution. Absolute bisection. Mifune roared as he drew his blade. A massive line of chakra raced through the ground in front of him, surging toward the barrier in a brilliant showing of lights. A's POV. A was not blind to Hiruzen's attempt to play him to get his aid. And as much as it made his blood boil, it did not make his words any less accurate. How could A, the greatest rakeage of the most extraordinary village, allow a mere upstart to impede him. Hiruzen had been right. It was a show of arrogance from Gaara. And as a senior shinobi, I would educate him on his folly. And if the little freak was killed in the process, all the well. I allowed his chakra to flow into his left arm. It became coated in lightning so fierce that it made the room glow white. Furthermore, it would lead them to believe A compliant. It was annoying to think these lessers thought they could never be on the same level but acceptable to further their goals. Besides, letting them go on was free PR for his enemies. I could not let such stand. I marched toward the platform outside the cage box. He had no need for hand signs or any significant buildup. Such was beneath a man of his caliber. I would use a mere fraction of his power with only one hand and smash through this barrier and the Jinchuriki inside. He would excused. After all, he was only trying to help. I flicked his wrist, unleashing a massive storm of lightning that outshined even Gaara's. Narrator. Civilians wildly slammed into the equally panicked samurai. Only the veteran shinobi among them held together the fragile morale. Even then, it barely managed to keep the crowd from stampeding. Even those among the audience who kept their cool flinched at the massive display of power being shown both within and outside the dome. Anbu hastily formed their own barrier ninjutsu in case of significant splashback. But even some among them were stunned by the display before them. The Chunin hopefuls watched in shock at the events before them. Some cheered at the chaos, others prayed for Naruto, and others even prayed for Gaara. Sasuke, the proud man, felt inferior watching the battle below. The two could even match his speed with raw speed. Even Shikaku and Kurama watched from within their host. Both are interested in what will happen that day. Each powerful attack collided with the barrier at the same time as expected. Unexpectedly, however, they were all into it. The dome glowed with latent energy, heating the air around it and evaporating whatever water was present. It looked as if, for the moment, the cage's gambit had paid off. The dome did flicker, but it returned with the same glow. The attempt had failed. Even the cage looked on in shock. Naruto's Gaara's narrator Pav Courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Naruto's entire body ached. His mind whirled with random thoughts, and his body moved independently, in sync with his mind. Determined to fight and struggle even if it killed him. Naruto rolled through Gaara's impact, sending him flying again. Gaara had already closed the distance, so Naruto sidestepped the lunge and smacked Gaara in the face with both feet. It made the redhead stumble, but that long arm slammed into Naruto's ribs and knocked him down once again. His ribs ached with sharp pain. Many were broken, and they had been broken multiple times now. Naruto supposed he was either extremely fortunate he healed or unlucky. At least it kept him in the game. Gaara lunged forward again, and Naruto's mind raced to what the Kyuubi had said. His gut trusted it. Suddenly, Gaara stumbled as the dome around them flickered before returning to normal. Gaara had stumbled in pain and seemed stunned. It was now or never. Naruto raced forward and locked his hand with the sandy paw of Gaara. This one is glad you listened. Let's see if you can take advantage. The Kyuubi bellowed before Naruto's vision went dark. Naruto's paw. It was as if Naruto blinked. Suddenly, instead of the iron arena, he stood in a desert. As far as Naruto could see, all he could see was sand. Some are in massive mountain-sized dunes, and the rest are flat. Unlike the deserts Naruto had been told of, there were no cactuses or minor green life among them. All of it was sand. So that's why this little shit did that. Kurama, you piece of shit. Shikaku had a plan with Gaara. Now, the little creep will complain. An odd, shrill voice boomed. It made the sand tremble for its force, yet was not as deep or smooth as the Kyuubi. This one does not go by much anymore. The more familiar Kyuubi sounded off. Naruto turned around only to see an incredible sight before him. The Kyuubi, in all its tale, hadn't been justice. The beast easily outsized the dunes around him. It would likely be a disaster even if it moved quickly. Its eyes were red, and its 9 tails twirled lazily. Just being by the beast made Naruto feel insignificant. Amplifying the feeling was the massive beast beside it. Unlike the Kyuubi, it looked almost like a giant misshapen tanuki. Naruto was glad Murray did not see it. The little critter would likely disapprove of it. However, the likeness was only shaped as the massive beast was made entirely of shifting sand. Lines of blue, glowing chakra pulsed throughout it. It almost looked like. Hey, Naruto said, calling them out. Big fox and raccoon thingy. Ah, this little ant is too cocky. Glad my Gaara is gonna torture you to insanity or kill ya. Insanity made Shikaku way better. This one disagrees. The Kyuubi countered bitterly. Watch yourself. By the way, brat. This is your only chance to win here, and this one is more than happy to take such a thing away. Naruto went silent for a moment at that. Where are we? Inside my mind, brother. Gaara sounded off from behind Naruto. The blonde turned around to see a massive pyramid of sand before him. It seemed to stretch into the sky, yet somehow, Naruto could plainly see Gaara at the peak. I suppose Kerr. This one is limited in what it can do here. But it can make your feeble mind shatter. Gaara of the Sand. The Kyuubi. Gaara amended with ease, nodding at the beast. Thought that if you were able to overcome me here it may give you the edge needed to win. I fail to see how, however. Assuming you could even do such, I'd crush you immediately following. Your mind? Naruto asked, confused. I thought only Yamanaka could do that. You being this one's host allows you access to a mental state humans cannot normally achieve. Furthermore, this one can allow you to share such with humans. Kyuubi convinced Shikaku to do such. Why? Gaara demanded. Shikaku may work for you, but Shiaku does not care about your goals. Shikaku wants to be entertained. Naruto raised a brow, but Gaara merely nodded. As you wish, Gaara answered. But will this truly entertain? It is meaningless. It would be. The Kyuubi agreed. But Shikaku and this one have agreed that whoever wins shall be healed slightly. If Gaara Naruto is left unhealed, he will be at your mercy. If Naruto wins, he will be healed, and Shikaku will make you pay a toll. This one rather likes the idea. Shikaku does as well. As it were, Gaara suddenly deflected a blast of chakra with sand, glaring at Naruto, who knew he was floating at eye level. Time to show you I'm stronger, mind and body, brother. The pyramid writhed as countless strands raced for Naruto. Naruto was gobsmacked. He could not dodge or counter all of them. There were hundreds of massive ones. This one will inform you, Uzumaki. You are not limited as you would be in your own world. Naruto's eyes widened as he willed his mind. Suddenly, hundreds of Naruto's forms slashed a storm of chakra blades with their riptides, each slashing through the sand with ease. But Gaara merely chuckled as massive waves of sand surged forward. Each is well over 100 feet long. Naruto willed the clones away and growled at them. He was tired of being on the back foot. Get out of my way. Naruto screamed as he slashed once. Each wave suddenly collapsed into itself, sliced in two. Gaara's pyramid was cut in two, leaving the redhead to fall into the desert and sink deep within the ground. Naruto imagined wind forming into massive hands that reached deep within the sand. He imagined them ripping Gaara free and beamed like Gaara had just done that. Looking as if he was held by an invisible massive hand. I'm not done yet, Naruto taunted. With a flick of his accurate wrist, Gaara was sent careening into the remnants of his pyramid. You cannot defeat my Uzumaki. Gaara bellowed as he rose from the sand, and two massive sand Gaaras formed. Each could not be seen fully as their heads stretched into the sky. It mattered little however because Naruto flinched as both raised massive fist and slammed them towards the blonde. Give up. Naruto felt a sliver of fear crawls into him. But gritted his teeth. Stand tall. Your mental strength becomes true strength here, a voice sounded off from within his mind. It gave him the confidence he needed. Naruto lowered Riptide and instead raised a palm toward the giants. Right as the fists were mere inches from colliding, they froze. Suddenly, twisters formed from within their arms. The tornadoes tore the giant Gaaras apart and flung the real Gaara toward Naruto. Naruto's mind raced for the right words to say. But he had never been a poet or anything. Naruto went for what felt natural. Shut the fuck up. Naruto bellowed as he zoomed through the air and slugged Gaara as hard as possible. As soon as the fist connected, the entire realm seemed to darken. Naruto felt the odd darkness return to him, and as he did, two beasts conversing was all he heard. This one was right, he may be different. Shikaku doubts it, but Shikaku's word is his word. This one agrees, lying is for weak humans. Naruto's pav. Naruto blinked as he realized he was staring at a stunned Gaara. Not the monstrous form he had taken but his usual human self. Furthermore, Naruto realized that the barrier was gone. He still felt nothing but pains and aches as exhaustion settled in. Naruto had been at death's door before, so it was better. Even with the boost, however, it took all of his strength to stand. Despite that, Naruto found more and marched forward, determined to see it through. Gaara blinked, seemingly caught up like Naruto and aware of what had happened. How did you? I assume that place uses willpower or something from us as strength. Naruto asked between pants. If so, you never stood a chance, ya know. And no, stay away, you fool. Gaara screamed as he fell back onto his rear. I will lead our people to a better future. I recognize the true order of the world. I am change. No, Naruto answered simply. He tripped slightly, the exhaustion getting the better of him, but managed to recover. I know what you really are. This shifted something in Gaara. Gaara's pav. No. Gaara willed his sand to grab and crush the fool before him. However, for the first time in his life, his sand did not listen. Where had it gone? Gaara, you must listen. An odd voice called out. But it knew different from what it asked. He could not retake it. Indeed, not even his own blood would reject him. Gaara had told him the truth, offered him a path he could have never found, and even now, he worked tirelessly to recruit him. Now, even Naruto would say those accursed words. What a monster. A beast. A murderous psycho. I am what I have been made. Gaara roared manically. Perhaps, Naruto answered as he drew within mere feet of Gaara. Gaara had lost access to Shikaku and its powerful abilities. His gold was scattered and would take a while to gather enough to be useful. But Gaara had just enough chakra for one last jutsu. Let him draw a close. Gaara would end this. But more than anything, Naruto started as he drew back a fist. Gaara did not let him finish. The fear would not let him. Instead, he called out shrilly. Lightning style. Murderous voltage river. Gaara screamed. A massive flowing wave of lighting flew forward and enveloped Naruto mere inches from Gaara. Naruto froze as his muscles locked, and he screamed out in pain. Gaara cheered in jubilation as he maintained it, dropping every ounce of chakra into it. Gaara would not let this fool say it. Gaara ran out of chakra, and Naruto, perhaps frozen in pain and shock, stood still. Gaara nearly mocked him before the blonde surged forward in a shocking burst of speed. Gaara cried out in fear as Naruto once again reared back his fist. But instead of a powerful punch, Naruto's fist lightly rapped his forehead, specifically on his love tattoo. You're incredibly lonely. Someone who feels like they have nothing to live for, so you rejected your humanity. You lash out not because you're evil but because you're hurting. And in some weird and slightly creepy way, you're my brother, Naruto said softly before he collapsed onto the ground. Naruto was breathing but did not stir or rise again. I won. Gaara didn't feel like he won, however. Narrator. Kage, shinobi, samurai, and civilians were frozen in shock from the events. However, a certain Cyclops marched forward dutifully. Gaara watched as Kakashi Hatake drew close. If he was in a reasonable state of mind, he might have felt fear or moved, but Gaara was as stunned as everyone else. Kakashi bodily shoved Gaara back, who was immediately grabbed by Rasa and surrounded by several samurai. But Kakashi paid no heed. Instead, he picked up the unconscious, bruised, and bloodied Naruto. As he walked him toward the medical section, the signlessly activated a voice jutsu. Gaara of the Desert Winds. Naruto's POV Mindscape. Naruto Uzumaki was never someone to be described as lazy or relaxed. He often pursued his goals somehow or goofed off as if his life depended on it. Yet Naruto had to admit recent days had seemed to lean to the former. Naruto had spent literal months focusing on his growth. The first mission of Team 7 and the Mizuki incident had enforced the importance of such into him relatively early in his career. He had been dedicated and tireless. Naruto spent most days training, planning, or mediating anything he could to work towards his goal. Naruto had never known why, but he never felt relaxed if he was working towards something. He could enjoy some time to kick back, but Naruto felt it had to be earned. Besides, Naruto had never heard of a Hokage who had shunned hard work. Naruto had never heard of Hokage who failed either. Gaara had defeated him. Naruto felt a small sliver of doubt worm its way into his head. Perhaps it was excusable to most, but the blonde had always strived to keep his word, to rise to the occasion, to stand confidently, and to use his determination to force his way forward. But that hadn't worked. Naruto pondered over the fight for a moment, remembering the clash, the pain, the mistakes, what worked and what didn't. Despite the shame Naruto felt, he also felt pride. He had known Gaara would be an opponent unlike any before, and he had been right. Yet Naruto had not shied away and had stood toe-to-toe with him. Naruto had faced a stronger foe head-on and nearly won. But the gap between their powers simply had seemed too large. He had been aware of it, but the extent had been shocking. Naruto had known somehow that Gaara was powerful, perhaps even more so than himself. But he had been sure his growth would have been enough. After that final month, Naruto felt incredible. It formed into an easy confidence. Naruto had simply been able to envision himself powering through and besting Gaara. Jiraiya had warned him against such, in fact. Jiraiya had predicted this. The man had warned Naruto that defeat was likely without using his own beast. Offered to aim him in learning such, but Naruto, even now, would have refused. Naruto was more than a damn Jinchuriki. He had come so far. He didn't need some beast to do it for him, or did he? No. Naruto screamed mentally. Failure was nothing new to him, but he had always achieved despite it. Facing it time and time again had numbed the blonde to it. The pain was great, but he knew it was only momentarily. He found a way that others would have never found, simply by being too stubborn to surrender. It had failed him here, yet Naruto was certain it would be different next time. In fact, he knew it was. Naruto would make sure of it. The only way forward was to continue. So even if he faced Gaara or even someone somehow more fearsome. It seems to this one you may be too concerned moping to talk to this one. Should this one wait till later? You human break down often, the booming voice of the Kyuubi sounded. Naruto opened his eyes and realized once again he was in the sewer system, now facing the Kyuubi. Water still dripped from the filthy and moss-covered walls of the sewers. It gathered into a puddle that filled the bottom of it. The cage was the only thing dry and pristine. The large bars completely seemed incapable of housing such an absurdly large creature. Yet it did not attempt to test the bars, likely knowing better than anyone how pointless it would be. It was just as terrifying as last time, yet it seemed a tad bit different somehow. As if it was more bored than infuriated to see its host. You choose defeat, boy. Do not regret it. Naruto felt his anger surge as he kicked up to his feet and stomped toward the cage. Even in his rage, he had the sense to stop short. Knowing to draw too close to the beast would be a risky venture. But Naruto glared right into the giant pupil of the Kyuubi. The beast was stooped low, the left side of its face pressed against the bars to gaze upon Naruto easily. It was massive, thick, wild orange fur, only broken by its large canines and red eye. The eye alone was significantly larger than him. Maybe I did, Naruto said frostily. I had to. If I had used you to defeat him, it wouldn't have been a victory, it would have been admission of his point. A pointless loss. Ah, this one knows what this is. The Kyuubi droned on with an amused smile. The foolish pride of you humans. That foolish sand human believes himself something more than he is, and you think that you would be anything without this one. It doesn't matter what or who I am now. Naruto retorted with speed. His rage and determination filled him, seeming to melt away the shame and regret. I won't be so in the future. I'll keep growing and become the best of the best. I'll even make you acknowledge me. I don't care how many times I fail. I always get back up, and never shy away from the task. As if it means anything. The Kyuubi roared as it openly mocked Naruto. It is no great task to be too prideful and too foolish to know when to quit. This one is unimpressed, to think this one's vessel is beneath the weakest of its brethren. Bullshit. Naruto spoke simply. You ins. I'm not stupid, Kurama. You helped me there. We both know it. There was some sort of reason. Before that, you had hated me, and now you have assisted me. You wouldn't do that if you despised me. For whatever reason you seemed content enough to give me a fighting chance. Don't get it confused. I don't care if you think I'm a failure or resent me. I intend to keep living my life, ya know. But it would be a lie to say I wouldn't prefer it if we could be allies, Kurama. We're stuck together. It doesn't have to be like this. Naruto attempted to reason. Before he could utter another word, the form the Kurama writhed as massive claws slammed into the bars, causing a boom and the awful screech of meat being scratched. Though the bars held firm, Kurama continued to scream rage. Even pain as the bars reacted by arcing electricity into the beast. Though it hardly seemed more than inconvenienced by such. You dare utter the name of Kurama. The nine-tailed fox, the Kyuubi, ravager of the leaf, and strongest of the tailed beast. Kurama continued to rage as if Naruto had committed the gravest of offenses. It's just an. It is more than you could ever hope to comprehend, human. Kurama snapped back. It was still rage-filled, but the now icy fury, instead of the theatrical fury, stunned Naruto. It was given to this one by the only human ever worth the chakra they were gifted. This one will not have you dare besmirch it by uttering it with your I'm sorry. Naruto interrupted the beast softly. His body half bowed as he faced the Kyuubi. Naruto felt shame return at him for so carelessly treating the beast. He had been upset after his defeat and had ignored the Kyuubi helping him. Naruto knew the beast had no need to do so and even stood to potentially gain something should Gaara continue. I didn't know it would upset you. If I'm honest, I lashed out due to the stress of this moment. Always been a bit impulsive, ya know. Honestly, I was so excited when I heard your name. It was nice to feel like I understood you better. But I won't say it if it offends you. As if a pathetic human could ever. God damn it, be reasonable, you damn fox. I sure as hell don't like you either. Newsflash, this makes my life suck, too. Maybe if you could be decent to me for 2 seconds, we could have a better situation for both us. Naruto roared in anger, his fury overriding his fear. Kyuubi so coldly rejecting his attempt to patch things up and insulting him was growing tiresome. Hell, he was fed up with the damn fox treating him as a lesser. Naruto did not need to deal with more arrogant assholes today. The Kyuubi seemed shocked by Naruto's defiance. Before it regained its control, sighing heavily as it regarded the blonde. This one must be the superior being, this one is an accept your ignorance. The Kyuubi spoke, seeming oddly flat and emotionless now. Do not dare speak my name again, and do not mistake my aid as anything more than charity. It was done on a whim, unlikely to happen again, and besides, you were close to getting us killed. Us. Enough. This one tires of this conversation. Try not to disappoint this one again, as hard as it may be for a human like yourself. You motherfuck. Naruto's POV Medical Ward of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Naruto blinked as he realized he was somewhere else now. His eyes seemed open, yet Naruto could see nothing. The tense energy and violent emotions that seemed to surround the Kyuubi, were gone. That motherfucker hung up on me. Naruto tried reaching out to the beast with his mind but either could not or did not know how to do so properly. For nothing answered in his mind, making the blonde feel a bit ridiculous. His face is wincing. A familiar female voice called out. Ino was here. My baby. Call for the medics. Another female called. Naruto felt a small amount of humiliation but was happy to hear his mother was there. I doubt that will be necessary, Kushina-san. Kakashi's cool and airy response was with a small amount of amusement present. Indeed, the fool is likely having a nightmare. He has always been spineless. The smooth and snide voice of Neji closed off the group. His whole team was here. He had survived. Why couldn't he see? Naruto blinked before he realized he could feel a cloth on his face. He attempted to raise his left hand to touch it, only to discover it was being held by some weight. His right as well. Suddenly, the room became much too bright. Naruto winced as light filled his vision. Oddly, it seemed much more bright than Naruto had remembered. It's okay, son. Kushina let him know with a smile as she happily squeezed his right hand. You were injured badly. If not for the Kyuubi and the aid of Lady Tsunade, you likely would have been out for days, if not weeks. You gotta be safer, ya know. His mother explained with tears in her eyes. Naruto felt ashamed at having worried her, but he was saved by another shouting voice. You absolute ass. You just have to risk your life whenever Neji or I turn around. And for what? Some stupid macho pride. Ino roared. Naruto glanced worriedly to his left, seeing a tear-stained Ino's face, who glared at him. Naruto, so alarmed by such, failed to notice his teammate's hand wrapped firmly around his left hand. Naruto knew it would be wiser to stay silent, but he felt the need to defend himself. I had to Ino. Naruto replied simply. For myself and Gaara, someone needed to make him see the OT. Why not his dad, sister, or even creepy brother? Why is it that every time you meet someone who's self-destructive, you drag yourself through hell to help them? I watched as my two teammates tore each other apart. Watched as you did the unthinkable and fought an S-rank ninja to save us. And now I watched some serial killer beat you within an inch of your life. Do you have any clue how that makes me feel? How useless and awful it leaves us. How about you consider your mom, or Neji, or Kakashi-sensei, hell even me? Ino ranted, glaring into Naruto's face. Unknowingly mere inches away from the now fearful blonde. Yo. Kakashi sounded off happily, facing the group. Naruto felt joy at Kakashi attempting to break the tension, though based on the way Kakashi wilted once Ino glared at him, it was clear he would be no help. Naruto's eyes darted to his mother. She was in protective mode. Surely she would stop Ino. But to his horror and dismay, Kushina merely smiled humorously as she shook her head. Maybe nay. No. Naruto didn't bother to look at Neji. He always enjoyed their arguments and likely would agree. He had been left to suffer by his loved ones. How cruel. Answer me, Naruto Uzumaki. Ino ordered as she grabbed Naruto's face and made him face her sharp eyes. Naruto went to speak, but Ino roughly pressed her fingers against his face, silencing him. You keep fighting for your beliefs, and that's fine. I get it and love that about you. It's your life, and I won't order you around. It's not my place. But I'll be damned if you keep tearing yourself apart for stupid reasons. At least let Neji and I help. I can't keep watching you treat yourself like this, Ino finished, exhausted. She stood up and glanced around the room. She bowed to the others and faced Kushina with a grim smile. I'm sorry to have dressed down your son like that, please recognize. No worries, Kushina answered with a warm smile. I thank you, in fact. Naruto needs someone other than me to tell him off. I'm glad you care about my son, ya know. Ino nodded at this and left the room without so much as another glance at Naruto. Naruto attempted to rise, but Kushina lightly shoved him back down into the bed. Give her a little time. She's frustrated and scared. She'll come around once her anger leaves her. Naruto dumbly nodded before he glanced at his mother. Did you think it was stupid? Kushina sighed, anger flashing in her eyes for a second before she managed to rein it in. Frankie, yes I do son, I don't understand why it was necessary. Especially when Kakashi would have saved you should you have merely asked. It wasn't an option. I was there to win and failed. But I never even considered running away, Naruto answered readily. I would feel the same, but surely you recognize it was for nothing, right? Kushina said lightly. I'm not sure anyone could get through to him, and it's not because you're not good enough, but some people are too far gone, son. Screw that, Naruto responded immediately. That attitude is what created him in the first place. He is one of the few people who understand what I'm going through, but he has no support. I can't just walk away from someone who so obviously needs help, not when I can understand their pain. I don't know why he calls me brother, but he's not wrong. Of course he is. Neji chimed in confidently. I won't pretend I don't understand your reason for fighting. I, too, would have likely done the same. However, risking my life attempting to get through to him would be wasteful. Gaara was an enemy of you with the intent to do you harm. You were better off attempting to do the same. Though I respect your wishes and admire your performance and determination. Don't encourage him. Kushina snapped at the Hyuga. Kakashi seemed frozen at the tension, unsure how to interfere. I am not. Neji disagreed. However, he is a man who made a choice. It does not matter how we feel about such, nor that it was foolish. Naruto had the choice and made it. Make no mistake, if I had realized just how astray the match would go, I would have interfered. But I will not shame him for acting in the way he believes was right. Kushina glared at the Hyuga openly. Maybe we should focus on the news we should deliver, Kakashi objected with a nervous chuckle. We know where we all stand and will have time to discuss it. But for now, we should focus on more important matters. How long was I out? Naruto asked, confused. Nearly a full day, Kushina answered, calming slightly. That final shock nearly killed you, your skin was burned all over. Even your eyes were damaged. You looked. Kushina's voice broke slightly, the image was too much for her. But she recovered quickly. Luckily, the Kyuubi kept you alive and, with the aid of Tsunade, was able to fully heal you. Thank Kami for that woman. Jiraiya also collected Riptide. Wait, who won the exams then? Naruto asked, shocked. Technically, no one. Kakashi answered with joy. The cage had called the match over and even attempted to interfere. However, it seems the power of the tailed beast is something to behold. It was impressive Gaara somehow held back so many powerful shinobi. You say that is due to the tailed beast? Undoubtedly. Kushina chimed back in. While that feat is impressive, even infeasible for humans, the full power of a tailed beast is incredibly unique. They are rarely outclassed when it comes to power. Even multiple Kage would struggle to overcome that. So he was a perfect Jinchuriki? Neji asked. I thought such was rare, especially for a mere genin. It is indeed, from what I heard from rumors milling. It is apparently an ability unique to the One-Tails. They are apparently calling it the perfect defense. Gaara will become quite infamous. He won't be the only one, Neji added. The audience, half anyway, clapped not for the psycho but for you, Naruto. Unfortunately, not the Leaf civilians, but plenty of the others. Kushina agreed happily. My baby is a fantastic shinobi. You've also been scarred. Neji taunting with a friendly smile. Before it softened slightly. You may wish to examine it yourself. I know all too well how marks like those can make you feel. Naruto gasped as he raised the blanket. He was wearing no shirt, but attention was directed to his torso. 2 lines snaked throughout his abdomen and abs, wrapping around his side. Each stood out on his tan skin, with a tinge of blue and purple throughout. Naruto prodded them, pleased to see they did not ache. But he was otherwise unaffected. He didn't run around without a shirt anyway. You did well to survive that final attack from Gaara. Or were lucky anyway. Kakashi nodded. The technique was simple but powerful. Luckily, the Kage are discussing how to deal with him as we speak. Damn straight. Hope that bastard gets what's coming to him. Kushina roared in approval. He's likely to fry. The samurai are infamous for their unforgiving nature. The group all flinched, however, when Naruto suddenly stood. Luckily, he was somewhat dressed under the blanket, briefs covering his modesty as he stretched and seemed utterly focused. How to deal with him? Naruto asked seriously as he glanced at Kakashi. The idea of Gaara being cordoned off and treated like a monster frustrated the blonde. His efforts would be for nothing if they killed him. Yes. After you passed out, the samurai and assorted shinobi subdued Gaara. It was easily done with him being exhausted. Shortly after, the Kage assembled to discuss how to proceed. The 2 issues being addressed are the results and promotions from the exam, as well as the fate of Gaara. The fate of him. Why would he be punished just for beating me? Naruto asked. Attempted unauthorized murder, endangerment to the public, disregarding the orders of a Kage, times at least 2 by the way, and being a damn creep. Kushina listed angrily. Obviously, his mother will not forgive Gaara soon. If the rumors are to be believed, such is going incredibly poorly. Neji chimed in. The Sand accepts the blame but refuses to accept any punishment geared towards Gaara. The Leaf and Iron are determined to make Gaara pay Hokage Sand due to his attempt to slaughter you. Though the samurai seem just as upset as he, they do not take treachery lightly on their grounds. What's the punishment? Naruto asked nervously. That is the complication. I can count the previous cases with international influence on one hand. The Sand insists it is an internal matter, and they will appropriately reprimand him, offering compensation but not the perpetrator himself. The Leaf would be agreeable to such but seemed particularly offended by an ally nearly costing them such a resource, Kakashi started. He nodded at Naruto to show he meant no offense and continued. The Iron insists the perpetrator must be punished to settle the matter. They are severe when punishing perceived slights. It is why all 5 great villages tread lightly around them. Kakashi explained. They've been arguing nearly the entire time you've been unconscious. But surely they won't execute him. Naruto laughed. I wouldn't be so sure, son, Kushina warned. As useful as Cage finds Jinchuriki, I'm not sure Rasa can risk a no here. To do so could potentially stir up the fourth great ninja war. Naruto heard such and made up his mind. As he stomped toward a close, he grabbed his pants, shirt, and jacket, hastily dressing himself. Naruto. Son. Naruto. The three sounded off in unison. I gotta go, Naruto informed them as he prepared to set off. Neji merely nodded, standing by the side of the blonde. I will go with you, injured as you are, it would unwise to go alone. Normally, I don't mind your can-do attitude, Naruto, Kakashi said softly as he walked toward the two. But this is a no-go. You've done enough for Gaara, and this wouldn't be forgiven if you were to intrude. Hell, the samurai would likely kill you before you reached them. Kushina ignored this, shoving past Kakashi and facing Naruto. Son, are you sure about this? He isn't worth it. Maybe, but I just feel like I need to. Someone needs to do it for him. Naruto answered plainly. He needs a friend. And if they say no? Kushina asked sharply. Naruto hesitated, unsure what to say. I'll help you, son, but don't act out if we fail. Kushina told Naruto, who nodded grimly, glad for the aid. Kushina, Kakashi yelled, shocked. I agree that it's stupid, Kakashi. But I also recognize that look in my son's eye. No matter what we say or do, he intends to stop that meeting from going poorly for Gaara. If I can't stop him, I'll help my son. Besides, we Uzumaki are a stubborn bunch, ya know. Kakashi sighed but nodded. He walked in front of the group as if walking to his death. They followed him. The group was conflicted about their goal but determined anyway. I disagree with this course of action, but as both your sensei and your coolest uncle. Kakashi said, his light tone of voice returning. You're an uncle? Kushina asked with a raised brow. I will accompany you. Hopefully, a group won't be instantly detained or killed. Kakashi plowed forward with false cheeriness, silently continuing on toward their destination. Naruto wasn't proud of putting Kakashi in a position he didn't want, but he was determined to see things through with Gaara. Though Naruto heard Kakashi mutter a saying to himself. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are scum, true. But those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. Naruto was sure Kakashi thought they didn't hear him, and Naruto could tell the others didn't. It was an odd saying, one he agreed with but not one that would be popular with most shinobi. But he liked the quote. It made him respect his sensei even more. Kakashi's Naruto's POV entryway of Cage Box of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Kakashi was a man who was very familiar with failure. He had failed Obito and Rin, Minato, and now even Naruto. Kakashi had pretended to be chosen randomly, but truthfully, Kushina and he had decided to have him referee the finals months ago. A subtle but effective way to ensure Naruto and his other students turned out okay. A bit against the spirit of the rules, but such was the life of a shinobi. The task seemed simple on paper. Watch two people fight, declare a winner, and announce the next fight. It was a simple and incredibly hard to mess up formula. At least on paper. Genin, as skilled and powerful as Chunin or even Junin, murderous Jinchuriki, and destructive young adults, had complicated the job considerably. Kakashi wouldn't say he regretted it. Doubtless, it had been nice to be right there. Assure his students wouldn't suffer needlessly, or anyone for that matter. It should have been simple for a former Anbu captain. Yet Kakashi had failed. Barrier ninjutsu, while rare and powerful, was not against the exam rules. In a moment, Kakashi decided not to be captured in such a way. Recognizing he was to interfere when required. Though he had tested it, first with kunai, fuijutsu, ninjutsu, the works. But he had not been able to pierce it, as everyone else. Kakashi had been forced to watch Naruto struggle against a force, even if he would have been pressed to overcome it. But unlike the others, Kakashi was meant to be the one to stop it. Kakashi felt the iron controls slip into place, calming his turbulent emotions. One did not become part of Root and the Anbu not to learn self-control, despite the moody and ashamed mindstate he had. Outwardly, he was pouting childishly about not getting his way, causing both Naruto and Neji to smile in ways they thought were subtle. Kakashi was familiar with failure, and as such, he knew better than most how to keep going. One simply had to move on to the next task. Forget about the failure. It had no bearing on the future. The fast pace of the group of shinobi led them to the doorway of the cage box within mere minutes. The doors were guarded by a milling group of relaxed shinobi and samurai. Kakashi used his infamous nature to nod at the shinobi and even some of the samurai as they drew closer, subtly assuring them of his position and lack of evil intent. However, the two samurai guarding the doors correctly seemed less enthused to see them attempting to enter. They stopped as they drew close to not encourage a dramatic response. One samurai marched forward, the other remaining by the large door. Stop, shinobi, the 5 cage and general meeting is before you. Whatever your business is must wait. He ordered dutifully. He was a bald young man who seemed to radiate pride. Likely a brown noser of sort, time to turn on the old Kakashi ch. Suddenly, Naruto, exhausted but determined, marched forward. Naruto was obviously in pain, but Kakashi could also tell the blonde was utterly determined to do this right now. The samurai flinched slightly, obviously slightly startled by Naruto blatantly ignoring his orders. The man attempted to draw his blade, but Naruto clutched a hand around his drawing arm. The man grunted as he tried to rip his arm free and draw his sword. However, Naruto's powerful grip did not waver. Instead, Naruto glared at the man. "Out of my way," Naruto replied gruffly before he shoved the man with one arm, as opposed to the typical result of a shove. Likely leading to a stumble or even fall, the man went flying into the large doors with a violent bang of metal being hit. The doors slightly caved in from the force. "Naruto," Kakashi admonished in shock. Was the fool finally going to get them killed? Kakashi was about to launch into action. Trying to save this from becoming violent was best. However, a blur raced past him before he could intercept the angry charge of the second samurai. The second samurai froze in shock. Naruto did as well. "Naruto, you gotta be persuasive," Kushina informed as she reared back her fist. "Got the hell out of our way," Kushina roared. In an instant, she punched the fearful man, the power of which launched the man into the doors, making the heavy iron doors collapse inward. "All in the legs, son," Kushina cheered as she marched forward. Naruto nodded, seemingly impressed, as he followed. Kakashi felt dread but followed as well. Neji echoed such but seemed content to see the chaos through. Kushina usually got away with this sort of thing anyway. As the four emerged into the room, they faced the five Kage and their bodyguard, who glared at the interruption. Rasa faced the crowd separately, standing before a bound and chakra sealed off Gaara. The rest of the Kage faced the two, obviously questioning them heavily. The bodyguards moved first, quickly moving to surround them, splitting off into two groups to surround their flanks and limit their movements. However, with a snap of Hiruzen's fingers, Tsunade and Jiraiya headed off both groups. They suddenly move, leading to a standstill. Onoki seemed the first to gather his thoughts, sighing as he gazed at the group. "First, we have Rasa leading unstable weapons to the friendly exams, and now Hiruzen's foolish men misbehaving as usual," he complained. "In my day, we knew our place." "Your day has long passed, old man," Yagura smiled. "Though I must admit, were they my own, I would take them to ask myself." "Though they are not," Rasa interjected. "Besides, at least two have relevance in this case. They may be involved," Hiruzen allowed, "but they have no bearing on your crimes." "To call them crimes is a gross exaggeration," Rasa countered with a scowl. "I mistook my son's behavior and mental soundness. Not attempted some sort of evil crime." "I disagree most vehemently," Mifune snapped. "I understand your shinobi work in shadows, as you put it. But we samurai operate under a complex and honest honor system. To disrespect the rules of a host as a guest is a grave offense, to attempt to spill blood in my land despite my warnings not to is a grave offense, and to hide your son's delicate mental state is plain irresponsible. Then allow me to compensate for the land of iron. I would offer favorable trade deals, financial boosts, and perhaps discounted service to amend this dishonor," Rasa offered. "Do not mock my land's customs, you arrogant fool," Mifune snapped. Now, Hiruzen chimed in. "We have several guests here. Perhaps we should look into this before continuing where we left off." He offered calmly. "Once we know why they are here, we can determine if they should. To send them off now would be foolish, hearing them out first is best." "I do grow weary of listening to you all argue." Agreed. "Let them speak. Perhaps they'll offer something new." Kakashi took it all in with practiced ease. Reading the open body language of the Kage, it seemed obvious where they were. Yagura and Onoki seemed more exasperated and cautious. They likely recognized the situation had intense ramifications and were keeping clear to plot a way based on the result. Hiruzen was easiest for Kakashi to read, him being his own leader. And it was best to say Hiruzen was conflicted. His allyship with Rasa likely put him in a difficult position. Rasa is risking his asset, but the leaf may be weakened or included if things go pear-shaped. Was it better to side with the iron against the sand? Or is it better to support their ally and attempt to make things smooth? Kakashi was glad it was not his choice. Mifune was incensed in a way Kakashi could not say he had seen before. It was clear the man was aiming for blood. It's not that Kakashi could blame him. He would not mind burying a lightning cutter in Gaara's chest himself. Kushina nodded to Naruto, showing her support as Kakashi started from them. "We are here to inquire upon the fate of Gaara of the Sand," Kakashi answered with a bow. Kushina and Neji followed suit, but Naruto seemed locked into a stare with Gaara. "I wish we could say we have an answer," Hiruzen admitted. "We do. This is simplistic in nature. A honor debt demands payment from the guilty party." Mifune called out. "I have already offered you calm," Rasa began. "I said guilty party. The debt must be paid by your son." Mifune countered. I will not entertain the demands of a person like yourself, Gaara answered. Having a genin be punished severely is a little absurd. Kakashi attempted. Ah, horashit, I roared. They are soldiers all the same, punish the little shit and be done with it. I agree, unloyal dogs must be punished. Yagura concurred with a dark grin. Even heroes are not above order. He may choose to give his own life or face me in a duel. I care little for the option but must insist. Mifune started but was interrupted by Naruto. Why? The blonde asked simply. The room was shocked by the genin speaking out and his odd question. Mifune's head whipped around as he focused on Naruto. The other kage, including Rasa, followed suit. And soon, all eyes were on Naruto Uzumaki. Sometimes I wish he inherited your patience, sensei, Kakashi thought worriedly. Naruto's paused a little bit before Naruto says, why? Naruto felt the weight of the room settles upon him. Kakashi had obviously chosen to heed their plea, perhaps using his odd charisma to sway them. But Naruto could not wait for such. He needed to talk to Gaara. He wouldn't stand idly as someone just like him suffered. However, Naruto would readily admit that his boldness somewhat dropped when he realized that the most important leaders in the world were now focused on him, not merely from a distance but within mere feet. The thing that shocked Naruto the most was the latent chakra even he could sense. As if stuffing so many powerful shinobi into the room affected the very atmosphere. If Naruto had his way, he would be seated here himself. It was a humbling experience. However, glancing at Gaara, he felt a familiar internal tug as darkness took over his vision. Within an instant, he was bathed with light, and a blink revealed again that he had been transmitted from where he had been. He was in a desert. Gaara. He whipped around and found the redhead lounging calmly on top of a dune a short distance away. Naruto, familiar with this place from his recent fight with Gaara, willed Riptide into existence with his right hand. The blade, while not truly real, made Naruto feel more comfortable. Worry not, brother. Gaara spoke his stare at Naruto's complex and one the blonde could not decipher. The time for us to fight has passed. Luckily, this mental connection between Jinchuriki cannot be blocked off. Or we would be unable to have this discussion. Furthermore, time passes, oddly here. When maintaining this field, we may talk or battle for hours without much time passing in reality. I'm not becoming whatever you're trying to make me, Naruto replied bluntly. Next time, I'll win and prove to why. There will not be a next time. While you failed to beat me, I did learn something. Gaara interrupted him. I still do not believe my ideals are wrong. Despite the morality of it, the simple fact is humans, no, people have and will continue to treat us wrong. Perhaps you disagree with my solution but must admit that something must change. Ah, so maybe things will get better if we reverse the order. Wouldn't that just lead to further hate between the two? Soon, they would be the underdog, and it would be the same. An endless cycle of pain and hatred is your solution. Naruto asked heatedly. Let me finish, brother, Gaara said. Naruto wanted to argue, but the lack of malice in his tone threw him off. He had figured Gaara would have been haughty and determined to continue their battle. I recognize some of the flaws in my plan, not due to your reasons. People will always discriminate against those who are different. We can be virtuous or the lowest of scum, and they will decide our worth for us regardless. But we are forced to live with them. We very well cannot kill them off. We, too, need them, though differently than they need us. I've had time, my brother, to consider things. While those people have spent the day bickering like fools, I've spent it learning. Get to the damn point already. Naruto's patience was wearing thin. He had come to save the freak, not argue with him. Now Gaara was monologuing again. Naruto found new depths to his patience as he managed to stop himself from rushing the redhead. I need to explain myself well, brother. I see now that power has limits. People and even my brethren will fight to their last breath against a monster. And despite how weak they are and how powerful we are, they would very well wipe us out in an all-out battle. The answer becomes clear then. We do not need a powerful and commanding leader like myself. But a compassionate, bold leader, one that can encourage our kin and opponents alike to stand with us. Gaara ranted. His energy was coming back. I don't want any part of this, Naruto replied evenly. I have my own goals, dreams, and interests. I was concerned at first, worried my realization was for naught. After all, even with me beating you within an inch of your life, you never gave in. Until it becomes clear, you will lead us by your choice, Gaara smiled knowingly. Yeah, well, we're shinobi from different villages, it doesn't matter, ya know. I doubt they'd let us work together. Besides, we need to work out a plan to get out of the trouble you're in. I got a plan. Then enact it after this. I worry little. My father would rather start a war than lose his weapon. I am not trying to convince you, Naruto Uzumaki. I know you will eventually see what I see. The treatment and discrimination will wear you down, and as you experience more of the world, you will see what I did long ago. Our world is flawed. It was not created that way, brother. No, It was corrupted by these, anyway. I know the time will come when you reach the same conclusion I have reached, where your compassion and drive will leave you needing allies. Gaara explained. Naruto stared back, utterly confused. That is all I wanted. Farway. So nothing has changed. All of that was for nothing? Naruto asked. Gaara froze and openly considered such. I would not say so. You may not have bested me in battle, but I will admit I see things differently. Farewell, brother. It was as if he blinked and was now back in the room. The assembled people silently waited for his response. Gaara smiled at the blonde tauntingly, and Naruto's mind settled. Gathering his wits, Naruto began his desperate ploy. Why are we punishing Gaara or the sand? Naruto asked bluntly. He could see Kakashi, Neji, and Kushina tensed, obviously seeing his angle as a strange one. Don't play coy, Naruto. Hiruzen replied with a curious smile. It is due to Gaara attempting to kill you, as well as disobeying the orders of the samurai and even some Kage in the process. These may sound minor to a young man like you. Mifune started. But we cannot allow such transgression to pass. Such would encourage any fool to act out. But he didn't do that, not knowingly anyway. Naruto countered. How interesting, Yagura said with a smile. As Jinchuriki seemed to be anything but boring. Care to explain? Why are we even entertaining this? A mere genin speaking during the assembly of Kage. A roared. Have we no shame? He may not be a mere genin for long, Onoki countered, though he did seem unimpressed with the blonde. Though I will admit this is unorthodox. However, he spared and was gentle with my daughter. I shall hear him out. A grumbled but likely remembering the blonde's odd bout with Samui left the matter alone. Hiruzen sighed dramatically. I have always made it a point to hear the ideas and concerns of those under my authority. It matters little, Hiruzen. Mifune cut off harshly. I will not have chaos within my land. First, you all bring Jinchuriki without notice. They wreak havoc with my exams and now barge in with no respect. I recognize such, but I ask you to forgive and at least hear their plea. It would only be fair considering what we have discussed before, Hiruzen reasoned. Mifune flinched at such, was silent momentarily, and then nodded. The floor is yours, Uzumaki, I assure you. However, I expect a satisfactory answer. Hiruzen smiled knowingly at Naruto as if the man had caught on to his ploy. Well, it's just like I said. Gaara isn't guilty of trying to kill me or disobeying direct orders, Naruto said with a shrug. You know, Naruto, that you nearly died several times. Onoki asked with a smile and a raised brow. Had he caught on as well? Actually, the genin makes a good point. While he's not quite a hero, all Jinchuriki can take an absurd amount of damage, Yagura argued toward the blonde's argument. While it certainly seems murderous, I can assure you battles with Jinchuriki are often violent. I suppose. Agreed hesitantly. But clearly, we attempted to stop the match. Several attempted to break through the barrier. That should have been a clear indicator of our intentions even if you couldn't hear us. The Raikage countered, also seeming to lean against Naruto. That is the bigger of the two offenses, Naruto. While an attempted murder would be relatively minor in the heat of battle, intention or not, refusing to obey the orders of multiple Kages is quite the offense indeed, Hiruzen explained. While punishments could vary, it wouldn't be unheard of for them to ask for the offender's head. That is not an option. Rasa snapped. I will not have my son taken nor my village weakened over an oversensitive so-called samurai. It doesn't matter anyway. We couldn't tell what was going on outside the barrier. Hell, I had no clue Kakashi wasn't still in there. Naruto said with a smile. A bald-faced lie, Mifune snapped. Not the case. Gaara spoke out calmly. I had no way of knowing the match had been called off nor that the barrier was strong enough to keep you all out. It came to me unknowingly during the battle, and I thought it was a more decisive technique. Shikaku activated and kept it going independently of me. Until the combined strike of you all, we had no idea. Even then, Gaara froze for a second. Naruto said with a snap. Indeed, I had no idea why but, in the heat of the battle, cared little. Now, you all must have come close to breaching the barrier. For I think that was some sort of recoil, Gaara explained. I'm not buying it, Mifune snapped. Why erect such a barrier if not to keep interference away? It seems unlikely Naruto Uzumaki would stand up for Gaara unless he was actually innocent. Onoki reasoned. I struggle to see why else he would support him now after that brutal battle. I'm bored of this conversation anyway. Snapped. I listened for interest in potential violence, but it seemed more like senseless bluffing. Let the damn man go. I also second that. It was an entertaining battle. Besides, Gaara seems to be quite the shinobi. It's a shame to be wasted due to some mere fun. My homeland would have loved such a battle. Yagura agreed. Hiruzen nodded happily, seemingly content with the explanation. Though Naruto suspected Hiruzen had caught on, he wasn't being sincere. Rasa seemed to stare suspiciously at them but relaxed slightly. Gaara seemed bored. Mifune hummed at this, obviously annoyed, but recognized the rune was now against him. Rasa sighed loudly. Come on, old samurai. The argument is solid, and just to ensure good faith, I will provide you with a healthy amount of resources unique to the land of sand. For the next year, you will receive a steady supply of unique resources that are worth a fortune on the market. Drop your grievance, and we may both prosper. Mifune sighed. As it were, the land of iron shall forgive Gaara with the understanding he is innocent as long as the sand proves true to their word. I promise this in my own life. Are the four Kage all in agreement to drop the matter of punishment of Gaara or the sand? Of course, Hiruzen said with a nod. I cared little anyway. Yagura shrugged. I agreed. Onoki sounded. Then the matter is concluded. I would ask that the shinobi, which is unnecessary for further discussion, leave and take my men to the medical bay. Mifune asked. Kakashi, Kushina, and Neji bowed, and Naruto did a second later. Wait, Naruto questioned. Did I become Chunin? Why noisy Uzumaki? Mifune said with a fragile smile. That is what we intend to discuss. Naruto's paw of Cage Box of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Naruto and his group were silent as they gathered the two unconscious samurai. Kakashi and Neji having elected to carry them. Naruto kept glancing back at the group of Cage, who silently observed them, clearly waiting for them to leave before discussing promotions. Naruto sighed, disappointed to have to leave the room already. But as he went to leave, suddenly, he felt an arm grab his. Naruto stopped to see who had stopped him. Kushina, Kakashi, and Neji also stopped, realizing the blonde had stopped walking with them. Naruto turned to see a strange, tall man facing him. The man's head was covered in a cloth that even covered half his face. The Suna headband clearly marked him. He was Gaara's sensei, right? Naruto Uzumaki, would you be so kind as to allow me your time? Preferably alone, it is a private matter. Baki asked with forced politeness. I think you, Suna shinobi, have done more than enough to my son. Kushina declared frostily, stepping between the two. It is a bit absurd to expect him to agree. This sounds like a standard setup to me. Kakashi agreed with a raised brow. Let's be realistic. Naruto will agree. If you don't mind Kushina, I'll stay with him. Neji offered. The fool needs someone to keep an eye on him. If it was merely one shinobi, that would be more than fine. A witness will serve nicely, in fact. Baki added. If Neji is with him, Kakashi mused. Besides, the building is full of peacekeeping samurai, there couldn't be a worse place for him to plot an assault. The Cyclops reasoned. Creepy wording aside, I suppose if Naruto is okay with such, I'll allow it. Kushina hesitantly agreed. Glancing at Naruto subtly, she intended to deny such if he didn't want to, but also respected him enough to allow him the choice. Sure, I guess. Naruto agreed. No harm in hearing him out. With that decided, Neji handed off the injured samurai to a worried Kushina, and the group left the cage box. Kushina and Kakashi headed toward the medical ward, while Naruto, Neji, and Baki walked off in the opposite direction. The two male members of Team 7 walked side by side slightly behind Baki as they silently trekked wherever he wished to discuss things. Do you know what he may want to talk about? Naruto asked his teammate curiously. Unlike his mother, the blonde doubted it was anything nefarious. I cannot be certain, but a sensei coming to a recent opponent of his student does not bode well, Neji warned. While there should be no issue between us, it would be wise to be prepared. Issues with shinobi are never so simple. Watch your words and actions, the repercussions could potentially be severe. Okay, so you're seeing it the same way I am. The whole thing screams hidden intentions. Naruto agreed. Then why agree to come? Neji asked calmly. Like I said earlier, it doesn't hurt to hear him out. Worst case scenario, we jump him. Easy peasy. Naruto replied flippantly. There will be no violence nor any need to jump me. Baki calmly responded from the lead as if unbothered. You fool, Neji said as his eye twitched. Naruto merely chuckled, similarly as unbothered as Baki. Oh, come on Neji, a future Hokage like me has to be skilled socially and politically. Consider this live practice, Naruto said with a giant smirk. Neji merely grunted in response, muttering something about this being unwise both socially and politically, but Naruto ignored such. Neji had come a long way but was still a cynic at heart. Baki stopped after a short while at a door. He opened it and allowed the two to enter the room. Naruto and Neji glanced at each other before walking into the room. Both unsure what to expect cautiously scanned it as they entered, prepared for any attack or trap it may contain. Inside was something of a small kitchen. A simple wood stove with a countertop, a microwave, various cooking tools and pots, and a large counter separating the actual kitchen portion of the room from the rest. At that counter, Kankuro and Tamari sat, unsurprised by their arrival. In fact, even eating a meal seemingly having been waiting a little while. Naruto and Neji tensed in sync. Neji dropped into a low stance and squared off against Tamari and Kankuro, looking mere seconds away from launching at them. Naruto turned to face Baki, hand resting on Riptide's hilt but kept the blade holstered. Holding out to hope this would not get violent. If it did, it would likely be a hard fight. Naruto was healed, but not 100% quite yet, and Baki as a Junin would be just as strong if not stronger than Gaara, not to mention the other two siblings of him were no weaklings either. Hey, what's the idea here? Naruto asked, his tone light, yet the air around the room seemed heavier, filled with the blonde's presence. There was no killing intent and yet each felt the weight of crossing the blonde in that moment. Whoa there, Uzumaki. Kankuro called out hurriedly. We come in peace. Indeed. Baki agreed readily. Our lord has asked us to speak with you, the other two also have their reasons. Naruto and Neji looked at each other, nodded, and relaxed, confident this was not an ambush or trap. So Naruto said while rubbing his head. What's up? Firstly, we would like to personally apologize for the actions of Gaara, for Gaara. Baki recited as if it was written into memory. He is a disturbed mon. Shut it, you piece of shit. Tamari snapped. He's our brother and fought for the sand. Silence Tamari. I only speak the truth. Baki replied with ease. He's only that because of people like you, Naruto replied calmly. Baki seemed surprised by him interjecting into the age-old argument between the two. I don't need an apology either. Gaara and I needed to fight. I wanted it as badly as he did. Besides, I wouldn't change a thing. Well, maybe the whole losing part, ya know. That drove Baki to silence and made Tamari and Kankuro smile. I apologize. I am here to make things right with you. Not to antagonize you or anyone else. Baki backtracked slightly. Allow me to continue. We would also like to thank you for your aid in the fate of Gaara. In fact, the case cage has authorized me to give you this. As he finished, he pulled out and handed over a signed envelope. This stands as proof of the gift we offer. Proof of an offer? Neji asked suspiciously. You wouldn't be attempting to poach my teammate, would you? Nothing of the sort, Baki countered. The case cage is offering you something of a favor. Should a time come when you need aid, please call on us to do so. We will not fight your battles or kill for you. In fact, there are litany limitations with this, but you will find favor from a man of the case cage's stature has quite a few uses regardless. Tamari started dragging a complaining Kankuro behind her. She threw him onto his knees in front of Naruto and Neji, did the same, and bowed deeply. Kankuro hesitantly followed her lead. When she rose, she stood before Naruto with a severe look. We incredibly appreciate you fighting for our brother in that meeting and even during the exam. We recognize you had no need to do such an OU as well. Our brother isn't. He isn't. Kankuro sighed heavily but spoke out as well. Though people, especially father, like to pretend otherwise, there was a time when Gaara was a normal child. He may be some sort of crazy, but he's never been wrong. He has been treated unfairly, he has only seen the ugly side of humanity. Father ensured such. Yet seeing him treat himself like a monster, shamed me as an older sibling. It should have been me to set my brother straight but I was too weak. I've never seen anyone stand up to Gaara like you did. You didn't even flinch once and at the end Gaara was too shocked to even try to kill you. So, thanks, I doubt it did much, and arguably, Gaara deserved punishment, but he's still my brother. So I have no choice but to thank you sincerely. The two stood tall and proud as if they had not even bowed. They quickly moved past Naruto and Neji quickly, joining their sensei at the door. We of the Sand are a proud, self-sufficient nation. One that rarely forgets debts, good or bad. We now owe you one Naruto Uzumaki. Remember that the Sand never forgets its allies nor to repay them. Baki informed the two. His face seemed to freeze before he spoke again. If I am to speak personally as an experienced Junin, Baki started, I think you have some maturing to do. I do not besmirch how far you have come nor your strength. But to risk your life so heedlessly for virtually no benefit is not an act befitting of a shinobi. I only say this due to the favor you have paid us. In time you will have to learn when to not fight. Baki warned before exiting the room in short order. Thanks anyway, Blondie Tilda. Tamari sang as they exited. Kankuro chuckled as they went. The two seemingly amused by Baki's mere serious closer. And regaining their composure in the awkward tension. There was silence for a moment as the two processed what had happened. Both faced the door, confused, before Naruto chuckled nervously turning to face the room again. Neji sighed heavily. I truly will never understand how you seem to befriend others so effortlessly, especially after beating a prized asset half to death, Neji snarked. Regardless, you have earned yourself quite the gift. A favor, huh, not too bad, I suppose. Naruto nodded. Neji shook his head in disbelief. It's a favor from a world leader, limited as it may be. Many would risk their lives for such. Though Gaara did nearly kill you, an earned gift if nothing else. Maybe I should ask for some money. Naruto said, turning away from Neji with a shit-eating grin. I will end you if you waste a political favor on mere wealth, Neji warned. Oh, maybe some fancy sake. Or an endless amount of Ichiraku. You dare not waste much on mere carnal pleasures. Neji snapped. I know, Naruto replied, finally facing the Hyuga. He saw Neji frown as he processed the gaslighting. You are getting sharper. Neji complimented begrudgingly. Thanks, you aren't. Naruto sniped, ducking Neji's predictable swipe at his head. The two smiled, and then suddenly, the door was kicked open. Naruto and Neji looked confused, but not for long, for Ino marched into the room, eyes locked on the blonde Uzumaki. Naruto felt fear fill his body, remembering the fury she had shown earlier. He grabbed Neji's shoulder and leaned toward him to whisper, we were totally bonding earlier. We're bros. Please help. He only half joked as Ino marched closer. He could not see Neji's face but could tell by his tone that he was smiling. Yes, we were, and as your bro, I feel the need to give the two of you the space you need to bond as well. Neji smugly whispered back. Naruto gulped as Neji brushed off his hand, offered a polite bow to Ino, and offered the same with a sweet smile as Ino to Naruto before he made his leave. There was silence for a few seconds, longer, it seemed to drag on. Naruto wished to break the ice impulsively, but Ino's smile seemed false and put him on edge. But Naruto's finite patience broke when it stretched to nearly 2 minutes, and he spoke. Ino, listen, I understand why you're upset, but I had to fight him. And it's not like I intended to die, I was confident I could win. If I knew how strong the dude was, well, maybe I wouldn't have fought him, you know. It's not like I want to die. Naruto explained, ending with a joke to keep things light. Ino's fake smile dropped, and to Naruto's surprise, she didn't seem infuriated or even angry anymore. She looked tired and even somewhat guilty. I know, I can't pretend to understand why you had to do what you did, why your beliefs are worth dying for, and maybe I never will. It's frustrating for me, making me feel useless and hopeless. Yet at the same time, I really admire that trait, Blondie. Naruto felt an odd surge of emotions at that but stayed silent. He is not too confident in his ability to traverse the conversation with his clumsy and impulsive manner of speech. I meant what I said, but I didn't mean to treat it like you were at fault, not fully. You didn't deserve nor want to be beaten by Gaara. Ino smiled sadly as she said this. Hey, it was a close fight. Naruto complained. Next time, I'll kick his ass. That's another thing. Ino chuckled at Naruto. After I lost to Samui, I felt like an utter failure. It felt like I had betrayed Anko and Kakashi-sensei and that I hadn't grown. I felt like trying would almost be stupid or pointless in a way. Yet you're already back to normal and confident as ever. Ino said. My point is, you are one of my closest friends. One that I worry about, and sometimes I worry you're not even worried about dying. Like you would gladly die if it would serve the people or ideals you care for. Ino explained. I don't think you realize how haunting that sounds to me. That one day in the future, I might have to watch you die, knowing you could have lived if you cared about yourself more. Ino, Naruto said, sitting on the counter with a frown. It's not like I want to die or even expect it. Hell, make no mistake, no one kills Naruto Uzumaki with ease. But on that same hand, I don't really fear it. If I die pursuing my ideals and beliefs, then I can live with that. That being said, I'll make you a promise. You know I'm a man of my word. Ino raised a brow, looking less than impressed. A promise. I trust you, Blondie, but I'm not sure that holds any weight. Not after you've shown such a penchant for risking your life on a drop of a dime. Have I broken a promise yet? Naruto asked with a small smile. Well, no, Ino admitted. Then it should be enough, Blondie. Naruto snarked. Ino smirked, chuckling at their shared trait. She walked toward Naruto, who was sitting on the counter next to him. I suppose so, so let's hear it. I promise no matter what trouble finds me or how stacked the odds are, I won't die, and if I need help, I'll come running to you and Neji. Probably more you than Neji, though. Can't let the bastard get a big head. Naruto promised. The two of them laughed fragilely at the joke. Once again, silence filled the room. Naruto wished he had something to say, but Ino had drawn him to silence. Naruto had never considered how other people felt watching him struggle. Never thought that watching it might hurt them. He needed to become strong enough to solve that as well as he supposed. Naruto's eyes sneakily glanced over at Ino. His female teammate closed her eyes, seemingly in a mental daze. Naruto was never the most knowledgeable on the mind, both his own and others. At times, the blonde struggled to relate to others, yet he knew Ino was supposed to be somewhat of the master of the mind due to her heritage. Naruto wondered what she was thinking right now. Was she still furious? Perhaps worried about Gaara coming back or him screwing up again. Naruto blinked, realizing he had been staring. Luckily, Ino had not noticed, likely too tired or in her head to pay attention. Naruto had never really realized it, but Ino was, well, pretty. Naruto had never and would likely never say such a thing, but he found Ino's hair enticing. She was blonde like him, But here, it was platinum blonde instead of his more yellow hair, long and fine it almost seemed like threads of pure gold. Naruto had wondered how it would feel before, brushing his hand through it, not often but on occasion when looking at Ino. It covered half her features, which were soft and pleasant. It made her slightly difficult to read and somehow was perfectly fitting for her. Naruto blinked again and wiped his eyes from her. What kinda asshole leers at his teammate? Naruto berated himself as he glanced at the wall. Naruto's thoughts were interrupted as he felt a weight suddenly settle on his shoulder. His eyes glanced over and roughly met Ino's. She had rested her head on his shoulder and was lazily looking into his eyes. Naruto could feel his heart rate quicken. Since when had Ino had this effect on him? Things seemed simpler when we first became a team, Ino said airily. Naruto's mind whirled back then. Glad for the distraction to their close proximity. It hadn't truly been that long, but it certainly felt that way. Back then, the three of them had been practical strangers, Neji resenting them and the two bonding over such. They would often gang up on Neji to tease him or to admonish Kakashi. It had been different from now. Ino and him had been steadfast friends, easily getting along with little cause for concern or argument. Now it seemed Neji and Ino had switched positions in the team. Yeah, it wasn't even that long ago, but things were simpler. Naruto said with a smile. I remembered Neji intimidating me a bit. I was surprised you were so willing to fight him. Weren't you worried about losing? Then I remember. When I realized you could win, I felt utterly inspired, if you felt like you were fighting for me too in a way. Ino reminisced further. Now, everything seems so complicated. You keep risking yourself, drama keeps emerging, and a certain lady. Lady? Naruto asked, confused. He was unsure who she meant. So let's just restart a bit, okay? I'll forgive you for this, and in exchange, next time there's trouble you grab Neji and me, we are Team 7. We face our problems together. Ino continued. Naruto beamed at such. I promise, believe it. They sat in content silence for a while, Ino resting on Naruto, the two just enjoying each other's company. Naruto was surprised at how much he enjoyed the contact. He had never worried much about romance or anything like that. He understood the idea but never worried about it. Perhaps this was why people seemed so concerned about a partner. This was nice. However, their peace was disturbed when a voice rumbled throughout the arena. All participants, aka Chunin hopefuls, please proceed to the courtyard of the Iron Arena. The 5 Kage are prepared to announce the results. Anyone not in 5 minutes will be disqualified. The two jumped up to their feet and began to run to make it. Let's go, Blondie. Come on, Ino. The two roared as they raced to face the future. Mifune's POV courtyard of Iron Arena, Land of Iron. Mifune stood with a small group of samurai and shinobi surrounding him, and the 5 Kage stood slightly behind them. The audience roared with support and excitement as they saw the gathering of so many well-known names. Citizens from each of the 5 nations and even the homeland citizens roared to support their particular representatives. One would not guess there had nearly been a massive incident. It was something leaders learned early on. The ability of the populace to move on as long as they were safe. It was fortunate the situation had gone as well as it had. And now the people would act as if they had never been in danger in the first place. Mifune, if honest, was at his wit's end. The death of Reizo weighed on him heavily, not an unfamiliar weight, but unpleasant all the same. The first argument between Gaara had frustrated him incredibly. Had Mifune gotten his way, he would have beheaded the monster himself. Only for the beast to be spared by his own victim. The discussion of promotions had been more straightforward but timely, the Kage were incapable of being unbiased, and the whole debate had been full of subtext and attempted manipulation. But it had been decided. The genin who had made it to the final were lined up facing Mifune and the Kage with admirable composure. Though Mifune could not help but realize the leaf were missing some, yet another recent mistake of Mifune's. The disappearances had now reached 5. Sakura Haruno, Rock Lee, Kiba Inuzuka, Choji Akamichi, and Yuno Uchiha. It was clear whatever had happened was against their will and potentially violent. Some even disappeared in front of witnesses. Each was a mark against the promise Mifune had made for these exams. That the Iron would not allow its guests to unnecessarily suffer. Mifune resented having had these exams, and Shinobi had a way of complicating things. But for now, he finished his duty, the time to respond would come. My name is Mifune of the Iron, I serve as the General of the Samurai Council. I have been honored to host this special rendition of the Chunin exams as part of my duties. Mifune began, his booming voice reaching throughout the Iron Arena. It truly has been a gift to oversee such a thing, one that has now ended. Battles had been had, ideals and personalities clashed, and willpower and talent had traded victories in equal measure. But as it always has been, conflict raises victors. Though the tournament had to be called off, there are clearly those who have shown the worth of being given a promotion. For those who have worked diligently and, as such, have shined, a rise of station is needed. The 5 Kage and I have debated such a thing in depth. Now you will hear the verdicts we reached. The crowd had seen more than enough to be satisfied. They now roared to know their champions. Mifune smiled, enjoying the excitement and allowing it to momentarily clear his stressed mind. One by one, each cage will approach and address its entrance. They shall do so for each and, in time, reveal the Chunin promotions. We ask for silence until all the vests are given for each village. Remember, this is not about sides, but cooperation and acknowledgement of the next generation. Mifune answered, and the crowd fell into silence, knowing better than to take the word of a world leader lightly. Firstly, the Mizukage of the Mist, the hero of blood, Yugura Karataki. Mifune announced with a lack of excitement. The crowd matched such. Yugura stepped forward, seeming unaware of the awkward atmosphere Mifune had created. His smile was relaxed and amused, but his eyes did not seem to shine kindly toward his shinobi. Unlike the other cage, however, many of the crowd did not like the young man. They had heard tales, but admittedly, from a distance, he seemed ordinary. The messy green hair, short stature, and sizable ornate-looking staff portrayed an aloof young man, yet he held himself unequally. Could this really be the cage behind the Bloody Mist civil war? Eyes never leaving his men, he began. In the mist, we value strength more than most. We recognize the need for strength, tempered by a hero's instinct and wisdom. We suffer more than most, but we create the men you see before you through that pain. Heroes born of tragedy, soldiers of misfortune. I say such to remember the expectations a hero like myself must have. Yugura started the crowd, silently stunned by his monologue. His eyes glanced at the first genin to be addressed. Suigetsu stood, obviously nervous to all. Suigetsu Hazuka, I have admired you and your brother for the selfless service you gave the mist. However, you know as well as I that we cannot tolerate weakness. A weak hero is a failure. To lose in the first round and act as brash and foolish as you choose to leave me no choice but to leave you as a genin for now. Perhaps the shame will nurture the more heroic aspects of your personality. Yugura lectured. The crowd was silent. No one expected such a public dressing down. Suigetsu's eyes were firmly planted on the ground, and shame and self-hatred were evident for all to see. Yugura did not hesitate, however, as he turned to Magatsu. Magatsu Hazuka, you performed better than your sibling, you held your own relatively well. However, your arrogance is unfounded and, as such, a weakness. May this shame nurture your heroic nature. The dressing down was softer and less brutal, but nonetheless, it brought down the mood in the same way. Chuckling merrily to himself, seemingly pleased with his decisions and behavior, Yugura returned to the line. The crowd was silent yet not disappointed. It was rare to see or hear from Mist Shinobi these days outside of their violent civil war. As such, it had been expected none would even come, let alone be promoted. It likely wouldn't affect the war-torn Mist much, but it was certainly a lost opportunity. Mifune disapproved of such cruel reactions but would not disrespect Yugura by voicing such. Instead, he coughed as his voice sounded off again. Next to speak will be the leader of the stone. The Tsuchikage, Onoki of the scales. Mifune had always respected Onoki. The man was complicated but often fair as a shinobi could be anyway. Onoki floated forward, facing the crowd and smiling, pleased with their roars of support. Doubtless, the man enjoyed showing up Yugura, wise and patient Onoki was, but Mifune had always seen he had a more petty side. I have lived many years, more than most men could wish for or would wish for. He explained with a smile. In that time as a leader of my great home, I have participated in, watched, hosted, and even judged many Chunin exams. This one was a rarity, containing a litany of talents that only the best could hope to shine in. As such, it brings me great pride to see my granddaughter hold her own. You outfoxed a rather game shinobi easily and even pressured an opponent well above your abilities. Thanks to your tactics, talents, and unique way of thinking, Kuretsuchi of the Stone, I grant you the honor of becoming a Chunin of the Stone. May you serve loyally and without hesitation. Onoki lectured as Mifune handed him the Iwa vest for Chunin. Kuretsuchi stepped forward, beaming. She accepted the vest and immediately put it on. Once she had regained her composure, she bowed to Onoki and stepped back. Onoki floated back gracefully, though no one missed that only one Iwa shinobi was promoted. Rasa likely realized the crowd may be against the sand and the failure it had brought him, so he stomped forward and faced the crowd boldly. He looks confident despite the circumstances and has his back to 5 of the strongest warriors in the world. The Sand has always been an independent and proud nation. One that values self-independence and loyalty above all else. It is because I had to judge harshly, even regarding my own men. His eyes slid to Konkuro first. Konkuro, my eldest son. You were confident and prepared for battle, but such means little if you cannot adapt to your opponent and waste time with needless self-congratulatory prattle. You have shamed the Sand on this day. You will not be receiving a promotion. Konkuro looked a mix of ashamed and furious. But Mifune watched grimly as Rasa moved on to the next of his kin. Tamari, you are my eldest daughter. You are skilled, powerful, and wise beyond your years. Regardless of whether you have failed on this day, let this be a lesson learned. While performing better than your foolish sibling, you have shamed the sand. No promotion for such a performance. Tamari seemed to take the news worse than Konkuro, who looked abashed and withdrawn. It was a shame to see a proud woman dragged to such by her father. Mifune had thought both had performed well, but his mercy was withheld. The last of Rasa's kin was to blame for such. Gaara. Rasa started cold and cruel eyes locked onto the redhead. He was interrupted by the crowd, who hurled abuse at the Jinchuriki. Words of hatred were somewhat justifiable. Mifune was not the biggest fan of the beast. However, seeing such unrestrained hate pained him. Gaara fearlessly matched his glare with one of his own. You, unlike your siblings, have always been powerful and shockingly skilled, though all of which is pointless considering your disloyalty. I had thought the time had come when you realized your position in this world. See, now I was wrong. I will address this once we arrive home. Unpromoted as well. With his piece said, Rasa marched back. Only Gaara of the proud Sand Trio seemed unaffected, though he glanced at his siblings in bewilderment. Was next. The man seemed somewhat pleased to have watched Rasa not promote any of his students. He eyed the crowd before popping a pose to a roar of applause. Chuckled merrily at such before he continued. I am known by many titles, the Rakage, the Grand Lord of the Cloud, Unruly A of the Cloud. My wonderful home has produced some of the best shinobi to walk this world for years. The crop you have seen in these exams is a mere sliver of the greatness the cloud offers. Unfortunately, I must address one who has fallen short. A glance at Omoi, faster than most of the shinobi could see, a lunge forward, grabbing Omoi by the face and lifting him up into the sky. For such an offense, face the iron claw. Roared, Omoi wildly crying out in pain. Samui, next to her suffering teammate, nearly face-palmed in embarrassment. With several samurais' collective efforts, Omoi was freed, a little pained but ultimately unharmed. Laughed, apparently pleased with himself yet again. Luckily, I will work to improve you, young Omoi. You have failed, but I will remedy that imperfection. Now, to address the shinobi that did the cloud justice today. Samui of the cloud, I shall promote you to a chunin for your skill, intelligence, and unflappable manner. May you use your strength and loyalty to serve the cloud without compromise. Marched back as Samui nursed Omoi back to his feet. Hiruzen was last but certainly not the least. The man was a living legend, just like Onoki. The crowd allowed their approval to be heard. Hiruzen showed no reaction kindly regarding the crowd and chunin hopefuls, with a grace and aura that few could hope to match. Mifune felt shame once again. Nearly every failure of the Iron these exams had been at the cost of the Hokage. But despite it all, Hiruzen seemed pleased and patient as he allowed the crowd to quiet before speaking. First, let me say, regardless of the results or words of my colleagues, I want to assure all the genin and future chunin who have fought, bled, and, in some unfortunate cases, even died today that such was not in vain. These exams serve as peacekeeping practice, representing the unity between our villages, our willingness to peacefully discourse, and the focus on the future we've held. Not too long ago, the treaty all 5 villages signed was printed, and it was an even shorter time since we decided to change how we did genin. This exam has shown the benefit of such. But before I can address the future, the present must be accepted. During these exams, there was a tragedy. Kiba Inuzuka, Shoji Akamichi, Yuno Uchiha, Rock Lee, and Sakura Haruno all disappeared during these exams, and their fates are currently unknown. Please keep them in mind. Hopefully, they shall be found soon. But for now, let us focus on the positive, as it were. Because of the number, excuse me for being a little brief while I discuss my men. Firstly, Shikamaru Nara. Shikamaru stepped forward, looking utterly miserable and despondent. You showed great strategy, wisdom, restraint, and the ability to improvise. While not the strongest, you use your tools well. I am proud to promote you to chunin. Take your vest and stand with pride. Shikamaru took his vest as if disgusted by it. Hiruzen nodded at the Nara, who matched it after some hesitation. Hiruzen continued on to the next leaf genin. Shino Aburame. Shino stepped forward as unreadable as ever. However, Mifune noticed a slight excitement in his step. It seemed even the Aburame could be emotional. You did not get much chance to showcase your skills, an unfortunate draw to combat one's teammate. I know such a battle is not one easily won. However, we must judge based on what is shown. Unfortunately, such is not enough to receive a promotion. Shino nodded at such and marched back into line. Mifune nodded at such, respecting the dignity the young man held in defeat. Next up, Sasuke Uchiha. The crowd roared in response to such with a roar of approval. Sasuke allowed a slight smirk but marched to face Hiruzen without theatrics. Your performance will be remembered well. You faced an onslaught of skilled and powerful opponents. Each of you matched and eventually overcame, even that of a Jinchuriki. I am aware of how you may feel about me, the man who ultimately agreed to have the Uchiha taken care of. But I must admit, you do the leaf justice and the very blood in your veins. I proudly promote you to chunin for your skill, power, and adaptability. Hiruzen finished with a slight bow, not one of subservience but acknowledgement. Sasuke repaid such with a mere second of hesitation, which led to further support from the crowd. The support increased in volume as he accepted the vest. Neji Hyuga, Hiruzen continued. Neji received the most polite applause and faced Hiruzen politely, bowing to show his loyalty. You only had one battle to showcase your abilities. Yet it would be remiss of not only me but my fellow Kage if I did not acknowledge your performance. You showed adaptability, decent strategy, and the skill to back it up. In fact, it is doubtless. Had your luck been better, you would have done much better. With this in mind, I insisted on making this decision. Neji Hyuga, I will promote you to Chunin. Own this vest with pride, for it was earned. Neji bowed deeply to such before he rose, retrieved his vest and rejoined the line. Seeing the youth maintain the decorum and manners their predecessors had developed over the years was good. Hinata Hyuga. Hinata politely walked forward, stopping to bow to Neji, who matched such, then once facing the cage, bowed again, not rising in imperfect pose. It is not always easy to participate with family, as has been shown it is easy to be outshined by one's peers. Especially when one is an inherent prodigy, but you've managed such with grace and gusto in equal measure. Your battle with Sai showcased your unique skills and abilities. Your battle with Gaara showed ingenuity and the willpower to surpass your limits and achieve your goals. As such, I am proud to promote you to Chunin. Hiruzen explained with a kind smile to the female Hyuga. Hinata bowed even deeper, and though the crowd could not see the tears drop from her face, the cage bore witness. Onoki and Hiruzen smiled at the pleasant moment, and Yagura, Rasa, and Mifune bore it no mind. Though a made sure to loudly snort at such, Mifune sighed as he glared at A. The combined efforts of both him and Hiruzen silenced the rakeage for now. Hinata regained her composure, took her vest, and retreated to the line. Tenten of the Leaf, Hiruzen said. Tenten marched forward, looking remarkably unbothered. Mifune was impressed. She must have nerves of steel. Your performance was impressive, and I assure you that it was also enlightening. Unfortunately, it was not enough, and despite your impressive showing, you chose to fight head-on against a superior opponent. Perhaps you will write this in the future, but I must withhold a promotion for now. Hiruzen apologized. Tenten nodded respectfully, taking it in stride. Mifune made a note to contact the young woman at some point. He might know where she could look into her newly discovered bloodline. And if Tenten's slight smile was any indicator, she likely was excited to explore her origins. Hiruzen idly scratched his face. It was a small gesture to most, but to Mifune, it spoke of hidden stress. It surprised Mifune little to catch that Hiruzen felt miserable delivering bad news. Ino Yamanaka, Hiruzen said grimly. To her credit, Ino marched forward with her head held high, though the grimace her face locked in made it clear. It was apparent to her how this would go, and Mifune respected her for facing such with dignity. I have met you several times, and every time, you have changed. Your growth this time was nothing short of unpredictable and shocking. Know that your time will come shortly, and when it does, I look forward to seeing it. But for now, I must ask you to hone yourself further, Hiruzen politely lectured Ino. To her credit, Ino did not cry or flinch, she merely nodded, bowed, and returned to the line dutifully. Sigh of the Leaf, Hiruzen began again. Sigh, unlike those thus far, seemed awfully unaffected by it all. Facing his leader with an odd smile. I know of you well, Sigh, and I must admit I expected much from you. A shinobi who uses more than mere power or jutsu to overwhelm their opponents. As expected by a student of my old friend. You have performed well, just watch those people's skills. As you say, old man. Sai replied. Hiruzen's smile disappeared for a moment before returning. Quite, you have been promoted to Chunin. Congratulations, Hiruzen replied, a small measure of annoyance breaking through his tone. Sai nodded as if unsurprised, gathered his vest, and returned with the others. Shinobi are always such strange people, Mifune thought as he hummed as Hiruzen called the next one. Naruto Uzumaki. Hiruzen said he wore a smile yet again, more prominent than before. Mifune raised a brow at this but allowed it to go on. Naruto stepped forward, head up high, yet there was a noticeable hesitance. Mifune was unsurpassed. A defeat of the nature Naruto had suffered often shook one's confidence. I met you several times throughout your life. Each time, you warned me the time will come for you to take this hat from me. Hiruzen mused out loud. I never took this all that seriously. Determination and ambition are nothing special. However, you are a rarity, and I doubt anyone doubts your abilities. I can count the number of shinobi I know with the hand that has lived to tell the tale of a no-hold-barred battle against a Jinchuriki. Now, I can add you to that list. I have decided to promote you to Chunin for fearless loyalty, impressive ability and power, and impressive battle intelligence. Damn fucking right. Damn fucking right. Naruto and a voice from the crowd called in sync. Naruto smiled at such, sure it had been his mother. Hiruzen rolled his eyes as he tossed Naruto his vest and nodded at Mifune. Naruto walked back to the line, smile huge and attitude infectious. Ino and Neji at his sides matched his smile, proud of their friend. Hiruzen nodded at Mifune, allowing him to handle the final part. As the leader of the waterfall is unable to be present, I will take his place and present for Fu of the same. Mifune explained. As such, Fu cheerfully skipped over to the older samurai. Mifune eyed the strange young woman oddly, but Fu merely smiled back. We had discussed your performance at length. To call you anything less than a powerful warrior would be a disservice. Unfortunately, Chunin must be more than mere powerhouses. Even samurai see the value in strategy, flexibility, and intelligence. Such aspects of which you failed to show off. Mifune explained. We have deemed you unworthy of a promotion. Fu shrugged at such, skipping back to humming quietly to herself, waiting. Mifune was beginning to detest these damn shinobi. Right then. Those have been selected to become Chunin for this exam session. If those in question would step forward and allow the audience to congratulate them. With Mifune's words concluding, the new Chunin stepped forward. With a snap of Mifune's fingers, several Anbu subtly activated an earth jutsu to rise above the others. As if to showcase them to the crowd, who followed the words of Mifune, cheering wildly as they faced their champions. The new Chunin of the elemental nation are Kuretsuchi of the stone, Shikamaru Nara, Sasuke Uchiha, Neji Hyuga, Naruto Uzumaki, Sai of the leaf, Hinata Hyuga, Samui of the cloud. Mifune roared but was soon drowned out by the loud roar of the citizens of the nation supporting the shinobi before them. Mifune could not blame them. These exams were nothing short of shocking. But he needed their attention. A quick smash of his sheath into the ground interrupted such, the loud snap it made cutting through their roar. One more thing before we may all move on. We shall be holding another fair to celebrate the successful exams. So, if you wish to continue the energy and praise these wonderful shinobi of the future, do so. The crowd did reply, but it was merely the sound of thousands voicing approval. Naruto's Paw of Iron Festival, Land of Iron. The Chunin exams had wrapped up with less than a bang. Gaara and Naruto's match had been eventful and killed any chance of another match being held. Naruto had been beaten pillar to post in display many of the crowd had found distasteful and hard to watch. Gaara was also exhausted and quickly disqualified upon the uproar of not only the crowd but many of the cage, shinobi, and samurai alike. They had crowned Sasuke as the champion as the last, legal, standing competitor. The Uchiha seemed utterly pleased with this, and by the crowd's roar, they also approved. Naruto supposed no one liked a match end like theirs, or Jinchuriki, one of the two. But Naruto did not honestly mind. His goal of winning the exams faded once his mother told him the truth. Naruto had been determined to win regardless, but he was okay with losing to someone like Gaara. Fighting the redhead had been something Naruto had thought he was prepared for. It had been apparent early on he had assumed incorrectly. In his defense, it's not like anyone else could have lasted as long as he did. But seeing his performance written off as tragedy or unlucky did sting. Naruto had nearly won, damn it. Furthering his anger was the unwelcome news of the disappearance of some of his friends. 5 of them were missing without a trace, leaving behind evidence to suggest it wasn't a peaceful kidnapping. Naruto felt ashamed he had been so focused on everything else, and even more, that the Hokage had decided they were not allowed to search. It wasn't in his nature to stand idly by while his friends were in need of help. Sasuke, Hinata, Shino, and Team 8 were belaying this order and exploring the surrounding area anyway. The samurai did not like this but were simply too busy to bother stopping them. Perhaps they were sensing it would lead to unneeded tension was ultimately harmless and, potentially even beneficial. Naruto was upset he could not aid them, but somewhat trusted those around him would find them. The very best were gathered here, after all. His anger didn't last, however. After the long and painful tournament, there had been time to rest, they were given little time to rest, and the time to do so and the excitement over his recent promotion overwhelmed such. Various shinobi officials and sensei motivated their students to clean up and prepare according to samurai standards. Which Naruto had been confused by. Neji, ever the pompous jerk, had, of course, filled him in kindly, in his own unique way, of course. The people of the Land of Iron are disciplined, honorable, and humble, Neji began. The differences between the Land of Iron and the other lands are more than the samurai. Even the civilians are a bit formal and withdrawn. We of the Hyuga respect such and have developed some of our customs from their culture. Neji's words proved more than true. Apparently, the Land of Iron heads all celebrations in twos. One is a more casual and business-driven time for people to cut back, relax, and enjoy a rare time of indulgence. Such was called the Iron Fair. The celebration afterward is called the Iron Festival, a more formal and official affair. It was known for the practiced dance of the samurai, a somber but infamous dance that the Iron people were famed for. Naruto was amazed at the difference. The Iron Fair had seemed similar to most fairs he had been to at home. But the Iron Festival was different entirely. Unlike before, the stall-ridden land had been cleared, smoothed, and freed of snow entirely. It was lit by a litany of rod torches, long iron poles wrapped neatly in some sort of cloth that burned brightly and set off warmth. Despite the cold air and snow surrounding them, the entire area felt warm and dry. However, such was never a concern in the first place. For the center of the clearing held a giant iron construction that held oil-soaked wood, occasionally cared for by samurai in absurdly ornate kimonos that would dance by or dutifully add fuel or wood to the blazing inferno the odd iron brace contained. The partygoers also danced around the flames. Their movements seemed precise and rhythmic, simpler than the samurai's though similar, yet no music played. Instead, the samurai who tended to the fire hummed a slow, deep melody, their voices merging and harmonizing into a loud resonant tone. They swayed and shimmied in sync as if completely in tune. Something was entirely captivating about it. Though as Naruto watched longer, it seemed it was mostly locals. The other visitors, like Naruto, seemed out of their element and slightly confused. They danced as well, but in small groups and in their own unique ways. Of course, Team 7 had come together for something Naruto had been initially ecstatic about. Even Kakashi had promised to come. Kushina had unfortunately had to return to the Leaf, the Hokage having said, having both of their Jinchuriki out and about was risky. With his decision made, it had been decided both Jiraiya and Tsunade would escort her back, seeking them on the return trip halfway. His mother had been sad to miss it, yet seemed oddly excited about him coming to the festival. Now Naruto knew why. The Iron Festival was considered a formal event and, as such, had mandated attire. All guests were to wear simple one-color kimonos. Supposedly, it represented nobility and humility, but Naruto preferred regular clothes to these infernal robes. Not to mention Neji had to assist him with the damn thing. His mother must have been laughing all the way home thinking of it. Of course, Ino and Neji had no such problem as dignified clan members. Neji had chosen a white one, Ino a purple one, and to the horror of the other two, Naruto had gleefully chosen an orange one. His mother had often found a way to remove the majority of his orange clothes, so this was welcomed. But as formal as they called the festival, it seemed intrinsic and fun to the blonde. It was funny. Naruto had never really yearned to travel. It never occurred to him, but now that he had finally experienced it, Naruto would say he was more than a fan. The Iron Fair had been a surprisingly enjoyable event. It had been interrupted but had worked out relatively well despite that. This was a much more lively event with tangible excitement in the air. The odd formality to it only added to the mystique and intrigue for Naruto. One thing that made Naruto smile involuntarily was that both Ino and Neji were also transfixed by the odd sight. Though Neji was poorly attempting to hide such, they had grabbed drinks from one of the various servants, who walked around dressed even less lavishly than the visitors, and they handed out sake, water, or even freshly cooked meat speared on thin, dull slivers of iron. Team 7 watched the dancing transfixed for a while before Naruto spoke. Man, that looks crazy. Kinda jealous I don't know the dance, looks like they're having fun. Naruto complained good-naturedly. He had never been a dancer or was very motivated to learn it. But he felt somewhat envious watching the locals enjoy their chaotic but controlled dance. It certainly seems complex. I've had a fair amount of dancing experience and am hesitant to hop in there. Ino joked with the fellow blonde. Looks like we're out of our element, Blondie, even our favorite Gen. Actually, Neji countered with a smile that was giant for him. As a well-regarded member of the Hyuga clan, I have been informed about the various customs from the various groups we are tied to. As the Hyuga clan's famed trade deal with the Iron Real, what do the two exchange? Ino asked curiously. They allow access to certain rich metals in this land that we use for various purposes. In exchange, we offer them some seals that they otherwise would struggle to produce, not that we are masters but more than skilled enough to be of use. Neji lectured with pride. Now it's time I made the two of you look bad. Neji taunted as he walked towards the thriving mass of dancing people, soon joining them with effortless grace. Fitting right in with the locals with an ease that stunned the blondes. Ino and Naruto watched owlishly as the crowd, now with Neji in tow, continued to dance around the flames. The swaying steps, contrasted by sharp swings of their arms, and flare of the flames made for quite the image. There was clearly a rhythm for the dance. The two, as practiced and dexterous ninjas, could detect such. However, discerning such without a musical tune seemed impossible. The feeling of inferiority and awkwardness led Ino and Naruto to a predictable conclusion. No way in hell I'm letting Neji punk me like that. Naruto yelled defiantly. Naruto wasn't much of a dancer, but it couldn't be that hard. Yeah, I'm an heiress anyway. I am a master of dance. Ino roared with pride, similarly wounded by Neji's teasing. Naruto felt his smile grow massively as Ino and his hand-in-hand raced into the writhing chain of dancing people. Naruto's eyes flew around wildly as he quickly took in the steps of the dance. Easy enough, the solo dancers and Neji seemed to be doing a more complex version of the dance. It simply had too many steps to copy as he did it, and Ino seemed similarly concerned from a brief glance. However, Naruto noticed that the couples danced more straightforwardly, with fewer steps, and seemed to count on the dancers to make it whole as a combined effort. Naruto once again glanced back at Ino, the two's pride having been challenged. the recent drama between them was forgotten. Instead, determined to prove Neji wrong, they joined hands as they began the complicated struggle of the dance. They were predictably rough and stood out for a few seconds. Something Neji made clear when he danced by purposely smirking and taunting as he did. The Hyuga may have made this mistake, for the two proud blondes doubled their efforts. With Ino's absurd flexibility and grace, Naruto's boundless energy and speed, it allowed the two to outshine the other pairs. Copying their dances and doing so with more energy, speed and grace than any of them could offer. Neji saw such with a mere smile, and Team 7 began dancing in utter joy, encaptured in the celebratory mood and the tireless people of iron. Nearly all the dancers eyed Naruto worriedly, but either too drunk to care, or simply confident he was under control, danced all the same. Some even whispered of the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi being different from the others. But the few who had this revelation kept it to themselves. The crowd, in fact, gave a berth around Team 7, seemingly not willing to come too close to the blonde. Naruto felt the good mood dim momentarily before smoke suddenly erupted around Ino, Neji, him, and even some of the crowd. The dancing stopped as the crowd panicked before the smoke suddenly faded, revealing what had joined them. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-sensei. Ino and Naruto called out happily. Neji merely nodded. Naruto was convinced he often pretended to be unaffected. Smug bastard. Yo, Kakashi called cheerily. Before the Junin danced wildly, it wasn't the dance they had been doing, not any of the crowd or even the others. It needed to be looser and unrefined. However, Kakashi's pure gusto and charisma won the crowd over. And with a roar of approval and continue of the deep humming continued their own dance. The berth now slightly closing. Naruto's smile nearly split his face in two. It hadn't gone over his head that Kakashi's display had distracted the crowd. Team 7 danced again, and soon, Ino, Neji, and Naruto joined. Naruto couldn't remember the last time he had this much fun. Kuretsuchi's Ino's Paw of Iron Festival, Land of Iron. Kuretsuchi couldn't help but smile wide as she tugged along her unwitting helpers. She usually wasn't such a troublemaker, not so openly anyway. The children of the Tsuchikage had to conduct themselves a certain way after all. And as a daughter as opposed to a son, the bar was much higher. Kuretsuchi had condoned herself appropriately and as needed to achieve her ambition. As a child, she was incredibly proud of her grandfather. Kuretsuchi and everyone else, the man, had become the leader of their village and a legend throughout the elemental nations. Kuretsuchi had spent much of her days chasing around her busy grandfather, dogging his every step. She needed to learn how to become him. As a child, mockery was her best effort. Due to this, she had grown close to him, close enough to hear his grief in the coming years. Onoki had become old, much past his prime. He often complained of such. Kurotushi wondered if he realized how much it gave her chills. In fact, he was the oldest of all Kages, though unfortunately not the longest reigning. Her grandfather was determined to find a worthy successor. Like many Kage before him, he had looked to his kin first. Her mother had never truly been a consideration. A non-shinobi prospect simply would never amount to much. And her father. Kitsuchi had been a promising shinobi, powerful, level-headed, loyal, and more. But he had yet to impress his father. Onoki had said he was unremarkable, lacking a spark that all Kage needed. Kuretsuchi saw it as well. Her father simply had no ambition, something that had always driven a small wedge between Kuretsuchi and Kitsuchi, so much so that Kuretsuchi had always secretly agreed with her grandfather's response. But that raised the following issue. Just who would replace Onoki? It had always been a tradition in the stone for the Tsuchikage to hand-select their successor. Many villages may choose to do so as well, but their system had been in place since the origin of the stone. So much so that while other villages often did different as needed, the stone refused to. And had served them well, until recently, anyway. Onoki had searched their home far and wide and, to the dismay of he and Kuretsuchi, had found no one he deemed worthy. As a young child, as she had been, the solution had been straightforward. Kuretsuchi would take his place. Onoki had laughed when she first suggested it. But Kuretsuchi had walked that path since, and she never bothered to look back. Onoki, her grandfather, would need only wait a little longer. Yet she couldn't deny tonight she would stray just for a bit. The exams had been a decent success for her for sure. Kuretsuchi had imagined winning the best after having thoroughly bested the competition. But she wasn't foolish enough to deny a promotion she had managed to earn in defeat. She could return home proud of having accomplished her goal of representing her village well, but Kuretsuchi couldn't help but want to top it off well. 'Cause while career and personal success was nice, but she had always enjoyed some drama. Though she couldn't engage at such at home, her reputation meant too much. So while she was here, Ino's drama had been unexpected but not welcomed. Kuretsuchi had initially allowed it to prove Naruto wrong. She wasn't intolerant of leaf hippie bastards. Though it had been nice, ultimately it had been somewhat melodramatic. But she had to admit it had been well worth getting involved in. Kuretsuchi had inspired Ino and enjoyed some decent fireworks during the exam, which was a win-win. But if there was one more night with a dance of all things, well, love might just be in the air. Hence her unwilling helpers. Kuretsuchi smiled even wilder, dragging the other two women along even faster. One cheered at such and the other cursed at her. But in their kimonos they couldn't offer true trio of rushing women must have made for a sight. Kuretsuchi wore a simple red kimono, but as a proud chunin of the stone, she wore her dark brown vest over it with pride. Fu's kimono was a brilliant emerald color, and Kuretsuchi bought one for her plan. Samui was dragged along with a slight frown, wearing a dark gray one herself. Both had been planning to come but had been hesitant. Fu was slightly overwhelmed not seeing a celebration like this much, and Samui seemed to be thinking over something heavily. But both were crucial for Kuretsuchi's fun. Convincing Fu had been as simple as asking and convincing her it'd do no harm. Samui was left in the dark. She would have probably vetoed it otherwise. How could she make Naruto's and Ino's odd relationship more entertaining? Pressure it by throwing another attractive beauty in the mix. Grade a cinema. Indeed. Kuretsuchi would remember the fun for years to come. Fu was merely to add to the subtlety of her ploy. No need for any blonde to go after her. Her plan was simple. There was a large and odd dance. She had heard tales of the people of the Land of Iron often doing so at these celebrations. Inject 2 future love birds, and a sweet dance was sure to ensue. Kuretsuchi, however, would make things more complex. A little switching of partners could create the sparks she longed to see. Besides, it would serve that blonde bastard's right to humiliate her in public like that. This is incredibly uncool, Samui complained as they drew closer to the massive burning pyre. I think it's kinda fun. Fu chimed in, chuckling happily as she willingly led, barely being dragged, unlike the more hesitant Samui. Besides, I want you and Naruto together. You wanna say goodbye to the leaf hippies, right? Kuretsuchi chirped convincingly. She only needed to fool one. And you want Naruto right top heavy. Actually, I'd prefer if we didn't. Also uncool, Samui started. I almost forgot to say goodbye to Naruto. Fu yelled out disappointingly before she grabbed both their hands. Samui gasping at such and Kuretsuchi merely smirking, as Fu carried them with ease, racing forward to the fire. Samui sighed, not looking forward but hesitantly content to face what came. Kuretsuchi could not say the same. More than giddy to be stirring the pot so thoroughly, Fu was now unknowingly aiding her in earnest. The trio arrived soon to see the large dancing crowd and the more prominent spectators. Fu cooed happily and prepared to race in and join, but Kuretsuchi grabbed her arm. Samui eyed her warily all the while. The intelligent woman likely sensed the trap but her manners stopped her from acting. Chump. Kuretsuchi thought as she eyed the crowd. We haven't even seen them yet. Just 1 second, Fu. Kuretsuchi reasoned smoothly. What is your plan once we see them? Samui asked suspiciously. I'm just waiting for a dance, Kuretsuchi replied with feigned innocence. She watched the dancing line carefully as Samui optically scanned her for dishonesty. However, as the dancing line continued to revolve, she saw what she was waiting for. She lined it up as Samui continued. It seems awfully like you have an ulterior motive for this, Samui accused. Perhaps some sort of nefarious plan to stir up drama. Sure, do you wanna see what? Kuretsuchi said smugly. Samui started to answer but was caught off guard as the earth below her shifted, sending her flying toward a particular group of blondes. Kuretsuchi had been subtly setting up the jutsu for such. Fu having been won over by Naruto and Samui being together guaranteeing her more time around them. Reacted quickly and raced after her. Kuretsuchi followed, barely able to keep her laughter in. Ino's POV. Ino had spent much of the last few months feeling dour. She had regretted her reactions and level of commitment to her career and friends, doubted the very friendships she had recently made, and even who she was. But now, such thoughts were so small and unnoticeable that it was a wonder she'd paid any attention to them. She and Naruto laughed again, smiling, with no awkward silence, tense arguments, or unbearable tension. The two of them merely enjoyed each other. The people surrounding them didn't matter, they only added to the joyous atmosphere. It made her feel bubbly, and Naruto's rare beaming smile made it clear it also affected him. Their hands stayed linked at all times, like the other duos. It made the dance difficult. They were meant to sway and swing their arms as they pranced, but as shinobi, it was an easy enough matter. Something Ino took no small amount of joy in. Though Ino admitted to seeing Naruto's earnest smile, she was slightly distracted by his face, dramatically lit by the flames. Ino could be forgiven then for being caught off guard as suddenly she saw a blur race for her in her peripherals. Naruto somehow reacted timely, shoving her back and turning to brace against the impact. Ino flipped, landing on her feet as she prepared to dash in to help. But she was shocked as she realized what the blur was. That damn Samui again. Naruto had caught the airborne woman with one arm, holding her up with his strength with ease. The positioning was unintentionally romantic. Both dazedly gazing into each other's eyes. That bitch. She's really going too far this time. Ino's mind raged. Her hands clenched as she started to angrily walk towards them. I'm not taking this sitting down. I was finally getting to enjoy time with Naruto. But before she could move to stop the treacherous Cloud Shinobi, another blur appeared, wrapping her up and spinning her around with terrifying ease. Ino's instincts kicked in, and her hand whipped out to punch at the throat of the attacker. It landed, but instead of a choked gasp they merely chuckled in a light voice. A super strong tank. Fu, Ino asked, confused as she gazed at her sudden captor. I wanna dance. Fu sang as she twirled the two of them. Let's do it. Ino tried to complain, but Fu spun and attempted to join the rhythmic hum of the samurai. She felt a slight drowsiness settle in. She doubted her ability to free herself from Fu without hurting her feelings and her ability to even free herself in the first place. She allowed the dance for now. Samui would not have the final laugh. Her eyes glanced at Naruto and Samui, who seemed to accept the oddity of the situation and were dancing in Ino's stead. Naruto glanced over at her worriedly, but seeing Ino shrugged and accepted the situation. Damn it, blonde. Stop being so damn nice. Ino thought bitterly. Samui somehow seemed much more adept at the dance than Ino and, in fact, had started to guide the blonde through more complex moves that even the other coupled dancers weren't doing. Samui's face seemed troubled, but as Naruto told a joke, it seemed to relax her, giving the blonde a relaxed smile. Ino knew that smile. She had just been giving it. Ino needed to interfere right now. Fu, don't you wanna try dancing with different partners? Ino tried. Can't do tilde. Fu sang. Ino growled. This felt planned. She glanced at Naruto and Samui and prepared her own plan. Kuretsuchi Pav. There were few pleasures in this world Kuretsuchi enjoyed as much as a plan coming together. Her impromptu fling of poor Samui and deployment of overeager Fu had worked perfectly. And based on Ino's frustrated face, it had worked as intended. Kuretsuchi's smile grew enormous, and her eyes glided to Samui and Naruto. The Cloud Kunoichi seemed slightly unsure, but her smile made it clear she was enjoying this. Naruto, ever the nice guy, had adapted to such and was now happily dancing with Samui. Ah, to be young and in love. Kuretsuchi joked to herself. Though I would never pick such a clueless guy. However, she saw a potential party pooper attempting to make a move. Luckily, Kuretsuchi had never been afraid to get her hands dirty. She had never really craved a dance with a leaf hippie but in pursuit of laughs. Kuretsuchi leapt directly in front of Neji, who flinched at her arrival. Taking advantage of his momentary stunning, Kuretsuchi snatched a hand and began a rough rendition of the dance being done by Naruto and Samui. Prideful as any Hyuga and unwilling to look silly, Neji smoothly went into such with masterful guidance, guiding them through the dance. He was almost charming. What are your intentions? Neji barked darkly. I don't enjoy these silly dramatics you're bringing about. Now, Kuretsuchi snarked. Act your class and age. I merely wanted to help my friend get a dance with an interest in hers and improve social relationships. Think about it. Leaf, Cloud, Stone, and Waterfall Shinobi all becoming staunch allies and friends. All due to a little romance due to yours truly. Convincing words, if not tone women. Neji sniped back. It seems much more likely that you're stirring the pot for your own twisted amusement. Perhaps, but that's such a cynical worldview, Kuretsuchi remarked. Ever consider I'm helping them along? They say a little competition is good for you. Might make Ino realize that guy won't be naive and undervalued forever. That does not excuse you sticking your nose into it and manufacturing incidents for your own amusement, Neji said, rebutted. Kuretsuchi merely snorted. We're shinobi, not some honorable moral warriors. Deceit and manipulation are our bread and butter. Besides, it wasn't a lie. Either they fight, and that blonde bastard catches on, one of them makes a move and he catches on, or they realize he's not all that. They, and much more importantly, I, win in each situation. Besides, we're not little kids anymore. Real love isn't so easy as first sight. It strikes me as odd to be so invested when you lack a partner yourself, Neji said with a smirk. Kuretsuchi felt her excellent mood only increase. To think one of these leaf bastards would engage in some actual verbal sparring. There hasn't been a man who could handle this, she said with a wink. However, Neji was unaffected. That ego is overwhelming. Neji agreed. The pot calling the kettle black tilde. Kuretsuchi sang. I, at least, do not manipulate others for mere entertainment. Unbefitting for a cage's blood. Yes, because we must all engage in endless self-serving platitudes, lest the others realize we Hyuga are human. Kuretsuchi mocked. Besides, you should be lucky to dance with two beauties tonight tilde. Kuretsuchi sang again even more gleefully. Ignoring the fact I would contest your supposed beauty. Neji insulted. Whatever do you mean? Kuretsuchi didn't allow the Hyuga to reply. Instead, she yanked his hand, ripping him close to her. She snuggly hugged him to lean in and whisper in his ear. Ah, and here you were, my type, Hyuga tilde. Before he could process and respond to such, she sent him spinning away with a quick toss. Fu did the same. Neji was caught by Fu, and Ino landed back with the blonde, leaving a confused Samui alone. Kuretsuchi fixed that by grabbing and leading her into another dance. The two stared at each other as they danced. Kuretsuchi with a broad smile, and Samui with a surprisingly passionate glare. Okay. What the hell, Kuretsuchi? First, you randomly threw me at Naruto, and now you interrupt our dance. I was willing to indulge you, even happy it led where it did. But what is your game? Samui asked seriously, though Kuretsuchi couldn't help but see the slight flush her skin had. It seemed she either had it bad or the blonde bastard was smoother than he looked. I was just trying to help you out. I can tell you are interested in the blonde blondie, and I wanted to make sure you got a dance with him. Didn't expect Ino to be so territorial like that. Kuretsuchi explained. So you'll have to share with her, it's only fair. I think she has first dibs as his teammate, anyway. They probably spend all sorts of time together. Kuretsuchi knew that all wasn't relatively true. It seemed clear to her that as infatuated with the blonde as she was, Ino wasn't fully decided on making something more of it. Hell, Samui seemed interested, but cross-village relationships. Rare and often looked down upon. But stirring it up was just as eventful as she had figured. Samui glanced at her eyes suspiciously. But Kuretsuchi had been careful to tell half-truths, which were harder to suss out than outright lies. It is uncool of her, Samui admitted. Especially considering who knows when you two will cross paths again, let alone if it will be as enemies. Kuretsuchi tended to the flames cautiously. If it were me, I'd make my mark. It's probably not worth it, Samui reasoned to herself. True, Naruto does seem to be into her. I mean, look at the two of them. Kuretsuchi continued, barely able to hold her mirth. The two women glanced over to the pair, and the pair of blondes laughed as they danced. They focus on each other, and their movements are seemingly in sync. The two had seemingly unknowingly drifted closer, nearly touching as they danced. Ino seemed to sense their attention, for she offered a cocky smirk before they turned away in dance. That bitch. Kuretsuchi knew Ino had that fire in her. That little bee, Samui started before sighing heavily. Uncool of her, but maybe for the best. Hopefully, Kuretsuchi agreed. Then again, the guy definitely doesn't fully realize. I bet he thinks he's low demand goods, maybe if some beautiful lady enchanted him. Samui frown deepened at such. My brother always did say it was uncool to keep emotions bottled up. My thoughts exactly, Kuretsuchi agreed. When we have an opening. Samui puzzled over it for a few seconds before nodding. Kuretsuchi loved these exams. Naruto's POV. Naruto needed clarification. First, he danced with Ino and had a ball. They were proving Neji wrong and were simply enjoying each other's company for the first time in months. Then suddenly, one blonde had been replaced with another. Samui suddenly appeared, and Naruto, not wanting to be rude or stop dancing, simply continued with her. Samui had caught him up with some of A's reactions. Apparently, Karui and Omoi had been sent back to the cloud early, disgraced, and both apparently received some sort of special training due to such. He had been light on Samui but warned her to continue her mission. Naruto felt odd at such. Unlike before, Samui seemed focused on him and not her mission. Yet as they danced, Naruto swore they brushed against each other more than necessary. Samui wore a rare smile as they danced wildly. The energy from her was infectious, and Naruto found the different side of her enjoyable. Yet just as she was getting into such a situation, Samui seemed primed to ask him something, and she was again replaced with a blonde. Ino was back. The fuck is going on here? Naruto thought, confused, as he looked at Ino. Ino seemed less surprised, grabbing his hand and began another dance. Naruto didn't mind but was well beyond confused at this part. However, the oddness was quickly forgotten as the two continued their dance. Ino eyes lidded, and like Samui, they seemed to get closer as they danced. Naruto, Ino asked quietly, eyes intense yet somehow relaxed as they were fixed on his eyes. Something in her tone made him hesitantly gulp. Yes, Naruto asked. What do you think about Samui? Ino asked sweetly. Samui. I didn't stutter, blondie. Naruto gulped again. He knew that tone. Well, somewhat. He knew it wasn't good. Ino was not playing games here. She would only drop the matter if given an answer that she liked or felt was fully honest. Naruto chuckled to stall, as his mind wildly tried to think of a conclusion. Well, she's pretty strong. Her swordsmanship is as skilled as mine. Hell, we use the same kind of sword and her lightning jutsu is no joke. Though I honestly was a bit disappointed when she beat you. Thought you had that for sure. Continue, Ino said with a nod. Well, she's smart, accepting, and I like how chill she is. I guess overall she's cool, ha. Naruto finished lamely. Do you enjoy her company? Ino asked, eyes making it clear his answer had been unimpressive. Well, yeah, but I mean, I don't really know her all that well. Naruto explained honestly. He was attempting to get through this conversation smoothly. But Naruto simply didn't understand what she was getting at here. You don't, Ino said with a smile. She was pleased with his answer. She suddenly stopped her dancing, glanced at Samui, him again, then asked another question with that sickly sweet tone. So, who do you think is prettier? Naruto also stopped dancing, recognizing, at the very least, the minefield he had suddenly been dropped into. While unsure of what Ino was getting at, he knew his answer would need to be tactful. Well, they say beauty is subjective, ya know. Who cares what I think? I do, Ino said with that same terrifying smile. I'm just curious. I mean, Samui is a gorgeous girl with a lot of. Ino seemed to glance over to Samui. Assets. Fuck. This was worse than Naruto had thought. Well, Naruto began whirling his mind through the limited advice he had bothered to remember his mother had given him. As someone as ambitious as he, social situations had never been his forte. You're both incredibly beautiful. Ino's short stare was all the response he needed to know that was not his escape. Naruto, no need to be dishonest. Everybody has their type. Which of us is closer? Ino promised. Naruto went to respond before two streams of water suddenly wrapped around his body, and the blonde yanked from the clearing and into the snowy landscape around them. Honestly, he should have been alarmed or angry, yet he felt like he had been somewhat saved. Give him random kidnapping to this any day. Ino's pav. Ino nearly fell as Naruto was snatched away. Her instincts, home due to her training with Anko, had made her attempt to dash after them. But suddenly, a body smashed into another, the two of them falling as three more ran upon them to check on them. Ino glanced from her down position, seeing Samui across from her in the same position. Samui had reacted like her, and the two had crashed into each other due to it. She felt her anger flare as she surged to her feet. Samui did so as well, seemingly upset for some absurd reason. Before the two could race toward each other, Neji stopped Ino, and Kuretsuchi stopped Samui. Fu ignored such sprouting wings and flew off toward Naruto. I'll check on him, Tilda. Fu alerted as she chased after the blonde. Ino paid no mind, however, and Samui and her sent death glares at each other. Both, however, were calm enough not to fight. This allowed Neji and Kuretsuchi to step back and allow the two to face each other. What the hell is your problem? Ino asked, annoyed. Why do you keep trying to interrupt me dancing with my teammate? Hell, why is a cloud shinobi so insistent on being around him anyway? The first time, as well as this time, was not my fault. Samui countered. However, retaliation is childish. And furthermore, it isn't a political matter nor a concern of you. You're his teammate, not his partner. Childish? Ino asked, further insulted. I get it. I may not have watermelons on my chest. I assure you I'm all women. Also, I know what I am and what I am not. Besides, it was my dance, not something you have the right to interrupt. And I assure you. Yes, childish. 1. A teammate isn't someone you get to monopolize to yourself. 2. If you're insecure with your size, it's not my problem. And 3. Maybe that's why you weren't promoted. Samui sniped back. Besides, I think Naruto prefers his woman to be cool, not possessive. Samui sniped back. Ino growled at that. This woman seemed determined to stay in her way. First, she ruined her tribute to Naruto, her shot at Chunin, and now seemed determined to steal the blonde away entirely. Firstly, I'm not. I have enough back problems. Secondly, Naruto prefers someone with a vocabulary larger than the world cool and one who knows a bob cut is acceptable. Thirdly, I'm not possessive. Just concerned about a foreign shinobi attempting to seduce my teammate. Aha, or maybe you're just an uncool sore loser. Samui snapped back. You little bit. Ino paused as she visibly reined herself in. Not now, but sometime soon, we'll settle this. She promised. Samui merely nodded in agreement before she stomped off. Ino did the same after a few seconds of glaring. Did they even remember Blondie got swiped? Kuretsuchi asked curiously. Also, shouldn't you help the blonde bastard? She asked Neji, who had watched the whole situation with much less enthusiasm than she thought would be reasonable. No, they don't, and no, we shouldn't, Neji answered. His Byakugan is active and staring at where the blonde must be. Naruto was taken not too far from here, and Fu is catching up shortly watching. There are two shinobi orchestrating the meeting. It seems they merely wished to get his attention. I don't know why, but it is unlikely to be a violent reason. As such, I refuse to involve myself in every piece of drama Naruto inexplicably finds. Right, that ruins my fun, so, wanna dance? Kuretsuchi asked Neji with a smirk. I suppose so. Naruto's pav, nearby snowscape, land of iron. Naruto was calm as he zipped through the air. Honestly, if not for the water tentacle slowly soaking his kimono, he would be content to allow this to happen. That whole dancing situation had been confusing and alarming. Naruto never knew women could be so confounding. Though he supposed it seemed he was missing something and, as such, was making it worse. The whole situation was confusing, So as far as Naruto was concerned, this was a welcomed excuse to escape it. Naruto shuffled into his robe and drew a scroll. His progress with Fuijutsu was slow. His mother had occasionally aided him with such, but Naruto had never been all that skilled at it. Though always had trained diligently in the art, it made his mother happy. Naruto, however, with consistent effort and time, managed the most basic of seals. With a pulse of chakra, he released Riptide and slashed through both strands of water with ease. The momentum carried him lower in the air until he landed on a slope with a lack of trees filled with snow. There stood two shinobi, Magetsu and Suigetsu of the mist. They stood staring at Naruto, Suigetsu's arms solidifying as Naruto slid to a stop. Naruto offered both a confused stare but cautiously dipped into a defensive stance. 2-on-1 combat was still preferable to the odd situation he had been in before. Naruto Uzumaki, we wish to speak to you, Suigetsu offered somewhat kindly. It was obvious that Naruto was forcing it to some degree, and Naruto prepared his chakra to fight. I told your younger brother we should ask him to speak to us. It's a miracle he didn't try to kill us. Mangetsu said with his face in his hand. Please do not misunderstand Uzumaki, we mean no harm. Funny way of showing it, swear I can't have a peaceful night, Naruto mainly complained to himself. Listen, if you wanna attack me, just do it, I am not in the mood for mental gymnastics. And would rather just get it over with so I can get some alone time. I don't like his attitude, we don't need him, brother. Suigetsu quipped as he paced toward Naruto. The blonde subtly started to flow chakra into Riptide. What kind of fool willingly allows himself to be taken? Well, it would be an unfair fight, Naruto started with a smirk. He felt mischievous and relished Suigetsu's dismissive snorting. He was taking the bait. No such thing, Suigetsu started, but Naruto did not have it. You should have probably brought more guys. Not much of an ambush if I can smash through ya know. Naruto taunted. You think that little match in the exams was how I fight? Suigetsu asked, incensed. Let me show why. Suigetsu. Mangetsu roared and flexed an impressive amount of chakra, stopping the two in their tracks. We have no time for your games. We're here on business. Naruto watched as Suigetsu obediently stepped silently behind his brother. What on earth did they want to discuss with him? Couldn't he just enjoy his night? Alright, so what the hell do you all want anyway? Naruto asked bluntly. You really could have just asked. Do you know of the civil war inside the mist? Mangetsu asked. Well, somewhat. Most sources have cited information as difficult to validate due to propaganda from both sides. Naruto answered slowly. He had heard people discussing the topic but wasn't overly familiar with it. Half true, Suigetsu snarked. The bloody Mizukage certainly releases plenty of propaganda. The rebels, however. Let's walk him through it, brother. Mangetsu chided before continuing. For years, the mist had suffered under the cruel reign of the third Mizukage, a man who had developed a unique and deadly style of water jutsu. His power was unique and politically ingrained within the village. His reign had seemed absolute until a new prodigy arose. The Jinchuriki of the Three Tails died. As such, a new host was chosen. Suigetsu chimed in. The third chose him himself and decided to train and raise him. The training was whispered to be cruel and unending. It was not only of the mind but the body. The third spent years creating what he called the hero of the mist. And to be fair to the long-dead bastard, it worked. Yagura was trained to be a hero. Naruto asked. Why would that be bad? Yagura is no normal man. His sanity has been shattered by the cruel and relentless life he had lived due to the third. Perhaps the beast simply drove him mad. It mattered little. He was no hero of the mist. He was a beast. Yet the man thought himself different. Even in his odd mind, the ideals of the third took root. Yagura is obsessed with being a hero. It's certainly odd, but Yagura worked hard to achieve that goal. Crushing criminals, corrupt officials, and intruders with a zealous lust. Was able to sway the third towards a more reasonable rule. So how does somebody raised to be a hero lead to the bloody civil war? Naruto asked. It started with the death of the third. It is said he died in an ambush in the village, but, oddly, he was killed, yet his own guard Yagura had not noticed nor been felled himself. It mattered little, however, for no one in our home had the credentials to override his reign. Yagura was next in line, and only then did we see the monster he had become. His hero complex, the reason he was beloved, soon became the very reason people turned on him. Believing himself to be a hero, anyone who stood against him was seen as villainous, his word and law became the new moral standards, and he believed in crushing any such evil opposition he crossed. When it was those we all could agree were guilty, the people approved it. We don't mind some healthy pruning, after all. However, the culprit list seemed to only grow, and the reasons became more and more nonsensical. Soon, it wasn't even limited to his enemies, even those who had the slightest chance of being disloyal were killed. Suigetsu ended. Naruto was shocked by the news. The whole situation sounded absurd. He had heard the rumors to listen to it from Miss Shinobi themselves, which made it clear how real it was. I see, but why are you telling me this? Naruto asked. We need all the firepower we can get. We have the unenviable task of besting not only the youngest Kage ever but one that is a perfect Jinchuriki. You are clearly a skilled shinobi after these exams, one that just so happens to be a Jinchuriki of the strongest beast. Mangetsu explained further. We're offering a dire job, fighting with the equal rebels against justice loyalists. Upon victory, you will be rewarded with fame, riches, and power beyond what you could imagine. Mangetsu offered. I don't think I can just agree to do that, Naruto replied, feeling guilty even as he said it. The situation sounded dire, but he couldn't just chime in and help at the drop of a dime. I cannot validate what you're saying, and I cannot abandon my home to help. Another waste of time, older brother, he won't bother to help people outside his circle, the same as anyone else, Suigetsu remarked snidely. Hey, I'll talk to the Hokage. He's a reasonable guy and surely will help, Naruto reasoned. It's not like I don't want to help, I just can't. My brother speaks in frustration. Mangetsu reasoned. While my more rash personality was a farce for the exams, my brother's behavior was no disguise. Truly, we understand your reasoning. However, we have already spoken to the Hokage. He has already deemed the situation one the Leaf will avoid. They are prepared to let the slaughter continue. Are you? My home wouldn't ignore those in need unless they had no choice. You're either attempting to manipulate me or are simply making shit up. Naruto defended. His mother had often described Hiruzen as forgiving and kind to a fault. And didn't like the picture the two were painting. Besides, Naruto had no reason to trust them. Chojuro of our team meets with Gaara of the Sand to ask the same. We are manipulating you, but it is necessary. As it stands, we are likely to be facing death soon. Without aid, Yagura will stomp out the rebellion and, in the process, sentence thousands to death. But his aim doesn't stop there. Bastard isn't content with purging opposition in the homeland. Once he secures it, he plans to consolidate his forces, eventually beginning a worldwide conflict. You may think it isn't your problem, but it will be. Suigetsu spat angrily. My brother is crass but not incorrect. I witnessed him risk life and limb to aid another man today. One who held nothing less than contempt and foul intentions for you. One that you barely knew. Mangetsu pointed out. You are not a man willing to stand idly by while people suffer. If you truly feel that way, lend aid to a land full of people desperately needing aid, the man pleaded. Naruto was silent as he pondered over it. Truthfully, the request was ludicrous. Asking him to abandon his home and career to fight in a war he may not survive wasn't even close to a reasonable ask. He loved his home village, and if he acted out against their wishes, Naruto would be forever labeled a traitor. Besides, Hiruzen may not have known the facts or had been suspicious. Naruto was sure Hiruzen would not condone such a thing. Indeed, if he raised the matter with the kind man, he would relent and aid somehow. I'm sorry, but there's too much unknown possibilities here. I can't validate what you're saying. And such cannot agree to help. Naruto stated firmly. There was a sinking feeling in his gut, but he ignored it. I will speak to the Hokage, however. If we can validate your claims, I have my word that the Leaf will help. Naive bastard, Suigetsu said simply before the body flickering from the clearing. Little brother, Mangetsu said with a sigh. He bowed respectfully to Naruto. He means well, simply upset to see our home still stands alone. Please consider our words. I respect you can't aid us or trust merely our own words. But I will reach out again with suitable proof. You strike me as a man similar to the woman who runs the Equal Rebellion. If you are, you won't be able to ignore it next time. Hey, It is okay, Naruto Uzumaki. Mangetsu bowed again. I don't blame you for ignorance. Time will show you we meant well. With his piece said, Mangetsu faded away as well, leaving the blonde alone in the clearing. Naruto was locked into a stunned silence. The heavy conversations and topics whirled in his mind as he considered them. Had it been the right choice to refuse? Was the war really as they described? Was Yagura indeed some cruel tyrant? Had the Hokage indeed ignored their pleas? Did Naruto believe his homeland was capable of such a thing? And if they were? No need to fear, friend. For Fu has arrived. Fu yelled out as she landed on the slope, shaking the ground from the impact. She looked around owlishly, realizing only Naruto was in the clearing. Did you already win? Fu asked, impressed. Naruto nearly smiled at his friend's antics, but his mind was much too occupied. No, it was all right. They just wanted to talk. He lied slightly. There was no need to involve Fu as well. It wasn't her problem, or his. Fu nodded at the information with a smile. It's good we were worried. You should have seen how Ino and Samui reacted, well before they started arguing anyway. Why don't they like each other? I get first impressions that mean a lot, but they are so at odds. Like some invisible line has been crossed. I figured they'd be friends after the fight. Naruto complained before he sighed dramatically. Listen, No offense, Fu, but I need a minute. There's a ton going on right now, and I need some time to process it. I see, Fu said, surprised. Sorry to hear that, Naruto. The cheery woman quickly lifted the short blonde from his feet and hugged him tightly. If you ever need my help, just let me know. I made many friends in the exams and don't mind protecting them if they need it. Hope we see each other again soon. Naruto nodded as his happy friend left him alone in the cold, sloped wilderness. He sat in the snow, ignoring the cold that seeped into him. He felt slightly numb and tired. Perhaps he needed a break. Smoke suddenly filled the clearing as a familiar voice called out. Finally, you're alone, Murray called as the smoke cleared, exposing the small raccoon facing the blonde. I've been waiting all day to talk to you. I need to speak with you about a private matter. Kami, why can't I catch a break? Naruto inwardly complained as he nodded. As exhausted as he felt, Naruto would never have stood a chance against Gaara without Murray. The blonde owed him one. Okay, so what's going on? I'm kinda busy right now. My friends are all weird, some are missing, and I escaped 2 other situations. Naruto explained to Murray. I can't just run off on my own, ya know. I'm a chunin now. You shinobi and your foolish loyalty to your villages. Murray shook his tiny head disapprovingly. Blind loyalty serves no one. Besides, I believe this problem we need help with will be one you'll be motivated to solve anyway. At least if those missing leaf shinobi are truly your friends. That shattered Naruto's stupor. His eyes sharpened and focused on Murray. He felt his muscles tense. Lee, Choji, Yuno, and even Sakura and Kiba were people he considered friends. But how was Murray connected? What did he know or find out that those looking already had failed to? The hell? Do you know where they are? Let me tell the Hokage. He'll arrange a rescue party. Naruto ranted as he smiled, glad to have a problem he could feasibly face. Unfortunately, it is not possible. The situation is complex, and if you wish to save them, we can only bring a small party, one that I am willing to bring, but you must be a part of. Murray replied sagely, nodding at the blonde. Otherwise, your friends will never be found and likely face horrific deaths. Naruto growled at the knowledge. What the hell does that mean? Where are they? That is more complex than you'd like, summoner. First, do you understand how our lands work? The difference between my land and yours? Well, location primarily, and supposedly all homes of summon animals are hidden and nearly impossible to find. Naruto listed. It was thought to be impossible until somehow Pervy Sage managed to find the home of the toad somehow. Indeed, that is the first case. See, we, animals, as you humans refer to us, are a bit different than most. Different in the sense of origin, we come from an entirely different version of this world. See, there are supposedly several levels of existence all layered upon one another with only the topmost layers being able to interact with each other. Our world is on top of yours and as such was linked to yours so long ago. We know not what is above our own world and have no wish to know. The reason and method are unknown. As such, finding our true homes is wholly impossible. The only way to access them is with the summoning jutsu, which both parties can use to travel to and summon the other. However, due to the previously mentioned links between this world, there are what we call convergence points. Murray lectured. While the raccoon was typically as relaxed and fun as Naruto, he often went into long-winded rants regarding his family and their customs. Having gotten used to such things due to their joint training, Naruto nodded along before chiming in. Murray would grow annoyed if he didn't offer input. So convergence points are some sort of spot that links us 2 worlds. Naruto reasoned. Basically, at least in the physical sense, this was originally made for travel between the 2 worlds. But now, it often stands as a clan's home in your world. A way to establish a connection to current summoners and possibly attract new ones. However, due to a long-forgotten war, few known ones remain. There are surely more hidden in the world, but we only know of the toads, the snakes, the slugs, the monkeys, the weasels, and us. Each of us holds these convergence points in control and, as such, is uniquely qualified to recruit summoners. This is a highly sought-after goal for us, summoning animals, as it benefits us as much as them. We gain access to the aid and, in some cases, the servitude of a summoner. They gain the same. This is why Jiraiya found the toads. They were interested in a new summoner and found him to be a fine match. As such, they influenced him to find his way when he searched for a summoning clan to ally with. A clan can only be found by humans and other creatures of the human world if they wish to be. Okay. Naruto said to himself, slightly overwhelmed by the information. But how is that related to my missing friends? As I said, summoners are sought after, but with such few clans having access to convergent points, they struggle to find new summoners. Occasionally, a long-forgotten scroll will be found, and new connections will be made, but it's an oddity. As such, the animals are cursed to never become a summoning clan. This is considered quite the negative fate, for clans without a summoning contract can never reach their full potential. as well as never gain access to the benefits one can gain from interacting with humans. Due to that, many animal clans seek ways to gain access to the human world in one way or another. Force summoners to interact with them and potentially even pledge with them. I believe one of these poor clans might be to blame if not them. Well, it clear forces are betraying the natural order of things. Something we of the Okama clan have always stood against, regardless of whether they succeed in their goal, the end result will be horrific. They kept talking about smoke and puffs, almost like a summoning jutsu. They were taken by summoning animals. Why would that be so bad? If they just want summoners, then they'll all come up even stronger. Naruto asked incredulously. These natural laws that we of the Okama clan defend isn't mere self-imposed discipline. As I said, these worlds of ours technically exist within the same space, simply on different planes of existence. Due to that fact, in order to travel between worlds, one must use pre-existent holes between each layer to travel between. But in unnatural travel, it rips a new pocket in the world. It is believed that this will slowly over time destroy both of our worlds. So those natural laws are incredibly important, which is why you want me to go kick their asses. Naruto mused. Indeed, Murray agreed with amusement. Despite what you humans like to believe, we animals, just like you, have complex social relationships within our line and outside of it. Due to the unique and empowering nature of being a clan, the other established clans have made standards and laws to control who became a summoning clan and the actions they take as one. For a clan to do this is a flagrant disregard of our laws and customs. One we intend to the right, well intended for you and me to anyway. I imagine this will also serve as a test of sorts. I don't mind, but my friends are my first priority. Naruto answered honestly. We figured as such and would have it no other way. A summoner of ours is expected to be morally motivated. However, if you wish to become a full summoner of our clans, you can gain full support and access to our jutsu. This would be the opportunity. Fine then, 2 birds with 1 stone. Naruto agreed. We should go to the Hokage now and gather for our party. Fortunately, he had to go. He wanted to ensure their safety himself. Naruto wondered how the Hokage would We work with you, Naruto Uzumaki, and not the leaf. We will fight and work on your behalf even if it aids them. However, we cannot include them in our business. However, you cannot go alone if you intend to rescue your friends. Even you would likely perish on your lonesome. And if another party is responsible, I would leave you alone. I'm also limited in how much chakra I can transport at one time. You alone limit me greatly. You, along with Junin or Anbu, would only make it all the more impossible. Instead, I have lured you some allies I can transport and should be uniquely qualified for the mission in mind. Murray said as suddenly 3 people leapt into the clearing. All faced the blonde and raccoon with various levels of confusion. It was Sasuke, Shino, and Hinata. Hinata seemed incredibly worried and stressed, and Shino and Sasuke were more challenging to read. But their silent, tense atmosphere spoke volumes of the pressure felt by all the genin whose teammates were missing. Naruto, Sasuke said while marching toward the blonde. You said you had information regarding the whereabouts of Yuno, who ran when I came after you. Explain. You said something similar to me and did the same. Not to mention asking a litany of questions. Why? Well, I intend to find out. Shino echoed. You told me Neji wanted me, then you asked all about me. Though this may be a different sort of meeting. Hinata shyly interjected. Naruto scratched his head, utterly befuddled. Before Murray snickered loudly from on top of his head. The respectable young lady has the awe-inspiring ability, one that should aid in search and rescue. The more somber fellow, the one in glasses to be clear, does more of the same as well as being fairly knowledgeable on wildlife. The last one was more grumbly, but seems to be the strongest shinobi I could find with low enough reserves, Murray explained. This fine crew was vetted by myself personally and should be the perfect group for this. I also took the liberty of packing some supplies from your home and the others' homes. There is so much wrong with what you just said, Naruto grumbled. How did you even sneak into and lead on 3 different shinobi and not even the dumb ones? The ability to freely transform allows me to take on any physical form within reason. Come in handy in these cases. Enough dilly-dallying. Have you made your choice? Will you aid your friends in the Okama clan you signed loyalty to? Or act within the limits given to you? I believe we know the answer. Murray chuckled to himself. Naruto. Sasuke warned. Shut it, man. Naruto sniped back. We can save Yuno and all the others as long as we go where Murray is going. Though it would be without the permission of the Hokage. Sasuke merely nodded and stood beside Naruto, impatiently tapping his feet. Hinata and Shino both froze, seemingly at odds with doing something against codes. Naruto was prepared to tell them it was okay before Murray chimed in. First, fully explain the situation to the 3 before offering a warning. Make no mistake, if you don't go, the odds of your friends surviving dramatically decrease, Murray warned the 2. With that said, both marched over, joining Naruto and Sasuke. Excellent. Now, While I will transport you all simultaneously, you will likely be separated. This shouldn't be a major issue. I will ensure we all converge eventually. That being said, we won't be going to any clan's land but the wildlands themselves. They hold the entirety of the unsigned clans, are likely culprits. All well and good, but what precisely will we do once we arrive? You say an unknown clan must be doing so, but how will we find them? Sasuke asked. They use chakra just like you and I, and their little trick likely costs quite a bit. It should be easy enough to track. If I'm present, I will be able to do so effortlessly, Murray said. You seem to be suggesting this place is dangerous. Hinata asked. Undoubtedly, Murray answered grimly. If left there, eventually you would be overridden. Though as a unit, you all should be able to power through. The three all nodded, and Naruto did as well. The four were unprepared for the adventure ahead of them.